So that's all there. And, oh right, Discord. I always forget one step of the process. And that was the step that I forgot today. God. Okay, there's that. There's that. Want this to go away so we can see that. And then this is here in case we need it. Like that, like that. Cool. Alright. And I might as well work on getting the console set up in case we want to game. But I don't know how much of that we're going to be doing. Alright. Hello to Mocha. Hello, Jai? Ah! Almost knocked something over. The cat is meowing at me. I hope you all heard that. I hope you were all blessed. And hello, Raccoonus. Hello, Devi. Holy smokes. I said to everyone that I was going to do this. You're talking about how late it is or something? Or is it just a holy smokes, Rocky kind of reference? Alright, I'm keeping an eye on the cat because he's rubbing his face against the monitor. I'm just making sure he's not going to accidentally turn it off on me. Hello, Woolule Mareep. Hello, Stowed on a Boat. That is an excellent name. I like that name. Hi, Cyambia. Hi, Megzy. Hi, Javier. Hi, Mr. Play in C. Hi, Minty Misk. It's almost midnight. Go to sleep. No, we're watching Worlds. Because that's when Worlds is happening, at midnight. When the clock strikes midnight, we get our jackpot. Hi, Charge! Your name is fun to say. Hi, Green! I've come to say hi, but I will probably crash from how tired I am. I'll catch up in the morning. Alright, sounds good. Hi, Sephiroth Moon! Hello, Coaster. Oh boy, 3 a.m. Time to watch Splatoon. Exactly. Who is it 3 a.m. for? Are you out in, like, the Caribbean somewhere? No, that would be closer to... Yeah, you're somewhere in the ocean. Hi, BWiz Gamer. Hi, Ane. Hi, Ash IRLs. Also have work in the morning. Yeah. Okay, good. You heard the kitty. Very good. Hi, Pichu is rad. Hi, the Dr. Lion. Hi, Squided. Hi, Pika Jupi, I think. Pika Guppy? Pika Guppy? I don't know. Hi, Entropical. Hi, Whale with a... PST stay winning. For sure, for sure. Like, they actually get to watch this at a somewhat normal time. It's funny because that's where, like, Nintendo of America headquarters are on the West Coast. So those are the only people who need to be up for this, right? Hello, Meki61. Hi, Horse with No Name. Hi, Goofy Rodent. Hi, Leslie. And also, hi, Drew. Hi, Sean Seabean. A technically former student made it on a comp team at my university. Congratulations. No, it's not actually 3 a.m. I was trying to make a reference. Oh, okay, okay. I was like, are you adrift in the Atlantic Ocean? What's going on there? Hi, Star Skull. You're doing weekend night. Yeah, because it's Worlds. I said so in the video today, and everybody watches every video that I put out, so everyone should have known that. No. Hello, Unfortune. We've got so many people who I just, like, never see, which is probably because this is a time that I never stream. But hello, everyone. Hi, fried eggle salt. Or eggless salt? I don't know. Hi, Camcart100. 10 p.m. isn't bad for a Friday night. Yeah, again, that's if you're Pacific time. A lot of people are Eastern time, and they're still here. Hi, Night Druid. Hi, that Creeper D. Hello, Star Blanks. Hi, Angel L. Hi, Sharp. Hi, Jawad? Jawad? Hi, the 21st Gamer. Hi, DeltaCraft. Hello, this Fizz. Getting started in a minute and a half here. So excited for this, but I'm also too tired to stay up. We'll be lurking until I inevitably fall asleep. Hope you all have fun watching, and hashtag Jackpot win. Let's go. Thank you so much for the resub, Lotus Heart. Appreciate you. Is it really Turf War only today? I actually have no idea what the format is. I'm hoping they explain it at the very beginning here. I didn't look into that. What they have been tending to do is using Turf War as like a preliminary round. So like, and they did it differently in each region, which is weird. But for EU, for example, the way that it worked was that there was a best of 3 Turf War that decided game 1. And then everything else was the Anarchy modes, which is, I think, a pretty good compromise. But then in some places, it was a best of 3, but game 1 was Turf War. Let me know how loud this is, because it's not very loud on my end.
We became friends through friends.
Oh. What in the
and
world?
we played together and instantly
Okay.
clicked. Our aggression and our synergy are our 2 best traits for sure. We push together as 3 people at a time really well, and we do it almost instinctively. Jackpot's goal is to win the world championship.
The
It's been a dream
poses.
for all of us to win worlds and bring the trophy home and make North America proud. We don't care how good
Pushes
you
up the glasses.
are.
777 win.
Oh my god. That is so goofy. I love that. Yeah, super quiet. It is for me too, and I don't know why. Because I've got it turned all the way up here,
Our strength lays within our weapon pool.
but I don't want to turn it up too high, because then I'm blasting your ears out with my
We
microphone.
will perform well since we are in our strongest form when we are playing at an offline event.
Let's see. How can I fix
Hi,
this?
we're the Australian and New
Right
Zealand representatives, Greasy Goblins. One time in a team voice chat. while
Okay, so
playing
it's
solo
Jackpot
ranked in
versus
Splatoon 2,
Greasy
our
Goblins
Dino
round 1, or are they just
was trained as
introducing
Greasy
everybody
Goblins.
all in one
The
go?
team found it so funny that they used it as a team name for tournaments, and the team name stuck. It's going to be really awesome to play in Japan,
Check,
and we're feeling
check.
really excited as well.
Let me try...
한국 대표팀 장원업밥 운하동의 팀 리더 휘대입니다. 멤버 전원 내향적인 성격이지만 게임 내에서는 나쁜
I don't think there's a way for me to make it louder without messing with my sound settings in a way that would take the stream down for a bit.
후회 없는 경기할 수 있도록 최선을 다하겠습니다.
大家好，我
I
们
wish I
是
could turn on...
第
Why does it keep doing that?
Roast
It keeps
Chicken.
like sticking the slider to my mouse, so that when I move it left or right, it just follows it. So when I move it to the left monitor, it's like, oh, time to turn it all the way down.
各种场合跟规则上面，我们是比较有弹性的。
Does this do something? Oh wait,
私たち
maybe
は日本代表心
I
の
get
怪
it
盗
from the
です。
volume mixer.
心の怪盗の強みは何といってもチーム歴の長さからくる圧倒的連携力。メンバーがどこで何をするか見なくても分かっちゃいます。世界の選手は日本とプレイスタイルも得意ルールも違うらしいので、戦うの
Was
が
that
め
a
ちゃめちゃ楽
significant
しみです。
improvement?
そして言語すら違いますが、自慢のプレーで心を頂戴していきたいと思います。
Oh yeah, I can make my mic quieter. I just made my mic quieter. I'm hoping that this is better. I was able to turn it up a little bit and turn myself down a little bit. Hopefully that gets us in a good place. Okay. So you're hearing the words they're saying and stuff. And so that's Jackpot. And we're all clapping in the audience, right? Cheering. Why do they have .Q in the back? Why are they putting the shortest member of the team behind all of the tallest members of the team? Why is that what they're doing? Have you never taken a group picture before? Are they making... Wait, is Nex actually just that much taller than all of them? Oh wow, he is actually just that much taller than all of them. Let's go the American Inkjetter. Yeah, Nex looking like a basketball player out there. Alright. So, Smart Roast Chickens from Taiwan. And then this is the team that I think is the biggest wild card for me, because they did beat Dynamon's team. That's not nothing. But also, word on the street, as far as I am on the street, is that they are mortal.
Greetings from Japan and welcome to the Splatoon 3 World Championship
if it isn't
2024. Jordan Kent here, your Spray by
grains.
Spray host, joining me, the finest Splatalist in
I was
all
wondering
of
if there was going to be a
We've got 9, and here today
another
we've got
caster
6
on
of the
with
best
who that
teams
was
from
going to be,
across
but
the globe,
so it's just
finally
gonna be them
squaring
too.
off
Pared
for
down
what
a
feels
little
like
bit.
the first time in a long
Really
time
good.
to claim the title of World Champion.
Well, it doesn't just
I always
feel
thought the
like a long time,
TriCast.
Jordan. It has been
I don't
a
get
long time, but we
TriCasts.
are
Like
back
I
with a
would
force, and
prefer
it really
personally
noted,
to
6
solo
teams
commentate
here,
things.
first time
I
in this type of
actually
event.
Let's go
enjoy
ahead
doing
and get
that
to the
and
tournament
feel
format
like
here. We've got 2 days of
that's where I'm in my
unbelievable
element.
action today. Day
Having
1, the
3
group
people on the
stage,
mic
a
at
Group
once
A
is so
versus
much.
Group B, round robin to decide
So,
the seeding for Day 2, the championship
the way that they
bracket.
do
You'll
this
see the winners of both Group
isn't
A and Group
great,
B will get a bye to the
because
semifinals, and then a chance for those second
let's
and third place
say
finishers in each
there's
group
a
to
hitter
battle their way into
that ends up
semifinal
in
round as
being
well.
the second or
Let's go
third
ahead and
seed
check
on
out the
their
rules
side,
as
right?
well. It's turf
That
war,
means they
first
get a
to 2
warm-up
wins
before they
in
have to play their
each
hardest
set
match
between
to get
each
to
2
finals.
teams, all weapons and gear, the
Whereas the
primary
other
gear
side is
of the
going
rules,
in
of course.
cold.
Game language will
I feel
be
like
English,
that's
and voice
actually
chat
kind of
will be
poorly
on.
done.
But let's talk about this placement here of the group stage. Most points, if the points are tied, then it's head-to-head. In the case
I
of
feel
a
like the way you should
three-way
do it
tie, the
is
average
have
round
your
coverage
3, 4, 5,
percentage
6
for all matches,
play matches.
so every single drop of ink certainly
know.
matters as you try to find your way to the
How
top
would
of the
I do
seeding
it
pool here.
with
Let's
6?
go ahead and check out the match order as we look at some of the stages here in just a moment. Scorch Gorge, Eeltail Alley, Hagglefish Market, Undertow Spillway, Mincemeat Metalworks, Robo Ramen, Bluefin Depot, and last but not least, Marlin Airport. It will be a random stage selection. You cannot repeat the same stage in the same best
It's
of
like
3 matchup.
having another
Now
chance
let's
to
get that
lose is
match order for
still
Group A.
sometimes
Group A
a
from Team
disadvantage.
North
It just
America,
depends on the
Jackpot.
teams.
They'll be taking on the
I don't know
Greasy
how else they
Goblins
could do it more
and
fairly.
Unadon from Korea. For Group B, you have
But
Phantom Thief,
sometimes
Kaiser, and
the way the
Smart
brackets work
Roast
just kind
Chickens
of
that punch their ticket into this
incentivize
16
you to look
championship
at it a certain
just
way.
yesterday. Here's the order. Jackpot versus Greasy Goblins will get things rolling. Then Unadon will take on the Greasy Goblins. It'll wrap up for Group A with Unadon facing off against Jackpot. And so we get to a lot of excitement here, but one of the most exciting things for the team that can win it all, you will be immortalized
skip
with
back
a world
real quick because I didn't see the map
three-way
list,
tie.
and then I'll jump
Unbelievable
forward
action.
again.
Championship Brad wins in each
Turf
set
war
between
first to
each 2
2.
teams. All weapons before. Well,
Oh, is that the whole? Okay, so it's just best of 3 turf war.
Game language will be
All weapons
English
and
and
gear,
voice chat
primary
will
gear
be
abilities only.
on.
Okay, so
let's talk about this
sub
placement
abilities
here
are
of the group
off.
stage.
This
Most
is
points,
Koshin
if
rules,
the points are
basically.
tied, then it's head-to-head. In the case of a 3-way tie, the average ground coverage percentage.
Oh,
for
so
all
painting
matches,
is really
so
heavily
every single
incentivized,
drop
not just
of
because
ink
of win condition, but
certainly matters
also
as you try to find your way to the
in
top
case
of the
of
seeding
tie
pool
break.
here. Robo Ramen, Bluefin.
And so it's turf war on these maps. Ew. Oh god, no. Why? Please help. The rest are kind of okay a little bit. Eeltail is a bit snowbally, but there will be an actual match in the middle at least.
Depot.
Yeah, I don't know.
cannot
If you
repeat the
make a
same
random
Kobe
selection,
from
you can
Team
end
North
up
America.
worse.
Jackpot. They'll be taking on the Greasy Goblins and Unadon from Korea. For Group B, you have Phantom Thief, Kaiser.
Okay, so what this is telling me is that Jackpot and Phantom Thief are the top seeds, with Jackpot being 1, Greasy Goblins being 4. So they're actually seeding Jackpot to win the event, which is
and
kind
the
of what I've
Smart
heard.
Roast Chickens. Here's the order. Jackpot versus Greasy Goblins will get things rolling. Then Unadon will
Wait, they're playing first? Oh no, it's a round robin. It's a round
Greasy
robin.
Goblins. It'll wrap
So this
up
is
a
just
lot
for
of excitement
seeding.
here,
This is
but
just
one
for
of the most
seeding day 2.
exciting tag to be watched
Okay,
as soon as it
that
takes
makes
place
sense.
over.
We'll skip ahead to live.
I would argue the bigger reason, when you respawn with 100% of your special meter. Typically, when you get splatted, you lose to about half of your special meter, maybe a little bit less depending on your gear, but you come back with a full meter when you have that tacticooler, which means you can go forward, you can fight, get splatted, come back, and fire off maybe
Turf
a
war seeding
Trizuka
is
or
fine.
something at
Like,
the opponent's spawn.
I get that this is the mode that the majority of casual players are going to want to play. This is the one that people know Splatoon 4 as, you know, in the majority.
Really
and
maximize
so
those final 30, 45
Nintendo
seconds
have an
of every
interest
single
in
round.
having
Tacticoolers
people see
completely redefine
really good
how the
players
competitive
play Turf
community
War.
typically looks at Turf War. We have all seen
And
what can be
using
done
it
in
to
the last 30
seed,
seconds of Turf
you know,
War, but
that's actually a
try and
pretty
get
good
second
idea
chance.
because
Usually if
in
all
the grand
marbles
scheme of
are on
things, the better
table, you
team
tend
will
to lean
usually
back a
win
little bit,
Turf
play a
War.
little bit more
But even if they
passive.
just randomly
Now with
lose
Tacticooler,
sometimes,
there's no
it's not
excuse.
that
You're
big
not
of a
running
deal.
forward and
It's
trying to push
fine.
the opponent back as you enter those last 30 seconds. You can bet that
Man,
they're going to do
I
it.
love the
It
Greasy
wouldn't
Goblins
surprise me,
pictures.
Jordan,
Like,
if
look
we
at these
saw a
guys.
team
So
run
you've
double
got...
Tacticooler here
Aw,
today
that's
in
a
some of these
smiling
Turf
happy
War
face.
matches.
That's a
It's that
smiling happy
important.
face.
Let's
That's a
talk a little
smiling
bit
happy
more about
face.
Jackpot,
He is
because the
staring
North
into
American
your
scene,
soul.
They have stormed to the top. They have really dominated the competition over the last
Ardino
year and a
has
half,
just
2 years,
got
and
that
their rise
laser
has been a
beam
remarkable
vision.
story.
Well, we
It's
got
beautiful.
to commentate that rise in that last
I
event,
wouldn't
the
want
North
it any
American
other way.
Championship where they
Thank
won.
you so
We
much,
thought,
by the
okay,
way,
is it
for
gonna
the
be them?
gift
Is it gonna
subs.
be
This
Starburst?
10 minutes
We all
ago,
saw what
have I been
Crush
streaming for
did,
10
but
minutes already? Jesus.
That was the moment
But thank
where
you
they
so much,
cemented
Flex
themselves
DJ
as, oh,
13,
we're the top team
for
right
the
now. And
the
then it
5
became
gift
a match
subs.
of
Super
how long
appreciate
can we
it.
stay on top, and they've held that throne.
And thank you for the
pretty
one bit
ironclad, I
star
would
skull
argue here. So
with the
in
pride
their
emote.
mind, this is
Love
it.
to see
This
it.
is the only thing left on their to-do list. They have been prepped for it. They might have more individual comps prepped for these maps and
Well,
modes
Ardino is a
than any
squeezer
of
main.
these other
True,
teams. This
true.
is
They
the
got that
only thing they've
killer
been focusing
instinct.
on since they punched that ticket.
And that's something you really stress, the versatility
Yes.
of Jackpot.
I am
and what they
destroying
can
my
bring in every
hands
single
for
situation,
this
especially with a little
victory.
bit of
We
a
must
randomness
get
we
it.
see in Turf War. Why is that versatility so important in what feels like a meta that, for the most part, is predictable around Tacticooler? Why must you have
Just realized the rep
players
for
that can
NA
use
is a burger.
multiple
Oh, that's
weapons
wonderful.
regardless of what map and mode?
Oh my god,
Well,
is
what
it
was
like
the term that was
bratwurst
used
or
in
something
Kaiser's video,
for
chameleon?
Kaiser because
It's
they're
hard to
German?
fight if you don't know what the
I need to
opponent's
take a
gonna
look
be
next time
bringing
that
to the
shows up on
table,
screen.
And some maps really do favor certain types of weapons, certain specials. And in a game like Splatoon, where you can't customize every single kit, you need to be able to, if you want to bring a specific special, have a weapon that
Nine just
brings
kind
it
of
to the
casually
table.
putting in
And
shots
again,
like you can't
Jackpot,
customize
a
every
team
single
that
kit.
has
We'd
a
really
lot of different weapons
really
there.
like some more
Kaiser, another
options
team
there.
like that.
It'd
It
be
wouldn't
pretty
surprise me
good
if we
if
see a lot
we
of
didn't get
versatility
stuck with-
beyond what was listed in that nice little opening video.
Okay, so
for all of
Jackpot's got
these
the burger.
teams.
They'll be
And
taking
Greasy
on the
Goblins
Greasy
have-
Goblins from Australia
is
and
that
New
cake?
Zealand in this very first Turf War
I
battle.
honestly don't
A
know.
familiar face. You rewind the clock all the way back to 2017 when you and I didn't have lower back pain. And Latias, in what she was able to establish as one of the premier anchors, that championship, we've had a chance to see her continue to carry the banner for
So,
Australia and New Zealand.
Jackpot are going to
This
go
is an
into this
exciting
very
opportunity for
confident.
them because they
Like,
get a chance to face off against some elite competition.
just have
a challenge because of their time zone normally during the rest of the year.
Yeah, I mean,
A
this
lot of
is
practice with a
golden
lot of
opportunity for
incredibly
them here.
good
They have
teams
been at the
all the
top of
time.
Australian Splatoon pretty much since Splatoon 3 came out. And listen, from
And
their
their
perspective,
results speak for
this
it.
is the next step for them. This is finally an opportunity to play here, everyone in the same time zone. You're sitting right next to your opponent. And they've proven that with their strategy of have Latias on that Snipe Rider 5H, build up those tacticoolers.
But yeah, much
next
love for
some
the
of those
Greasy
frontline
Goblins.
players. They believe that they can keep pace with anyone in the world. This meta fits them perfectly. And I would say Jackpot being your first opponent, I mean, you're kind of playing the same type of game here. We might see two very similar comps.
I'm glad you said Snipe Rider because
we'll say it a lot
the
today.
flavor of the week when we first started was the sloshing machine.
Yep.
And things
Oh, you
changed,
should be
but
watching
why is
Koshin
that
Star
Snipe
Skull.
Rider going to be such a valuable weapon for each
Koshin
team?
pushes the meta
We'll
a lot
find out
more
as we
than
get
you'll
set
see
to
in
kick
like
off
NA.
the Splatoon 3 World Championship 2024.
There it
It's
is,
Turf
Dot
War
Q, the
Jackpot
American Ink
versus the
Jetter.
Greasy Goblins. Let's get things rolling. Let's go ahead and check out these
All right.
loadouts. as we get
Interesting.
This match
I-
started. Now,
Jackpot's just
no
playing a very
surprises here from
standard
Jackpot, gonna be
Jackpot
bringing out
comp
that
here. They're
splatter
not
shot
changing
as well
their
as
comp up
those
very much
goonies,
at
but I
all
wanna
for
highlight what Nex is
Turf
playing
War.
here on Greasy Goblins. That is the Reflux 450.
like,
If you've never seen Turf
Greasy
War,
Goblins is
I wouldn't
pulling out the
blame you
Reflux,
because this is the weapon
which is
that
like
you play in Turf
the
War.
meta Turf
It
War
can
weapon.
turf your
It
spawn
is
like
the
no other
highest
weapon, and
painting
it's got
weapon.
some
It has
Tenta
missiles.
that are already coming out.
Missiles
and
are
Tactical
insane,
comes
not
out
just
as well,
because of
too.
their
The team is
utility
juiced
in
up,
fights,
and
but
right
also
now
because they
Madness
paint
just
behind you.
creating a little bit of space.
Like,
and
you
some
target someone
leeway,
and spawn
inking
with
the
those,
turf
and you
up
just
ahead.
get a
You see
whole
the
ton of
right-hand side
paint
your
in the enemy
screen.
spawn
Madness trying to provide a little bit of
for
a path
throwing
for
those
Jared.
out there.
So far, neither team has lost a member 4-4
Yeah,
on
it
the
feels
map,
like
but
Jackpot
down
are
goes
fighting
a
this
member of
like this is an
Jackpot to
objective
get this
mode.
started.
Like
Yeah,
they're trying
Leafy
to break
probably
into the
A-okay
enemy
with
base.
doing that because Jared,
instead
you
of
can
just
see, was
getting
trying to
enough
come
turf
in
and
on
lock
the
out.
other side there, and it appears that Jared
outplay
will
from
make good
Jared.
on that. You can see here on Bluefin Depot, Jordan, it's kind of an awkwardly
So it's
shaped
working
map
so
where
far
you can
for
spend
Jackpot.
a really long time getting your side of
I
the
just
map.
worry
But
that
if
they're
you
going to try
leave
and
one portion
force
of it open
too
here
much
as
of a
Jared
fight
he is happy to sit right here as long
later
as
in
it
the
takes for
game.
the opponent to
Because
go
right now
over
they can
and
fight
get
as
him, and
much
if
as
you
they
try
want,
to
and it
dive to
doesn't
the
matter
middle
'cause this
where
is
you
Turf
can see
War.
Jackpot's already got that under
And
control.
Jared grabs the can
Okay,
and
this-
continues
it's
to
getting
move forward.
dangerous
Early advantage for
when
Jackpot. Minute 50
Goblins
left in this so
can't
far, but
even
9.
hold their
We're starting
top
to see
right
them
up here.
really
Like, this area
make a
should be
living
pretty free
in
for
the
them.
Greasy
Oh
Goblins
my god,
territory.
this zip
Well,
cast
look
is
at this.
insane.
Leafy went down earlier in that exact same scenario there and is already back fighting in the same spot. So this is how they
Yeah.
are going to play
This is
here. I know
working
everybody
because
says
Jackpot
that
are
it
just
can
kind of
feel like
bullying them in
Turf War,
fights.
it's all about those last 30 seconds, but
like,
you got to be able to fight
look
for
at
the
the middle
rest
there.
of the game to give yourself a
That
good
middle
opportunity
is as
entering
dominant
that
as you're
portion
going
of
to
the game.
see on
It's much better to
this
have the
map.
lead going into the final 30
Oh,
seconds as
absolutely.
well.
Oh,
too.
that is
Latias
such an
up on the
annoying
perch,
sprinkler.
trying
I
to find
hate
a
that
little bit of room.
exists.
Raimi advancing forward, throwing a couple of burst bombs, trying to
Why do other
provide
sub-weapons
some
get to have
cover
nice
for their
things?
team as they advance. You saw the Ink Storm not necessarily helping out too much at that moment. Here comes the Crab Tank, but then let's check out Ardino trying to make some advancement into the Jackpot
Okay.
territory.
Yep, the squeezer
Ardino's
here
in
that
some
Ardino
trouble
is running
here.
is one of the
They need some
strongest
paint,
weapons
yeah,
in a lot
they
of modes, but
needed
in
to
Turf
just
War, it
retreat
doesn't
there
do
or
a
something.
great job of
They don't want to be
turfing
going down right
anything.
now.
So
Because even
really
though it's only
comfortable
really the
with
last
that
30
type of
seconds that
weapon here,
matter,
and it
if you can
appears
get a
that the
good
Greasy Goblins
position
did
for
a
those
pretty
last
good
30
job of getting
seconds and
some
win the
control
fight
of the
then.
map,
Oh,
Jordan,
that's
although
huge.
it looks like Madness was
That
able to
lets
take
Jackpot
out Remy
set up
there
on the
with
left
that
side now.
Trizuka, which means that we
They
should
need
see
to
a
get someone
very
over there.
interesting
Okay, they
last
got
minute of
back
the
to
game.
watching.
To your point, Greasy Goblins able to fight back just a little bit more, but it feels like
I'd be a
Jackpot
little
is
careful about
stabilized, and now
going
a
in for
4-3
fights. Okay, we
advantage
get-
for
Cool.
Jackpot
Yeah,
as we near
Jackpot
that
is
30-second mark.
Yeah,
in a
this is
really
big.
powerful
Keep an eye
spot
on the
right
top
now.
of the screen. When will
Greasy
that
Goblins
tactical
need to
come out
force here,
and
and
how
they're
will
gonna
the
be
teams
forcing
move forward? That
into
Jackpot
whatever
is already
specials
coolered
can
up,
be
so
farmed.
watch for them to
There's a
move
cooler,
forward and
there's
attack. They're going to
missiles.
wait out these missiles and then
All they've
simply
got is a
try
zip right
to
now for
buy
Jackpot.
time.
Oh,
A
that's
Crab
'cause
Tank
the
coming
crab's
out
already
as
out.
well.
Okay,
You can see
never mind.
Latias moving up
Yeah, this
on that right
is-
side, trying to take some
Oh,
people
and they're
out
just
with
gonna
some
dive
pot
that
shots.
player,
One
yeah.
swims forward
Dropping
and
down
gets
at this
taken
point
out
is-
by that Trizuka
Oh.
swimming right into it.
Jared went down on
It's
right,
going to be
though.
very difficult for them
They're
to
gonna
work
lose the
their way
right
through
side.
with only
They
10
need- oh, they
seconds
get into
left.
base,
Jackpot
though, and they
seizing the
compensate for that.
moment and moving forward. They are in the
shoot,
opponent's
that's a
spawn,
reflux in
Jordan,
their base.
and what a great play there by the end.
Yeah, too much
I
Jackpot.
think
out the
Jackpot
end,
has
as you
this,
said,
but
Trizuka
that
coming out,
reflux
able to
getting
give
in their
Jackpot
spawn
the clear victory from the Eagles'
does
eye
not
view that we
look
have. And they go ahead and
hot.
take game one. Remember, first 1-2 will pick up the victory in this Group A stage
Yeah,
play.
okay.
51%.
It was probably
going to
be Jackpot.
Give
But
some
like,
credit
if they
to
let that
Greasy
go on for
Goblins.
another
They're able to
5
balance
seconds, they
things out
probably
for just
lose.
a little bit. But it's Jackpot that wins game
Reflux
one
is
thanks to that
spooky.
last push, courtesy that Trizuka.
Yeah, that Trizuka getting the shot, and then
It was honestly a really good
at the right
attempt there
time
at the end
Bluefin
from
Depot
Goblins,
does have those
but,
elevators
like,
there that you can move
Jackpot's
forward with
just
and
winning
attack
every
the opponent.
fight.
And listen,
Goblins
folks,
are
if you
literally only
arguing,
getting the
there's a
space.
lot
The
to keep
Jackpot
track of
decides
in
not
game
to fight
of
over.
Splatoon. So to not note when that elevator is coming up and carrying someone who wishes poor things upon you, it can be understood. But when we talk about entering that
Jackpot
last
usually
30
runs
seconds
Katana.
and
Leafy
being set up
runs
properly for it,
Stamper a lot.
That's what it looks
It's
like. They
not
had
her
control
only
of a
weapon,
solid spot
but
on the
she,
center. Once they were tactical or up, they
does
took down
spend a
one
lot
of
of
the
time
frontliners
playing
for
it.
Greasy Goblins. That was the opportunity to move
She'll run
forward,
Stamper,
take
she'll
out
run
Latias
Not.
in the
Those are
walls,
the main
cave
things that we tend to
What's
see her
interesting
on,
is
but she's
with
also
Turf War,
played short-range
you have
shooters
to keep
before.
the
Like,
entire
she's still one of the
map in mind
best
for
on
the
Earth
most
on
part,
a
because at the end of the
52
day,
Galler shot or
you
something.
realize when you're playing some of these other Anarchy battle modes, there's a central common Goblin.
But I like her on
whether it is
Stamper
the
because
tower,
I think
whether
on
it
like
is
the short range
the
shooters, she
Rainmaker
tends to be
field
like a little
going
too
after.
aggressive, whereas
Here,
the
you
Stamper
gotta
lets her
keep
use
every single
range,
inch of the map in
and
mind.
so
That's
she
a
can
lot
still
to
be like
process at that moment.
applying
Yeah,
pressure and
you
being
almost
as
have
aggressive
to
as she
boil it
wants
down
to,
just a
but
few
she doesn't
major
overcommit
areas here.
because
Oftentimes
she's
you'll
got
have
the
at
range
least
and she
one
can
or two
always
weapons
like
that's
notice that
main
things are
job
going
is to
south and
turf
back up.
everything, and really you don't want to be the one
That's
fighting,
my
right?
take
So
anyway.
you go out and
And
fight. I'll
I'm
go
not
ahead
her
and
coach
turf.
or
But
anything like
Jackpot,
that.
The comp that they were running right there had a little bit of both. You saw they weren't really running that reflex.
Pro Chara
so
playing.
That's a
I'm
weapon that
never
would mostly
sure
be out there
whether
turfing.
that's
They ran a lot of
troll or
shooters,
not. There's
they
only
ran
one
those
NA
dualies.
representative
They're gonna
here,
find
and
a way
it's
to make sure
Jackpot.
that every weapon can perform that role if need be on a moment's notice.
And obviously, for all these players, there are some nerves when you get to this point. You're battling potential jet lag. It's just
This is the World
gravity at the
Championship,
moment.
so they
And
took one
sometimes you
team
just
from
need
each
to get through
region,
that first
and
game just to get the nerves to
so
calm down. Take that
Chara's
first breath,
probably
as they like to
streaming
say,
too, right? Chara's
and all of a
probably
sudden
also
you
doing a watch
find
party
some
or something like that.
stabilization and feel a little bit more like yourself.
Yeah, and I think
Oh,
for the
Tents
Greasy
too. I
Goblins,
forgot about
too,
that.
since
Yeah,
we talked a lot
if
about
they're gonna
Jackpot
run
there, I
Tent,
think
it's gonna
there's
be
a
on
lot to
Leafy.
build on there for the Greasy Goblins. And I would say maybe that middle minute of the game, they
no
won just enough
sub-slots. Does
fights
everyone
that they
just
got
run
themselves
LDE
back into the
movements
center
and
of the
maybe
map. They got
SCU?
caught by a Trizuka. It happens. The Trizuka is
It's
very
probably
powerful
weapon
special
dependent.
Here. You can't really
'Cause,
react
like,
to it if you're too close to it.
There's
You just
some
hear that
things
sound
that
and
a
hope
lot
it
of
doesn't
weapons
hit
would
you.
use subs to
But
shore
I
up.
think if that's how that game
That they
ended,
use
Bluefin
subs to
Depot,
make
a
up
little bit of
for
an
if they
awkward
can't
map.
use them on the
Maybe you're not
mains.
familiar with how
So
that
you
works
have to
on
shuffle
turf,
your
or
build around a little
you
bit.
feel like you kept pace. You could fight with Jackpot, and there's not a whole lot of teams that can say that.
Well, what's interesting is everybody knows the game mode, but the map is going to be random every single time. And at that
Kermit?
point,
What about Kermit?
how do you predetermine your loadout? Are you going to
I'm not Cactus. I don't have a Kermit meme.
or keep it pretty stationary for the remainder of
No
this
Chara
round?
stream? Oh, okay.
Because you don't know what you're going to see coming up in the next game.
Yeah, it's an interesting question
Tent
because
on
I
turf
think
is an
part of that
interesting idea.
depends, of
Yeah,
course,
I don't
on
know.
your roster, who you've got there, and I think part
Well,
of it
okay.
also sort
If
of
it's
depends
mincemeat,
on,
then absolutely yes, Tent on turf.
do we want to find the perfect
Like,
composition?
there are definitely some maps
now,
where you look at it
here
and you're
on
like,
this
oh yes,
stage,
please
or
do.
we just go with what works? And I think in a
it depends
lot
on
of
what gets
times,
picked.
Splatoon is a game where you don't have
I
the
wish I
opportunity to always
remembered
get the right answer.
how
But
the
if you've
maps were
got,
chosen.
We'll call it an 8 out of 10
We saw the
answer
map pool, but
that
I don't
is
know
8
if
out of
they're
10 for
like
most things. You're just gonna ride that all the way through.
Counter
Perfection
picks
will
or
not
what?
come, my friend.
Worked for me in school, 9. I'll tell you that much. That 8 out of 10, hey, you get the degree still.
Char
That's all
doesn't
that
wanna bother
matters.
with
If
Turf
he gets
War.
that,
I mean,
for
there's
the second
probably
game
that
of
too.
Turf War, Jackpot
Okay,
trying to
Eeltail.
take care of business.
What's going on? That's
against the
Coyote. This
Greasy
is the
Goblins to
World
pick up that
Championships
first win.
preliminaries.
Greasy Goblins trying to
They're doing a
force
round robin
game 3.
between
Let's go ahead and set
Jackpot,
the
Greasy
table here,
Goblins,
9.
and Unadon.
Yeah, well, taking a look right now, it does appear
for
that Jackpot
who gets
has
the top
brought out
seeds
that
going into
reflux
day
here.
2,
So,
which is the
our
elimination
conversation, what were they switching to? What were they changing to? That appeared to have been a map where they
And
didn't
it's
want to
gonna
bring
be
it
best
out
of 3
because
turf
now
war, it looks like.
that turfing monster is
the way
out
through.
here. So going to see a lot
Jackpot
of the
won
same
game
from the other
1.
6 players.
They're winning
Early
pretty much
on,
every
Leafy trying
fight.
to advance forward with
They
that
actually did bring out a
Platana.
reflex here.
Leafy finding a little bit of cover, just inking
Which
some turf
it
at
would
the
be
moment.
kind of insane
Early
not to try
tactic
and run
cooler
it here.
comes
Like,
out, as
missiles
well as a
are
crab
so good
tank.
on this map.
Yep, the crab tank always here, no matter what.
This
And
is a
actually
nasty
was able
crab
to
tank
find Jared
spot,
on
though.
that side, but Jared is going to jump right away there. Another nice benefit.
I don't
of that
disagree with
tactical
Remy
to simply
actually
jump all the
dropping
way
off
back
there to go for
and
the
make
pick,
sure that
because like the
nothing
crab's
bad
about to run that
happens
out
to
of
you.
you
And now look
anyway,
at this.
so they weren't
Jared
gonna get
takes
a lot
one
of
out.
value from staying
Another
up.
out, moving all the way forward here. Poor Nex is going to get way out of there to try to jump away,
Wow.
but Jared is still moving forward.
They're
and
still
attacking. He's trying
tracking
to
that
chase down
all the
that
way
last
around.
member. Please tell me they jumped away. It appears that they did.
That's that sort
Jared,
of thing where you
3
know the right
straight
call
splats
outs.
to give Jackpot the control, then pops into the crab tank. It's a seafood buffet at the moment as you see Jared continuing to move some more ground for the forces to move forward. Jackpot's sizable lead. Plenty of time left here. Let's see if the Greasy Goblins can bounce back. They get a splat. They get a momentary.
This is basically
4-3
how it was
advantage.
going
Look at
on
the
the
bottom
previous
of your
map, but on the
screen,
previous
Ardino
map,
trying to advance forward, making
Goblins
up a little
had
bit more ground.
the
Latias
other side of
pushing
the map,
forward
the
at
weak
that
side of the
anchor
map
spot.
to
That's
play.
huge as
Oh,
Latias
we need
gets
to
a chance
stop
to advance.
feeding
They
a
take
little
down
bit
2
here.
members.
Let's
of
chill.
Jackpot.
They do take down 2 members, but I want everybody
but,
to take special note at how
they
much
would kind
yellow
of,
is
like,
still on the side of the
be
map
able to
of
go
the
one
Greasy
direction
Goblins.
when
It's another
Jackpot was fighting
advantage
the together.
of when you push
But
that bar
Eeltail is
onto your
not
opponent's side of the map.
that
I know
wide.
it's still early in the
You
game,
can't
but
do
it's going
that
to
on
take them a
Eeltail.
long time if they want to get that
You just
looking
have to win.
very clean. I don't think that that's
And
going to be what
so
they're doing. They've already set
They
to move
lose
forward.
fights.
Well, it's really
they're
hard
just going to
now
end
because
up with
you
like
not only have to push
leafy
them back, you don't have
casting
time
all the way into
to
their
eat your own
base.
turf. You have to quickly move forward. You're going to have to
One
maybe
of the things
scoop
you
up some
see from
precious
like
seconds,
Horatio
or you don't want to
and a
spawn
lot
to
of
pick up
other
some of that.
top
But Ardino gets
Japanese
another splat on Jared, and
snipers.
all of a
Oh my
sudden,
God, they're being really
Greasy
sloppy here. They
Goblin's
need to
starting to
stop getting
take
picked like
control.
this.
Well, I said earlier here that the squeezer is
That happens
not
at the
a
wrong
weapon
time,
that does
they
a
just
great
lose
job
the
of
game
turfing, but one
straight
thing
up.
it does a fantastic job of is exactly that.
Okay, they've got a
Fighting
crab out.
forward, a
They get
great
a pick,
midline
two
weapon,
down.
but just like that,
It's
Jackpot
fine
moves
that they get
forward.
Leafy
and
goes
takes
down if they
two,
get Remy,
now
which they
three
do.
out there on the back of
All right.
Jared's crab.
That was the fight that
once
they kind of
again,
needed to win.
Entering the last 45
And
seconds of the
now
game, Jordan.
it's
that's gonna be
Jackpot's
big.
game to
They're gonna
lose.
get
They
set
really don't
comes
have
up
to
just
dive
like in the last
at all.
game.
A
And I
huge
hope they
splat
don't.
on Latias. They
But
drop the
okay,
anchor, and all
they're
of a
getting
sudden
missiles,
you've
and they're gonna
got
have
to
those ready for this fight.
retreat for the Greasy Goblins. That plays right into the hands of Jackpot. They're trying to get triple sevens and pick up this next victory to get the win in this series. We now have under 30 seconds left here, 9, and Jackpot right
but they're
where
not
they
pushing in
want
with
to
these
be
missiles.
to close
They don't
out
have anyone
this
to go in
game.
with them.
Eeltail Alley is a really big map. It's going to be
Remy
a
going
lot
down
to
there is
get
actually
into with
huge.
Remy going down
That's
already.
their biggest
That's
painting
big.
weapon
You
besides
can
the
see the other
reflex.
members push back there. They're all bunched up together. Jordan, I don't know how they're going to break out.
Jackpot, 10 seconds left. They have got the Tacticooler rolling. They are moving forward, making up plenty of ground. All four members, it's
over.
a near
Jackpot wins.
wipeout. Jackpot going to cruise to a second victory, and they pick up
That was
the
well played by the
opening round
Goblins. Like,
win
they
in
got a
Group
couple
You
of
see the
good
jubilation
picks.
on the left-hand side
And
of your
there were a couple of
screen.
moments where I was
They
like,
come out and
okay,
make
come
an
on, chill,
absolute
Jackpot. You
statement. 9,
don't need to not go down there.
64.1%, and Jackpot
When they needed to win
dominant
the fights,
to
when
get
they were
this
calling them
championship
out,
started.
it worked.
Yeah, Turf War, a mode where it's
I just
not
hope they don't get
easy
used to
be
be- oh,
consistent
Doc, you was
over
sleepy.
and over and over again. But they've done such
I
a
hope
great
that
job, never letting the game really get away
don't.
from
I'm
them
imagining
either.
that's a jet
they
lag
fought
thing.
hard, and you know, I think it's nice when you can come into an event like this. You
But,
know that you're one of the presumptive favorites here. Just do what you're supposed to do, right? Do what the billing.
I hope
is
that they
listed
don't get
for you
used
as,
to
which
being
is,
able
hey,
to just
you've
like
been dominant
steamroll
against everyone
everybody.
that's gone at
Because
you
there are
here.
definitely some teams
Do it
here
again
that they
here.
can't
Don't
just
don't
like
sit back. Don't try
haphazardly
anything.
throw a
Don't
zip
get cute.
caster
Just win.
solo
Just
into their
dominate.
base and
And that's
expect
what
to
they
win
did.
with.
And what's scary is they got better in the second game.
But, like,
It
the
wasn't
Zip
even close down
Caster
the stretch, and they're going to take their
can
hits.
be
They're gonna
really
take their
nasty in
lumps. They're gonna
Turf War
get splatted
specifically
every
because
once
it
in a
can get
while. They're not
into
invincible, but
space
when
that
they
like the
do,
enemy team
it
has
just
very
feels like
thoroughly
they
painted,
learn what you're
so
trying
that
to do
every
mid-game,
droplet of paint
and
that
then
you
all of a
put
sudden
down
they find
is
exactly where they need to
taking
go. And if you
the
can't play
paint
a
away
full
from them
flawless
and
3
giving it
minutes,
to
you're
you.
gonna
You know,
struggle against
that's
Jackpot.
your high
We're so
value
mechanically
paint, but
gifted
it's
there. You
usually
all saw at the
riskier.
beginning of that game what Jared is capable of doing
cosplaying as Flyfish.
single-handedly. Then there's 4 of them, right? As if it wasn't enough.
Yeah,
This
it's
is
either
why they've
Q is
been able
sleepy
to get
because of
so
jet lag
far
or from
in the world
playing
of Splatoon,
the,
where they've been able to get all the way to the top.
weapon that
all
she
of
has
their
to play.
players are mechanically gifted enough to make those types
That's
of
also
moments
a
happen for
possibility.
themselves. They play off each other, as they said earlier, almost instinctively. Like I said, folks, there's no almost about the way that Jackpot does things. If they see that there's a call to be made, if they see an opening, they take it and they
Not
ask
expect
questions
top
later.
level turf to have free flux.
So a
Oh no,
dominant
that's totally a part of
performance
it.
by
Like,
Jackpot, many people
so
feel they are the
Turf
favorite
War
coming into
is
this
where
championship. Greasy
it really
Goblins, though,
matters
get a
to
chance
paint
to
every
pick up
little
a win
scrap
here as they match
of
up
your
against
base and stuff,
Unadon, and
'cause that
when
all
you
counts
look
for
at
points.
Unadon, this team from
And
Korea
ideally what you're
that
trying
has
to
a couple
do
of unorthodox
is
weapons.
get your
What
base
makes them so
painted
special? You were
pretty early
noticing
on, as
from the
quickly as you
Barellas that
can.
they're using.
Yeah,
so
the
that
Tentacerella
you don't
Bella
have to
and
go
the
back for
Tentabrella,
it
'cause I know both
in the
variants
later
are
phases of
in
the
play
game
for this from,
when
their
you need to be
player.
jockeying for
It's
control
one of the
over
few
mid.
really
Like, you want to
centralized
have all of
weapons
that
in a
set
cup where
behind you
you would say this
so
is a
that you,
Tentabrella cup
like
position,
later in the
because you
game
really do
when
have to alter
the
how you
major
play
deciding fight is
around
breaking
that
out,
weapon. You throw out
you're
that
not at a
big
point
canopy,
disadvantage.
Put it in front of everybody else. and
But
you don't know
at the
if
end
you're
there,
opponent
you know,
of that
the reflux
Tentabrella,
wants to
what
get
is
one
coming
set of missiles
alongside
for that
threat.
final fight.
Big looming shield that is
And
moving at
if there's
you. Are there
anything
2
left in the
players
base to
behind it?
clean
Are
up,
there
they want to
3
do
players
it
behind
there, so it
Are
makes
there no
sense for them to be
players
sitting
behind it?
back
They've
and
been
playing
moving
really, really
around.
passively.
So how much
while
do you
Jackpot
focus
keeps
on
the
that
rest of them
weapon?
busy up front.
Really, will we even see it in Turf War? I think is a fair question that these players are probably asking themselves.
That is a good question because it's one of those weapons
Tail
that's
is big, it's
more
just so linear you forget it's big.
objective-based. You're thinking
Kinda,
about map,
I don't know. It's still
mode,
very skinny
specifically. How do
by
I
the
utilize
standards of
that
a
for
Splatoon
Turf
map.
War, where you
Like,
have the randomness
sure,
of
it's
the map
long,
and where you're going to be
but
at.
I think that
You're right, it
disguises
might
how
be a
skinny it
situation where
actually
maybe
is.
You keep the camping gear to the side until you get to the anarchy
Like, compare it
battles,
to the
you
width
go
of
with something that's
Mahi,
a
and I
little bit
don't
more
honestly
efficient
think
in
it's
just
that
keeping
much
the ground.
wider.
Yeah, and that's one of the nice
I'm
things
gonna
about
go
playing
into
a tournament that has
recon
all
mode and see if I'm
right,
right
is 'cause
about
it
that.
gives the opportunity
But I'm
for
pretty
every
sure
part of a
it's
weapons
like
kit
pretty
to either
skinny,
be utilized,
and then it
or
just looks
maybe
bigger
you
because
don't
of
like it
how
on that
long it
specific
is.
thing, but you know it'll be back later, and when you have
Turf and comp seems so
5
weird.
game
Yeah, I
modes
mean,
like
there
we
is a
do
win
in
condition,
Splatoon
and
3
like it
a
does
whole
take
lot
skill
of
to
weapons
accomplish it. It's just
alongside that,
very
it
different
really is a joy to see what these
from
teams
the objective
And that's the
modes.
exciting part, and we're going to see a lot of highly talented play here. And it goes back to the question again:
Eel
when
tail.
everybody's great, how does one team?
I'm gonna
be
do a
even
really
greater? I
rough,
think we
just
saw
like
that
I'm
with
counting
Jackpot.
how
The
long it takes me to
consistency.
swim
You're the
across the
Greasy
widest
Goblins.
point of
You're
Eel
facing
tail.
one of the strongest teams to get this tournament started. Now you get a chance to maybe regroup.
I won't
and
switch
you're
over
going
to,
against
like, my
Unadon, and maybe
view.
you feel a little bit more
We'll keep it on
confident that the
the-
slate is clean.
the screen
and now
here.
you get a chance to try and pick up an important point.
But
Yeah, and I think the other side of it too is you're really
pulling an
not sure
all-nighter.
what
Yeah,
you're
it's not
get
going to be an
out of it.
all-nighter. They're going to be done by
The
like
Korean
3
scene,
a.m.
for
or
those who
something.
maybe aren't as familiar with Splatoon.
It's not too far from when I
It's
usually
not
go
one
to bed.
that typically competes in a lot of community
Okay, here we
events
go.
here.
So
Unadon
widest
and
point
the
in mid,
players they're in.
I'm just going to paint it
This
all
is
the
gonna
way
be an
up.
opportunity for them
and
to
then
kind
I
of
will
prove
count how
that
long
they
it takes for
belong
me to
on this
go
stage,
there.
that the Korean Splatoon scene
Actually, I've got a
can compete
stopwatch
with some
on
of
my
these other
phone,
scenes as
which
well.
is right
So if
here,
you are
so
the
that's
Greasy
convenient.
Goblins,
We'll
this
use
is one
that.
where you're going to kind of have to learn as you go along too. You're not really sure what these players can bring to the table.
Yeah, the couple of world championships
Okay.
that we've called, it's always been North America, Australia, New Zealand. It's been Japan, and then a team from Europe. And this is the first time that
three,
we're going to have representatives
2,
from Korea, from
1.
Taiwan, and
Swim?
we're starting to see that player base get even wider, and that's going to bring some more excitement. But I think
'Kay.
what you really like to see is that it's
Probably
not just
like-
everybody copying the same play style.
I stopped
We're
it
gonna see different
slightly
weapons,
late,
different
but it was
loadouts,
probably
different
like 3
strategies.
1/4
It begins
seconds
with
to
Unadon,
swim
and
all the
that
way
brings a lot of
across.
excitement and
And now let's see what it
experimentation
is on
to a game in which
Mahi.
there's no clear meta sometimes. Obviously, it's been heavy with Tacticooler, it's
3
been
a.m.
heavy
what
with the
time
Sniper
zone?
Rider, but
I'm on
there's
Central.
a lot of room for other weapons to still shine.
Yeah, I mean, really, Splatoon is a game of these kind of core ideas that you can work with different maps or different modes. How you get to that core idea is sort of up to you.
I'm not
There
even
will
going to
almost
count the
always
islands.
be
I'm
a
just going to swim
conventionally strong
across
option. That's
mid
simply how these
without
things
including
work.
the
But
islands.
really, as long as you can check all the boxes off with your composition and with your players, you're generally going to be okay.
So
But whatever
3
your plan
1/4
is, it's got to be fast.
versus on
That's
Mahi.
really the piece that is Splatoon, regardless of the meta.
Well, it's interesting because there have been differences in every
It's
version
almost
of
exactly the
Splatoon,
same.
Whether it was
Like,
OG
Mahi
Splatoon, which
is
listen,
actually
had a
wider
wonderful
than
run,
Eel
and I
Tail
know
if you
so
include
many
the
of us had a
islands.
chance to play before the servers closed down. It was a wonderful memory. And then
Which is
Splatoon
crazy,
2,
'cause
now
Mahi
Splatoon
is too
3,
small.
Splatoon 3, speed is the name of the game here.
Yep, like I said, whatever your
Eel
plan
Tail
is,
is not
it needs to be quick. You cannot
big
simply
in every
sit back
dimension.
and
It's
build
only
up
big
2 or
in
3
the
specials
length.
over the course of the game, like you might have in a game like Splatoon 2, where you had these long global specials. You simply can't do that now. If you take that long, someone,
Viper Deco
be it
does
a
the
Sultana
same thing.
Stamper, or one
Same
of these
thing
other
as
weapons
what,
that
but
are
better.
fantastic at fighting, they're
The
gonna attack
reflux
cooler
paints
up. They're gonna
so
move
much
forward.
better
They're
than the
gonna
Viper
fight you,
Deco.
and all of that time you spent diligently getting set up, well, you've just wasted 15 seconds of gameplay. Why did you give that gift to the opponent?
Better than
and
what?
so
What are we
there's
comparing
an
here? I
element
missed
of
the
versatility
conversation.
that comps need to be able to have in order to keep that fate.
Yeah, I really don't miss Stingray at spawn for the most part. That was a bit of my nightmare here in Splatoon 2. But with Splatoon 3, as we continue to move forward, so much of it is speed, claiming some territory, and every single stage for the most part has an area where everybody wants to congregate
Viper Deco
and
better
go tentacle to tentacle. How do you push past that?
CDS?
We're going to get our first look
I mean, they
here
have
between
different specials,
Unadon
too.
and the Greasy
Okay, let's
Goblins.
see here.
Greasy
What do we
Goblin
got?
trying to bounce back. Unadon, Korea, first ever appearance in these World
Unadon,
Championships.
they are
Time to
running
make
the same
a
comps.
splash.
So
Should be fun here. It appears
Wait,
that
what?
Shino has indeed brought out that Tentacruel there, and then Tiefin going to be on
I was
those
misinformed.
Apple
I was
dueling
told
bows.
that
is
they,
not
like,
a weapon that you are going to see
my translator
a
was
whole
very
lot of people
confident
run there. It's a weapon
that
that can
Kuyo
really be difficult
was
if you
the
let it
Dapples
get
player.
into your back
And it looks
line.
like that's not the
Otherwise,
case.
though,
Looks
you
like they
typically
actually
do
had
a
it
pretty
right.
good job of keeping it away, given that it doesn't have that much range.
Well,
And you
now
see
I've got a
Shino
tweet to delete.
super jumping back, and now a 1-2 attack from the rear, and then 2 other players moving forward. They're trying to cover as much of this
So
map
that
as they
means
possibly
it's
can.
understandable
You saw
that they
got
like
maybe a little
got
bit
it wrong in the
separated
first
there, the
place
frontliners
because like
from Shino, and
somebody
that's
else
really
had the
one
idea
time
that it
that
was
Tentacruel is a little bit of a
Kuyo
liability because it's not
that would
it
be
can
on the
get over there
Dapples.
and assist its teammates very quickly. It likes to be the thing that controls them and slows
All
it
right,
down, as we
well,
see in Inkvac.
very
on the
similar
other
comp at
side
any
there,
rate. They're
take
running
one down and almost
tens
take
and
another one
Dapples
down as
and
well.
trying to
Artino
like
hanging
get
on
attention
for
with
dear
the tents
life
so
and
that
is
the
able to escape.
Dapples
Yeah,
or someone
Artino,
can go in
sometimes
and
the best
get picks.
defense is just to get out of there, able to retreat and stay alive.
But,
Latia's trying to provide a little
Goblins
bit
are
of support
much
from
more of a
behind.
zoning
Booyah
comp.
comes out
They're more
on
about
the right-hand
like,
side
let's
of your
get picks
map.
from
and
really
so
far
far,
away and take
Unadon
really safe
has really
fights.
built a little bit of a wall that the Greasy Goblins can't push past on this map.
Yeah, something interesting to note about the Greasy Goblins composition is that they don't have a lot of bombs. The splat bomb, the suction
Computers
bomb,
dunking on
things that can
Stingray,
do a
as
lot
they
of
should.
damage to that Tentabrella shield very quickly. They aren't really kitted out with that, which means that anytime that Tentabrella shield comes forward, they have to be a little bit more deliberate
fight there
about
from
getting
the
rid of it and
Goblins,
any
and they get
threat
out
that is
super
behind
clean.
it. So keep an eye on that for the second half of this game.
Got
But for now, it appears the
Latias
Greasy
set up in
Goblins
mid,
have
which is going to make it
stabilized.
difficult for people to
Crab
move
tank
in.
coming out to
Although
lead
with
the
the
way
tents,
for the Greasy
especially on
Goblins.
this map,
Remy able to
you're never
advance
totally
forward just a little bit
out,
more,
'cause you
trying
can
to
always
use those
just
burst
force.
bombs, a little bit of safe encroachment. Both teams lose a member, 3-3. It's a trade with 1:12 left. All
But if
of
they
a
can get
sudden,
Ardino
though,
on
Greasy
the tent
Goblins,
player,
midpoint
that's
of
a
the
tough
game. This is
matchup.
when they seem to shine. Can they hang
Oh,
on to it, though,
Ardino
as
goes down
Unadon
here,
starts to
actually.
move forward?
Yeah, they've actually done a really nice job. I love that they went to the middle of the map there. You saw Shino didn't move forward until somebody else was up there to assist. And as we enter the last minute of the game, Jordan, Unadon is in a great position.
So
And look at
missiles
the
go
top
out,
of the
but there's
screen.
like no
They have
follow-up on
3
these missiles at
specials
all.
ready to use whenever they
They're
would
not
like.
going to do
And they're saving
anything.
them for the final
except for
45
getting
seconds
information, I
in
guess.
this game. Crab Tank
So I
comes
guess it
out.
depends
That's
on if
one
they
of
can
them.
use that.
Inkbat comes out as well, too. That's
Vac is
2 of
out
them.
kind of
Can the Greasy
early?
Goblins survive
I
this
guess if they win the
onslaught?
fight, it
So
matters.
far, they're staying alive, which is critical, and they tacticooler up with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, I just now have noticed here that Unadon is not running a tacticooler at all. So them going in and fighting right here, there's a little bit of risk associated with it. But Shino hits an
They get
incredible shot
Ardino.
onto Remry right there. Would love to find another
Goblins
one
are
there
not
under the
finding
reflex.
a coordinated
Instead,
fight.
pulls out that shield. Now goes and takes out next. That's another one of their big turf pursuits taken out. Jumps back into the middle of the map. They're
Feels
in
like Korea's
incredible
got this
position.
one.
Unadon
Oh,
dropping
especially
the
with
hammer in the
the,
final 15 seconds, able to
reflex
advance
being
forward.
out.
Ink back and Booyah Bomb to close this out. They're trying to take game 1 in style, and they do. Unadon, an impressive debut in this World Championship.
We'll see what Judd has to say here at the end of the game. There was one player for the Greasy Goblins who got in the middle of the map there and made it a little interesting, but just an incredible show there from Unadon, noting no tacticooler in Turf War. They went forward and fought, and Shino absolutely living up to the billing on that Tentarella. Got the critical splats there, as you always say, to open that game up for them and really set themselves up for success at the very end.
And that's what was so impressive. Unadon, some clean fighting against the juiced-up Greasy Goblins down this stretch. They got a lot of one-on-one picks that were critical for them to take control and momentum as the clock was winding down.
Yeah, great showing there. We wondered, okay, what can this team that we're a little less familiar with, from a scene that we're a little less familiar with, showcase against one of the established titans of their respective region?
I'm deleting the
what
tweets.
more could you ask for than a game
I'm owning
like
up
that
to my
start it off?
mistakes.
It really speaks to how mechanical and technically sound they are, because you don't beat tacticoolers one-on-one when you don't have anything flowing through the veins at that point to make sure that you can match them in the speed, their ability to fire. They did a remarkable job of finding their angles, finding their corners, and getting some of those picks, and that was the difference in that game.
Yeah, and knowing when to take the risks, when to move forward and fight, and just being confident in it. And one thing to note is that mechanical skill always travels, right? Defense always travels in some of these other games. Listen, if you can win a fight when you're in a slight disadvantage here,
Yeah,
simply
Jackpot
by proper
beats
aim, proper mechanics,
Goblins. Jackpot has yet
that's
to
gonna
play
work no matter
Unadon.
what, okay?
It's a
Obviously,
round
there's a lot
robin
more
in this
to it
group,
than that, but
so
I say all
it's
this
going
to
to
say
be
that even if
Jackpot
it's
playing
a
both
team or a
Unadon
game
and the
you're a little
Goblins,
less
and right now it's
familiar
Unadon
with,
versus
just understand
Goblins.
that they're going to find a way to get things done. They're going to execute properly in those moments. And now,
So-
if you're the Greasy Goblins here, you've got to really do a little soul searching here and wonder if just we had that game and it
I
got
think,
away from
like,
us, or if you really need to opt for a
Goblins,
change.
it's
Well,
not
what
like
I've
they don't have the
noticed in
tools
their
to
3
combat the
games so
comp.
far for the Greasy Goblins,
They just
they have
need
not
Ardino
taken
to end
advantage
up
of a great
on
start.
top of
They've
the
always
tent.
been trying to fight
It
from
felt like-
behind, and we talk about midway point of this
Because
game.
what you
they're
do is
starting
you
to
just
come
block
back.
the tent
You
shield,
wanna
and
see the
now it
Greasy
has
Goblins
nothing,
probably
and you
get
have
out to
range
a
on
great
everything
start and
on
put the
their
pressure on
team.
their opponent to begin with,
But
instead
like
of
every
being
time
on their
it went
back
in, it
heels
felt
for
like
most of
the
match.
squeezer
and
wasn't
it's rough
watching.
when
Like we didn't
2/3
see
of your games
the
have been
splash
against
wall play
Jackpot.
come
You
in.
can make a lot of teams look like that, but you know it stands to reason. Again, in a mode
Either
like
that or you
Turf
need to
War here,
run
you
some
do wanna set
AoE,
yourself
but
up
they
properly
don't seem
to
to
get the
have
right
been
fights,
doing
and
that.
you
They've
pick your
been playing a
targets,
lot of
the order
shooters, a lot
operations.
of
Where
like
are the best
straight line
turfers
weapons.
on the opposing team there? When Shino
Like,
moved forward and was able to take out the
when they had
reflux
Link
in that
on
last
their
game, that was the
roster,
moment where you said, okay,
Link was playing
that's their
buckets.
shooter out of the way, that's their
And
reflex
that
out
would
of
have
the way.
given them
They don't
another
have
option
anything left
against the
that can
tent.
turf. Even if we lose some fights, there's not going to be enough time left.
But
And that's so critical as far as
as it
who
is,
you
I think they
splat
kind of just need that
sometimes in these
splash wall play to happen
situations,
more
because
often.
If you're taking out the main players,
And
that it's
they
their
need
job
someone helping
to ink
Ardino
the
so
ground, well,
Ardino doesn't
you're
get
gonna give yourself a
isolated.
huge advantage. Sometimes there's only so much that you can do as an anchor player, but as soon as somebody starts to crowd you, you're more so concerned about getting those picks rather than providing that anchor support. That's why during those final 30 seconds, whether you have Tacticooler or not, Nine, it's so important just to stay around. Make sure you're not getting splatted, sent back to spawn. What can you do? Every little bit helps. Every little drop of ink that you can contribute.
Oh,
whether it's a 1v1
round
or
robin
2v1,
turf proceeds into
that
what?
is critical. I
They're
think that's what the
going to
Greasy Goblins
have
to
a
make
bracket
sure that they do
with
this next
just
game
a
is
16
not go
bracket
down
that
in
looks
those
like it's
final
going to be
30
single
seconds.
limb.
Yeah, and it's not easy when the opposing team is forcing the issue there, getting
So
into spots.
each
And we didn't really
group
talk about that
for round
last
robin
map.
pools is
Undertow
one side of the
Spillway
bracket. There are
is-
3 teams
it's
on
a
each
map
side
where
of the
you can
bracket.
get segmented off
And the
from
top
more
seed gets a bye, so they don't have to play
kind of a defining feature
the
of a lot
2
of
versus
Splatoon
3
3
seed
maps, where there's
match.
sort of
They
these
just get to skip
choke
ahead to
points
play the
and these
winner of
points
those
no
2.
return, where once you drop down to go ahead and take a fight with an opponent, you don't really have an easy way to get back up onto your side. Unadon picked the right moments to attack those positions. They were rewarded for it, but here on Hagglefish, well, man, there are lots of avenues to get everywhere.
I like to see
Let's do
the
some shopping
laughing
at the
between,
market here.
Max and
Unadon trying to pick up
Latias.
the Game 2 victory. Greasy Goblins
Not
trying
letting
to
it
force
get
a
to them
Game
too much.
3 as we head to the middle of the map. Let's go ahead and check out the loadouts. Any surprises here for you, 9?
Not a one here on the
So
side
you'll
of
see,
Unadon.
like,
If
there
you were
is
going to
a
run
player that is
Tacticooler
just
on that
sitting
last
in
map,
base
you're
and very
certainly not
thoroughly
gonna worry
painting
about
base.
it here. And for the Greasy
And
Goblins,
then
they've
they're
opted to
sending
bring out the
others
same
to mid to
composition once
contest
again.
for mid.
And already you see Shino with that
So I guess
umbrella
they're
just
using the
covering up
crab to go
so
through
much
the tent.
ground, and
That's
we
not
wondered
a
if it was going
bad
to work in Turf
option.
War. So far, it's getting it done. Tacticooler comes out.
Nice.
Raimi with a nice splat against
All right, so
Typhon.
good start.
Already, we're starting to see a better start from the Greasy
Yeah,
Goblins.
they
This is
really
kind of how it opened up
overstayed
the
on
last
the
time, too.
tent
You saw
shield
that
there.
Tiefin was moved up there with
That
those
was
Dapple Doolies
already
and
really
was simply
weak by
content
the
to go
time they
and
tried to
fight
go
it
in.
out there, and Shino wasn't really close enough to get the assist either way. So right now it's all old hat there as Tiefin once again goes down, but Puyo diligently working this side of the map there. You can see that they haven't gotten a lot of their own spawns, so
they're gonna
gonna
have to
save that up
Here's
later
the thing
as
that
time goes
that
along, but for
Unadon
the
has
Greasy
to
Goblins, they
worry
very
about right now.
diligently
They don't
moved
have their
up. They've
base
done a
painted
much
all the
better
way.
job of turfing their
Whereas
spawn.
Goblins do.
Unadon, this is their
So
game
the
to
whole
lose.
time
Finally
that
able to get a splat
they're
are the
dropping
Greasy
someone back
Goblins.
to
They've
paint their
used 2
base, the
specials
Goblins
just
can
to
just be
generate
pressing
1
that
splat.
de facto
Already,
numbers
there
advantage.
you have it. That Brella taking up more space than 2 shopping carts next to each
that
other.
depends
as they
on them
advance
pushing
forward.
in.
Tacticooler
And
does
so
come out
far
for the
it's-
Greasy
it's
Goblins.
felt like
but nine,
Ardino's
you get the
been
sense
getting
they're a
caught
little
out
bit
alone
on
a
their
lot.
heels as you
Like,
see the
I guess
slow,
maybe they're trying to have them.
methodical
Oh, they
push from Unadon.
tried
It's
the
really interesting because again, I
They tried
want to
throwing the
note that
splash
they've
wall
done a
there, but they
much
threw it
better
too
job
far, and
of
it just ended up
turfing their
getting
spawn.
hitting the
Meanwhile,
shield.
Unadon
You have to
is
throw
simply
the
waiting maybe for the
wall
natural respawns
before
of
the
Puyo
shield
and some of
gets
these other
there
players, and because
and
of
have
that,
it,
they've
like,
got the
latch in
opportunity
the
to move
ground.
forward and attack right here. Typhon not quite able to get the reef slider out. That could have been big, but look at how far they pushed forward, Jordan. They have now turned this around in their favor.
But,
Day backing up, trying to pick up a little bit
I'd
more
like to
turf.
see
A
turf
splat in the
format, but it
corner.
looks
Latias
right
able to pick
now
that one
like
off. Raimi in that
Unadon's
crowd trying
got
to
a
find
bit
one
better of a
more.
position
Can't get it though.
than they did before.
Raimi though providing some pressure. Just over a minute left. Greasy Goblins, as always, trying to
they still don't
wrestle
have a lot of their
control in
base.
the middle of this stage. And
Unadon
already
needs,
it feels
like,
they're
all
in
of
a
that area
decent spot
up on
here,
top.
9, as they've got a chance to push forward. Bottom part of your screen.
That's
trying
just
to
a
make
lot that
little
they're
bit of
losing.
progress.
Yep, they've done a pretty good job, and now maybe
And they lost a
Unadon
player,
wishing
too.
that they had done a better
I've-
job of turfing their spawn. There was a lot of room left
Okay,
there on the top.
that's
They
a
would
big
have to
pick.
go through, but Unadon
They
takes
did already
one
get the
out there.
cooler, though,
That
so
is
Latias is back
Latias being
already.
sent back to spawn, and the center of the map once again in favor of Unadon.
Huge splat from the
Are they gonna go
Trizuka
back
to
and
take
paint?
out
Oh,
the
they did
Ink
go
with
back
30
and paint,
seconds
but now.
left. Crab
So this
tank
is
ready to go
where
for Raimi,
Greasy
as
Goblins
always.
have the
We've seen Raimi
advantage
go with
in
a
that
couple
they
of
have
those,
more.
but at this
They win
point,
if the game ends
Greasy
right now.
Goblin's gonna have to
So
really
now
get a nice
Unadon has to push in a little
We've
harder.
seen Unadon, all 4 members still on the map with 3 specials ready
Who gets
to go.
special
9.
here?
Yep,
Oh
and
god,
this
there's
would
a
be
lot
the
of
time to
specials
use
on
it.
Unadon.
15 seconds. Look at this, waiting to use this reef slider. Picks out a
slider
target,
gets
but a nice dodge
nothing
from the
and
other side. They
dies.
waited and baited there, Jordan, to push it out. They take one down there with a Trizuka. They've identified one on this side, but they get away. I don't think that really they got to do a lot of turfing here, and this is a close one.
We saw 3
does
splats in a
look
row
really
from the
close.
Greasy Goblins. Unadon, I think that
My
Booyah Bomb on
guess
the
is
right-hand
Goblins?
side of the map is going to make the difference.
yeah.
But no, the Greasy Goblins.
12B.
Oh, my goodness. A narrow victory
Very
in the
close.
second game to force a Game 3. And as you said, right down the stretch, as the clock was winding down 9, it was remarkable how many picks they were able to get, snuffing out the specials of Unadon.
Yeah, Unadon, I think, did everything that you
That was a lot
want to
closer
do
than I thought it was
entering
gonna be,
that last bit,
but,
especially, again, I know I keep harping on this, but no Tacticooler.
I
and
think
I'm
part of the
harping on it
problem is
because
just,
you
like,
don't see that at high-level turf war very
It's kind of
often.
hard for
That means that
the
it's so
Goblins feel
difficult
like
to set
they're
up that
a little
scenario
too
that we
tentative
keep
to move
talking about.
forward.
15 seconds left. You
Maybe they're
have
not like
special
moving
advantage.
forward as one.
In a
Like they
game
don't have
like
that
Splatoon, that's usually
really
enough to get the
aggressive,
job done. So
coordinated
credit to the
offense that
members of
you
Greasy
see out of like
Goblins with your
Jackpot,
backs
where they
against
can
the
just
wall,
say
knowing
nuke
that
this
you've already
area of the
lost
map
game
right now
one,
in whatever
to
way
get
your
the
weapon can
fights,
do.
to win those fights and to just
and so
barely
like
again,
there
what, 12
are a
points
couple of moments
I
there
think
where
that's-
Unadon
that's
needs to go
very,
back and
very
paint their own
close.
base.
half a second
But
of
that's
firing
not
for most of
resulting
those
in as
weapons could have
much
taken that.
Which
like
makes this
kill
game pretty
threat
huge
in
because
mid.
Jackpot,
when
heavy
goblins
favorites
have
than
all
they
4 of
are,
their members,
Unadon would
and
be an
Unadon can only
underdog
defend
in
with
this
like 2
third
or
and
3.
final round of this
Like
Group
that's
A.
where they
So
need to
if
be
you're the Greasy
finding
Goblins
fights and
you
winning
can
them
get game 3,
to take
you've
advantage
now
of that
set
situation.
the table to take on the third place
So,
finisher.
a little
for
bit
Group
suboptimal
B
from
here
Unadon,
tomorrow,
but it ended up
and
working.
that gives yourself a wonderful chance to try and get to the semifinals. So there's a lot riding on this third game
Have the
here.
individual
And if you're
POV
Unadon,
links, I still can't
what's
find
the
them.
adjustment? You seem to have control of that game the entire time until the final 15 seconds.
Yeah, I know they've got
I
those.
don't know that there is an adjustment. I think at a certain
But
point,
honestly,
the
I
fights
personally
don't go your
prefer
way,
to just
and that
watch
can
the
happen in a
cast
game
because
like
I think
Splatoon.
the camera
Inklings
does a
not going,
decent job.
fast as they
Unless there's
are
like
not
one
the
particular
most,
player we're just a huge
sturdy.
fan
We'll
of and
say
we want to
that
follow
there.
around
Everybody
like
gets
They can't even
fanboys.
swim in the water.
I
Well,
think we can just
yeah, fair
stick
enough.
to this for now.
So sometimes just one little misstep, maybe you fall on a bomb, you run into a Trizuka shot, as we say.
Maybe we
It
can mess with
happens,
that on the
right?
next,
No amount of skill
like, on
is
the
going
Group
to
B
keep you
sets
perfect
or
in
something.
those scenarios here. So I don't think that they need to change anything up. And the
'Cause we
only
wanna
change
watch
they made that
Jackpot.
time
I don't
was
wanna
a different
make it so that
Tenterella
there's a
coming
risk
out
that we
from
miss
Shino,
any of
so why
Jackpot.
change it now?
Do you like the decision to do the reef slider as early as they did with about 20 seconds left? Because they weren't able to pick up any splats on that reef slider. And as you know, the cooldown period from that, you're a bit of a sitting duck at that moment. And that was a
Unadon running
critical
Dapples,
pick
Nouveau, and
for
not
the Greasy
Pencil.
Goblins to get. And so maybe
There are
when
a
you
lot
deploy
of
those
possible
specials might be
reasons for
something
that. I mean,
Unadon
it's
might want to rethink.
Well, they actually had a pretty clever
might be
idea, I think,
that,
with
like,
that, because something else
trying
that
to
was
figure
going
out an
on
optimal
just to
comp.
the right of that was the crab tank had
You
also
don't have
been
the
used.
players
You saw the
who
crab
want to
tank
play the
firing
weapons,
at the same
and so
area
you
as that reef slider
pick the
there.
weapons you're
The
gonna be
Greasy
best on.
Goblins just being greasy as they are slipped away from that and did not get
so
punished
none of them
for
are
it.
Charger
That
players
is
as far
the
as I
idea,
know.
Jordan.
Here we go, third and final game between Unadon and the Greasy Goblins. The winner of this will pick up a critical point and
Yeah,
put themselves
same
in a
kind of
decent
idea
position to
coming
get
from
either
Goblins.
first or second in Group A. It would be an uphill
Here's
battle.
the thing.
Greasy Goblins, their
This
last
is the
chance
best
to pick up a
tent map
point.
in the entire game.
Here we go as they head towards the
I'm
middle
pretty
of the
confident
map at this
that that's
point, and
true.
already we see Raimi and
it's
this
like
time
one of the only
Greasy
weapons
Goblins
that
doing
can
a little
go
bit better
across
job
top
of
mid.
turfing their own
It's one of the only
spot.
weapons that can
Yep,
really
and
stall
again, we
super
said it
well
all.
on the right side
The
without just
reflex
getting
is
like
the best weapon for
double
that thing.
teamed.
But
Oh my
they actually
God,
managed
3
to take
down.
a couple players out there. It was only Ardino who had moved up, so that must have been those Tenta missiles.
If they can
that did
get
a lot of the
further
work
in,
there here, and now you've
they
got the
could
squeezer,
actually lock
a weapon
out.
that is
That's
so
not a thing
good
that
at
happens
holding
very
this
often on
exact
this map,
position.
but if they win another
does get
fight,
pushed
okay,
away
they
from
just
by the
completely
grab
abandon
tank,
that
but,
position.
Hey, Greasy Goblins there playing with house money right now.
Ardino wisely able to retreat just a little bit. However, getting snuffed out
I
by
feel like you gotta take
the
out
competition as you see
torpedo
Unadon
and
picking up that
then
clear
leave. I don't
splat. Shino then with
Ardino
that
has
tent
been getting
moving forward,
caught
eats
in a
up
lot of
so
these
much
kinds
turf
of
and inks up so much
situations.
space every single time it comes out.
Well,
They
earlier
just
when I
kinda
talked about
overstay a little
map
bit,
with
or they're
points
trying to
of no
play
return,
too far away
maybe
from the
no
teammates.
greater map of danger than Mincemeat Metalworks
Worried
here
about
in
that.
Turf War. If you come down here to try to deal with this Tenterella, there is nowhere for you to go. You will be pushed back there, so
Yeah,
you
the
better bring a buddy to try
Splash
to get
needs to
rid
be
of
careful
Shino.
here.
That time Remy jumped down
Their
there, and now look,
anti-tent
they've thought
tech
better of it.
was
They've given up
the
that turf entirely.
crab, and now the
Unadon doing a
crab's
really
gone.
nice job of bouncing back. They were down 4-1 to start this
there's
game, and now they're starting to
Ardino
pick off
being
even
dropped
more
again.
members of Greasy
I feel like it
Goblins.
might be a comp
Looking
thing
at the
too,
left-hand side
because
of
like
your screen,
next
Guide
isn't really going to go in
advance
too
forward,
much if
staying
they're going to be
wide
just
as
sitting
you see
back
that
and painting.
sloshing machine coming out, and
Latias
right now,
is
a
a
bit of a
pencil.
stalemate.
There's only
Both
so much
teams
aggression they
just
can
trying
put
to
out.
get a feel for where the other is,
So,
but now
like, look,
Unadon gets
they're-
another
that's not even the
splat
side of
on
the map that
Raimi.
the rest of the team is
This
on,
has been,
and
what,
they're
a
dropping
minute
down
now that
into
Chino has been
the
over
tent
here on
trap.
this side. You see that Tiefin has now moved over there to maybe take down anybody
So
who
it's
does
like,
opt
yeah,
to go and
that's the
fight
weapon that
down
you want
here.
to be fighting
Meanwhile, the
against the
Greasy
tent, but you
Goblins
don't-
have
you still
decided
don't
to
wanna put
pivot
them in
over
1v2s.
to this left side of the map, and now you see that Unadon is trying to meet this threat as well. This does appear that it might favor the Greasy Goblins, though. They had the special ready for that, and now that Shino has given up that side, they move forward immediately. Excellent in-game adaptation by the Greasy
Crabs
Goblins.
have
A
been
lot of
getting
real estate
huge
left
value
open. The
for
Greasy
Raimi
Goblins
here.
take advantage of it. Under a minute left, and it's nearly
Like, that's the
tied.
reason that they're
However,
still on the
Unadon's
map
starting
and
to
not
advance
being
a little
locked
bit
out really
more in
hard.
the middle
But there's a
of the
crab
map.
up there.
Yep, and
They're
right
gonna need
now it
another one
appears
pretty
that they've
soon,
done
though,
just
if they
enough
wanna
to at
get
least
more
keep things
space.
remotely even. You see that Shino is still kind of working around the middle of the map, so the teams trying not to
Oh,
make
that's
the big
important.
mistake, but what an incredible shot there from Martino
Now
there.
they
That's
don't
one
have
of
to
the
worry so
spots
much
that
about a
you'd love
Sharker
to
being
have
around.
stable,
They
and
can
with
just
a
kind of
Trizuri
force
shot
their way
there
in.
and one down,
They
no
need to be
longer.
forcing their way in, though. They
Huge
need more
pick by
space than they currently
Ardino.
have.
Now the Greasy Goblins moving forward. Under 30
Zook is
seconds left. They have
out,
all
and
4
it looks
members,
like they're
but no
avoiding it.
special ready to go.
That's good.
Unadon has 1 special in the tank. They can use it if they want to. Right now, they pick
Oh,
up a
and they
member
lose
of
the Dapples.
Unadon. Greasy Goblins, a golden opportunity
Dapples
here.
into this
Will
comp
they move
just
forward, and
feels
how hard will they
like it would
attack
be
is the
awful.
question for them right now. You see, Shield
like,
still
unless
on
they
this
get
side
in
is going to
range.
try
Oh,
to
and
take
next
some players
winning
down,
that
but
is
hold on,
GG.
more players going down all across the map there.
It's
That's an
so
awful lot of
over. Look
purple
at all that
moving
paint that the
forward there.
Reflex is gonna
It's
put
going to be a
down.
mess in the middle of the map.
Did the lone curling bomb on the
I'm pretty
left-hand
sure
side of the map ink
Goblins.
up enough territory. Did the Greasy Goblins come back from down 1 to pick up a
Oh.
win? They do.
Okay, it
The
looked for a
Greasy
second like it
Goblins
wasn't.
come from behind and pick up a victory
Yeah.
in the second round. And a
Yeah, Nex
huge
winning that 1v1
victory
on top was so
over
clutch.
Unadon.
They needed
and how
that.
about the ability of those Goblins that are oh so greasy to lose their first 3 games and then take 2 in
But
a
it's
row
like-
against Unadon?
And I gotta say, they left some of their spawn
I'm gonna say
unturfed, too.
that
That's why
it literally
when
doesn't
the
matter
whole rest of the map
whether
was
you're second or
looking
third.
Pretty purple. You saw them there like. we're
Because
not
you're
sure.
going to be
Left a
playing
little
against
bit
that player
on the
anyway,
table
right?
there.
Or that other
That
team.
curling
Unless
bomb
they swap
might
the
go
seeds
in the
around.
Curling bomb Hall of Fame for the work it put in at the
Maybe they
last
make it
second.
so that,
a
like,
couple of bounces and it was just
the
a
second
lone
seed from
shark
Group
by
A
itself
plays
right
the
there.
third
It
seed from Group
explodes,
B.
and maybe that was the difference. For the
Otherwise, it's
Greasy
just like,
Goblins, but
okay,
they
well,
pick
you
up
just
a
got to beat the
point,
same
and
team again
now
tomorrow.
They get to just chill
And that's when
until
it matters.
tomorrow. They'll see how things go now between Jackpot and Unadon, and all of a sudden, a lot of pressure on Unadon. You now have to try and get a victory against one of the top teams in the world. Jackpot, a team that had no issues whatsoever with the Greasy Goblins.
Yep, this is David versus Goliath here. Let's put it as it is.
Oh, yeah,
And
absolutely.
it's
Like, a
gonna
tent
be
loves any
difficult
map
fight
that
for them
doesn't
here. I
have
will say though, as we watch kind
flank
of the highlights
routes.
of this last portion,
And,
you
like,
saw
it
everything
loves
that you
hallways.
wanted
It
to
loves
see
hallways.
from a player-to-player perspective. There's just these.
If you give a tent
these
a hallway,
pieces
it just
of
clogs the
connective
whole
tissue
hallway.
there as you move forward and attack as a team that maybe they haven't quite figured out
So-
yet on a broader spectrum there, or can't quite summon those moments as quickly
I-
as some of these
I
other
once
teams. But
j-
you saw everything you wanted to
At
see
least
in this first
jokingly,
game.
got Shadow in to
What's
admit
interesting to
that,
me was Greasy
yeah, you know,
Goblins'
if it's
ability. They
if it's a
dropped
map that's
that
good for
first
tent,
game
it's not a
because
good
they couldn't
map.
close out the final 15 seconds. They lost a lot of 1v1s when they had the Tacticooler rolling. The next 2 games, they were cool, calm, collected, and they picked up some key splats and really came from
But,
behind in the last 10 or 15 seconds to pick
If
up
this
2
works the
critical
way that I
victories.
think it
Yeah,
does,
the way
and
you
they
could
stay
kinda
on
watch
their
the
side of
last
the
15
bracket,
seconds of this game
literally
over and
does
over
not
and
matter
over
in the
again and still
slightest
find all kinds
that
of nice deals. You saw there
the
that they
Goblins
waited
won
out the
here
specials, them being
unless
Unadon, waited out the
Unadon
specials of
beats
Greasy Goblins,
Jackpot.
which is what you would like
And
to
I do not see that
ideally,
happening.
But one player gets through, takes a couple players out with
I don't
them
know.
there, works around the map, and
Maybe they're
listen,
better than I think,
said
but
it earlier, 12
I
points is any
don't
weapon
think
firing
that's
a couple
gonna
of
happen.
times here. That game a legitimate coin flip, and then in that third game,
So unless
the ability
there's
to
like that
understand,
three-way
okay,
tie
Shino
situation
is working the right side of the
where
map. You
now it
cannot
actually comes
challenge
down to like,
Let's move
you know,
all
turf
of our
painted or
forces
whatever.
over to our right side of the map, the opponent's left side.
I think it's
and
already
then
pretty
Shino
decided
has
just
to
by the
come over
fact
there.
that
And once Shino moves over there,
Unadon and
then
Greasy
we
Goblins
pivot
have
back.
both
And that was the
lost
critical
one.
moment in that game when they wrestled control because it
I'm
felt
not
like Unadon
confident that
completely
Jackpot wins these.
dominating them at that
Yeah,
point.
it-
And
deadlock.
sometimes they overextend themselves. If you've got that territory covered, there's no need to risk it.
I'm
by
on
being a
Central
little
Time,
bit
so it's coming
more
up on 1
aggressive than
a.m.
You should be. Obviously, it's a fast game, but you pointed out some teams have a really great idea of when to step on the gas.
Yeah, they
and when
were
to
running.
slow it
Oh,
down
an
when
Urchin
coming in
underpass.
to one of
I
those
was thinking
curves in a match that
undertow
always
because I saw the
happens,
word
and
under.
That was a situation where it felt like Unadon just went a little too
But yeah,
fast and lost
tent
control.
Well, it's also something that their comp
Tent locks
almost
down
necessitates for them, right?
those-
Because that
those-
tent
those
umbrella shield, you
ditches.
saw that
You-
it
you
is
like to
most
put the tent in a
effective when
ditch.
It's fired at the opponents, and you're making them guess the
That's
human
where you want your
element of
tent.
this game. And then those Dapple Dualies that we saw from Tiefin, the Dapple Dualie Niveau, that weapon kind of only does a couple things. It rolls forward at the opponent. It's very quick, and it can splat opponents very quickly, but it's not going to outrange
Japan
anything. You can't
has
really
a
trade
much
space
different
with
opinion of the
anybody.
Dapple
You're just
Dualies
gonna
than
be
North
pushed
America
back over
does,
over.
and
So
I just cannot for
you
the
know
life
that
of
they're going to
me
be attacking from
see
it.
exactly
Are
what they
you
see in
ready
it.
for that attack? And that time, the Greasy Goblins had the answer.
So it's going to be Jackpot versus Unadon for our final set of
Granted,
games here
it's
in this Group
like one of the
A
best weapons in
matchup.
the
We're trying to
game
figure
if
out
you're
who's
in
gonna get
range
first
for it
place
to
get
hit
that
you.
bye to the semifinals
But,
for
like,
tomorrow. We do know
why
the Greasy
are you in
Goblins picked
range
up
for
a
it to hit
very
you,
important
ever?
point. Now, if Unadon wins here, you have a three-way
Why
tie.
would you
It
put
comes
yourself
down
there?
to
What is the?
a lot of tiebreakers that come into play.
So, like,
at
if it's
that
got some
point. We did
utility,
see
like if
Jackpot,
it,
though,
you want
with
it for
some
shredding the
really
Rainmaker shield, you want it for
dominant
cooler
victories
or
where they
beacons or
inked over
something, and like
62% of the
that
map.
builds
That's
into the
gonna bode
team
very
well,
well for them
and
if
you've got a
there
good
is a
sharker,
tiebreaker. But if
then
you're
sure,
Jackpot,
you know, we can
you
run
don't
that
want
over
to
like
have
a carbon
any
deco, but
competition whatsoever. You don't want to have any
I feel like in the West,
conversation
if you want something
about
that
a
can
tie.
shark,
You
you're
wanna
just
take
running
care
like a
of
carbon
business
deco.
against Unadon right here.
Yeah,
Or,
you came here to beat
some other
absolutely
roller,
everybody.
maybe just a
and-
short
and
range
make it look
shooter
easy.
that's
what
pretty
you
good
are
at the
here
game.
for, and
Like,
you can expect to see Jackpot play the
because the
exact
range
same
deficit
way
just
they did
bodies
in
it in so
that
many
last set.
matchups.
They're going to move forward and attack They're going to have Jared on those dualies. They're going to have
And we've
VP on a
seen
weapon going up
Typhon,
and fighting
who I
the
thought was
opponent. I always
Puyo
joke
because
she never
of
saw a fight she didn't
the
want to take in
translations
this
and
game.
whatnot that I've been getting.
They're going to go through that. They're
Um,
going to let .Q work
Typhon
the
has
rest
just
of the
been
map,
reef
take
slidering
control of
into
certain
no man's
positions
land.
there,
Like,
and they're just going to keep running at you and make you prove
guy's
over
been
and over
putting
again that you can
himself
match them
in
these
situations where
fights. And
unless the explosion
I'll tell you, Jordan,
splats
there are
someone,
not a
he
whole lot
just
of teams in the
explodes
world that can
immediately.
match Jackpot over the course over and over and over again, and that's sort of how they've gotten around the pitfalls that we used to see aggressive teams run into in Turf War, where they would continue to fight
Jem, are you
over and
threatening
over and
tents?
over again.
No, I'm saying
It's
that
the
the
idea of
tents
you
would
have to
thrive in
match
the
us
ditch.
through the entire 3
They would
minutes of
do
the
well
game. We're
there.
gonna make you do that.
I'm not trying to put him in the ditch in,
Eventually, you're gonna get tired, you're gonna make
an
a mistake.
aggressive way.
It
I'm
doesn't
like,
matter if it's the last 30 seconds.
hey, if that ditch is
What
important,
stands out to me about Jackpot
I
is
want nothing
this
more
was a
than a
team
tent
that
umbrella
had
in that ditch to
overcome
control it.
adversity in North America. This was not a team that was
We're the
always
commentators.
the favorite from day one. There were some heavy
The
hitters
English
they had
commentators
to
here
defeat, they had to
are Jordan
overcome,
Kent,
and I think
who
that
is,
speaks volumes to a team
I believe,
that
an
is
NBA
constantly
commentator,
working on their
and
weaknesses, trying to find ways
Nine
to
Hole
improve.
Grains, who
And
is
when you have those losses,
well,
when you lose
definitely
some
one
of
of
those
the
tournaments, when you
best
stumble along the way to
Splatoon
becoming
commentators
great, you
that are
understand your
alive.
flaws, you understand your weaknesses, and you get into situations
He's
where
been
you
in the
fully
competitive
trust what you
scene
can
since
do, and
S1.
I think that's what we're
You
seeing
know,
with
longtime
Jackpot.
community
Their
member.
communication, how connected they
Very
have been
charismatic.
over the last
Good guy.
year and a half. Really
Played
at
Ultimate
an
Frisbee with him in
unbelievable
Riptide.
level
That
we
was
haven't
fun.
seen in a while.
They are confident, they are prepped, and we're going to Undertow Spillway. Now, this was where Unadon got
Dude has
their
a bigger
victory
vertical
last
than
time,
the average Splatoon
but
player.
this will
for
be
sure.
a pretty tall order to go against Jackpot.
I did not win the
Jackpot
jump
has
balls
changed their
against him.
composition, though. Once again, Madness switching over to that Tri-Slosher Navo. That's how they're going to try to get their tacticalers this time.
You do see that Tri-Slosher coming out early on. Both teams. Leafy picking up a splat nearly 15 seconds into it. And you see the Tenta missiles coming down as well, too. Leafy trying to flank from the left-hand
oh my
side.
God.
Jackpot
This
mowing
collapse
down
is
a couple of
so
members
disgusting.
of Unadon already. And they are stepping on the gas to get this game started, 9.
This
Like,
is
you
what
gotta
they're gonna
pick,
do
you tried to
over
stay
and
on the map.
over and
Well,
over again here.
not
They've once
anymore.
again gone and fought, and their tactical
Madness
so
wins
taking that one
these-
player out almost doesn't even get
they
you
need to
all
get
that
the pick,
much.
otherwise,
They've now moved
okay,
forward,
they just
taken
get
out
traded.
Chino there.
They
Another
had jumps
player
coming
has
in, so
come
it's fine.
forward to at least make it a conversation, but for the time being, they're having to fight to get out of their spawn. I cannot believe how quickly Jackpot got here.
Yeah, anytime you see somebody super jump on
Jackpot
their half
went
of the map back
full
to
murder
spawn,
mode.
you
Like,
know
that was
you've got
crazy
them
how fast
on
they
the
were going
back
in.
foot, Jackpot in total control.
Oh my God,
And
Jared.
now it feels like now
Jared
they're
should have
being a
died there.
little bit more
The fact that Jared does not
judicious
die
about how they're
there
pushing in. They're
does
not
not
gonna
bode well.
overextend themselves. They want to keep Unadon at bay.
Well, for them, they
Leafy
have to
even
feel
flubbed
like
that
there
and
is no
probably could've
such
died
thing
for
as
that.
overextension
Like,
here.
there are
They'll continue to
opportunities
fight out
here. There are,
everybody
like,
anywhere.
weaknesses
That's
in
what
this
they said
offense.
in their interview. They
Jackpot's
don't care
just feeling
who
too
you are.
comfy.
They will go fight you. They will spawn camp you, and they'll continue to do it over and over. It's been all Jackpot thus far, and you know, give
Now with
Unadon
Cooler,
some
they're
credit
just gonna
here.
go
They've
in and
moved
do it
over,
again.
They're throwing bombs. They're doing everything right, but at a certain point, push comes to shove, and you have to find a way to take some of these players out.
That's
Chino
one of
with
the
that
things
ink
that
back
is going
goes
to
down
play
to that
in with
Splatana. And how
Jackpot's
about
offense
Leafy
here
just making
is
their way
that
right through the
because
heart
they have the Cooler,
of
they
Unadon.
can dive that aggressively
and now
and
Jared
not be
here
punished
on
as
the
hard,
other
and they can
side,
just like
Leafy
jump people
already
in.
went away.
This
That
crab
is
is
a crab
insane.
take at their opponent's spawn right now. Leafy jumps to it as
Yeah,
well.
the
There's going to be a
crab
couple
needs some
crabs
help just to
cutting
stay
it up,
alive
fighting
off
it
of
up,
this,
but
but
now the
if
dualies
Typhon
battle
reveals
it
himself
out.
too early,
Leafy
oh my
gets
God,
another
they won
one
both
out.
of
The
their
spawn
1v1s.
camp is on. A minute left in the
gross.
game, and poor Q just doesn't even know what to do. She's been back there the whole time.
After the crustacean clash, it was clear that Jackpot had the advantage. A lot of purple on the map at this moment. Under a minute
So,
left. Unadon does have a special
don't have
ready to
Cooler
roll.
yet.
3-3 on the map. But so far, it's just
There's a
Jackpot
Booyah
that has
bomb
got
that's gonna be able to
every
move
inch
them
of
in.
their territory
Jared and
nearly
Leafy are a
covered.
little
Booyah
isolated
bomb
here.
trying to provide a little bit of breathing room
If
for
Unadon were able to
Unadon.
collapse a little
But
faster, that
Jackpot,
could have
all
been
4 members
advantageous.
staying alive. 40 seconds, Cooler comes
But
out.
instead
They're
we
ready
just
for
lose
the final
Typhon.
push.
And they are pushing forward right now there. It does appear that Chino got one and has this ink vac out. Really the best it can hope for. Well, okay, I was going to say the best it can hope for
Yeah.
is that Leafy's not around.
You know it's bad when
That's
Madness
Platana
just
Stamper can
stops
cut right
looking
through it.
at the ink
melee
vat.
hitbox
He's
can
just
get
like,
through.
nah, we got this.
But now it's going to take almost a miracle there.
That's
They
gotta be
do
the most
have a crab
intimidating
take up
thing.
from a decent position, but they need
Madness
to
is
find
like,
some of
I
these
don't need to
players
do anything
for
more. Leafy's got
Jackpot.
the rest of
Meanwhile,
this.
Jackpot has done a great job there of simply holding the middle of the map. They've backed up just a little bit, which has given a little bit more.
And this is what the
Unadon,
top level
but I think they're
Stamper
with
does,
that.
is they just
Madness
get paint in the
does go
opponent's
down there.
base
They've moved
at the
forward
end.
and fought it out here in Jordan. This is a little more interesting.
Unadon trying to make this interesting. We'll see. It feels like Jackpot had a little bit more ink in their area, and this looks like it's going to be a clear victory for Jackpot, 63.3%.
That was not as
Even
close
when
as they
you
were
think
making
it's
it out
close,
to be. That was
it's
the
not
most
with
dominant win
Jackpot
that
as they
has
pick up
happened on
a
screen
win
today.
in game one. They are one more game away from sweeping their way through Group A and claiming that #1 overall seed from their group. And 9, as you said, it's just how dominant they are the entire game, every single second. But
part of
really,
it is that Jackpot are
like
simply better, but also part of it is that Jackpot just get more tries because they have the cooler.
And Unadon never really
They're just
felt
jumping
comfortable
people
that
in
entire game.
so that even if they
again,
lose a
spawn
player
can
here
be
and there,
such
which
an
was
effective
happening,
tactic because you
they were losing
spawn with very
players,
little options. You don't
but
have a lot
they
of
get
room
punished
to
so much less for
maneuver, and
that.
because you have probably painted up your spawn that much earlier in the game.
Needs to be a
it means
lot
that you can't
more
really turn
discipline
that part
on
of
the
map
part
to build up any
of
specials even. And as we noted
Unadon
here,
that,
Unadon
like,
not
when
running
they're
a tactical
engaging,
cooler,
they've
which
got
means that
advantage.
every
And
time
by
you get
advantage,
splatted,
we
you
mean
are losing a
they
good
are,
chunk
like,
of that
pinching
special
multiple
meter,
members
which
of
is why
Jackpot, and they're
says, hey,
spotting
okay, let's
when multiple
just
members
keep
of
moving up
Jackpot
here.
are,
We're
like,
gonna fight
isolated
you
so
in a
that they
position
can
where
do
you
that.
are without most of your tools. You
You
don't
can't
have a
just
lot
get
of room
isolated
to
into
maneuver,
1v1s
and
like they did when
I expect to
Jared
see the
crabbed
same
up
thing until
in their
Unadon proves
base.
that it won't
Like,
work.
And it's such a good point.
that has to be a
because
team
once
effort
you
to get rid of
push
the
enough
crab.
into enemy territory and
You
they're
can't just
spawning,
like challenge
you have 1 or 2
Jared
choices. I
to
can
a
either
1v1
make some turf
there.
and try and build up special. Well,
not
that's
gonna
hard
work
because
for
I've
you.
got the opposing team right in my home base. It's very difficult at that point, and if you can get
Granted,
past
you
that
know,
point
they
and
actually
if
did
you
have the
are
Dapples
Jackpot,
at the range
just
they
make
wanted
life
against
really
Jared's
challenging
dualies.
for Unadon or whoever
So,
else you're
like,
playing, and
maybe
got to that
if
tipping
they
point
play that better
rather quickly
mechanically,
in that
that's
first game.
doable, but
Yeah, and
you can't just, like, get better
listen, for
mechanically
Unadon, that can
from game
be,
1 to game 2. You
a
have
bit of a
to
shock there to play
adapt
a game like that, and you really
if,
get to see
someone's
what the
beating you.
Jackpot experience is all about here. Can't get discouraged. You have to fight it out here again. We said they made it interesting there at the end. I know 60-30, maybe not as close as some of the games that we have seen there, but Unadon has proven that they can win some of these fights, and
It's the American
anytime
ink
that a
jetter.
Umbrella can get behind you can always make things a little bit interesting.
She's
here.
gonna pick
Leafy
ballpoint one of
actually
these
does
days, I know
play
it.
the Umbrella as well, so there's familiarity on Jackpot's side with how to fight it, which not all teams have, but the
There was one
components for it
possible
are
mistake in
all
that
there.
video,
I will say on
which is
Hagglefish
that
Market,
at one
which appears to
point,
be where we're headed for this
what
next
was
game,
listed as her weapon was
again,
pencil
not
slash
as much room
try.
to set up some of
And
those
I
tricks.
assumed
It's
that
more
by
wide open
try,
and honest map,
that
but
meant try
again, I just
nouveau.
want to see if they can get out of their
But if
spawn.
that was
And
V
that's gonna
try,
be the thing they have to focus
then
on, is how do we
she
advance
might actually
forward
have
and
played an
make sure
inkjet
that
weapon
not too many of us are going down to
this
where
year?
it gives Jackpot the opportunity to push into spawn. But
One time?
listen,
At
easier
one
said than
tournament?
done. There's a reason why Jackpot was
Maybe?
as dominant as they were in North America. They're trying to close it out
There's
with a
hope.
sweep here. Game
There's
2,
hope that
can
they might be
Unadon
right.
find any magic to try and force a Game 3? We'll find out on Hagglefish Market.
Yeah, but no changes coming out here for
And it's
either of
nasty
these
that
teams,
because
and,
there's no
I mean,
cooler
again,
on
for Unadon, it
Unadon's
appears
comp,
they've got one
that
composition,
Madness
and
gets to
Jackpot
play a more
likes the way
aggressive
that this
weapon
one
and
has
still
been
get
playing as
cooler
well.
and
You
still
can
give
see
them
Jared there
cooler
on
advantage.
the top of the screen was already moving over to try to
Oh,
attack,
God,
and will
carefully.
do so with
All right,
Leafy. This
Jared
could
on the
get ugly,
crazy
Jordan,
flank.
there. When everybody was focused
And
on
then look
Leafy,
at
Jared
Jared.
came around,
This is what a
worked to the
top NA
side. They
team
all
looks like.
crashing together.
They get
Jackpot's
one
all out
tiny
attack.
advantage, and then
Jackpot already
all
in
4 of them face rush you.
Unadon spawn at this point, and Unadon going to be facing some challenges.
deal
at
with
point.
this.
How do they just try
These
to
are
get
the
some
most
turf
mechanically
covered?
gifted
It is a
players on
splat
Earth.
left, splat right,
And
everywhere
all of them
for
are running
Jackpot
at you.
as they take immediate
You better
control
have
of this
tactics that can deal
Yeah,
with that.
immediate control.
If you
and
cannot,
you see this
then
time
they will be
Q
in your
wasn't even
base.
sitting back at spawn, turfing things up there. She was moving up with the rest of the team there at
that's
the
one of
start
the things
as well,
that like NA
trying
has
to
always had,
really force
is that
Unadon
like
into this exact
if you just
position
put
right
their
here.
mechanics
This is a map again
against
where the opponent has
most
so
of like
much
the
turf
top
down here to
Japanese
play with. Look
teams,
at all the room
they
that
can
Jared
get an
maneuver
edge here
around
or
with
there.
there.
Like
Leafy
they're
used
usually
that
just
zip
the tiniest
caster there
bit
on this
better
Platana
mechanically
Scamper
speaking.
to take everybody's eyes away.
It's more
Let Jared
the
move right
tactical
up onto
side,
each
like
spot
working
here.
as a team,
All Jackpot thus far.
that we understand a
Julio
lot
trying to
worse,
provide a
and
little bit
that's
of help,
usually
takes
why
down
the
Jared.
top
That'll
Japanese
help
teams beat
Unadon.
the
They've got a
top NA
4-3
teams.
advantage for a moment.
But
as you see, it is all purple at Hagglefish Market, a spill on aisle 1.
if you let us
as
run it down,
Jackpot trying to
we
take
will run
the
it down.
second game. Madness going against the Brella, goes down from behind, though. An excellent flank from Unadon.
Yeah, they did a pretty good job there of working to the middle of the map. Now, one thing that's a little unfortunate is, folks, they are firing back towards their
what's
own
been
spawn
going on?
right
That's
there.
not
If you're
good.
very curious
That's not good.
middle of the map
why
here.
you turned around from the center of the map. It's because, oh yeah, Jackpot's still here. So, Jordan, this is another part of the turf war strategy.
So yeah, they're
Force
just
the
kind of trying
opponent
to
deal
set
with both
Leafy and
sides of the
Jared
map
up
at the same time.
in their
It's not
base.
easy. And when you
Oh,
can
man.
do it with only one player like
Oh, Leafy
Leafy,
missed
it's
it.
that much
Oh,
more
leave him
difficult.
as twice.
That's a sandwich you want no part of, by the way. So, with just over a minute left, Unadon trying to find a little bit of stabilization, but it has just been an onslaught.
This is actually
from
a
Jackpot,
pretty weak
trying to
position
hide
for
behind that Brella. Booyah Bomb
Jackpot
comes
right
out.
now.
Tryzuka ready
So
to
here they
go
go.
for
If
Shino.
they win this fight,
Shino
then
trying
they're
to
fine.
face off against the Crab Tank. has 2 members in there. So takes down the
Oh.
crab tank, and that'll open up some
Okay,
ground for
Unadon.
Unadon.
And the patience with that too, Jordan. That crab tank came out there, and they waited until it dropped
Jackpot
down there for an
actually
easier
very
shot.
vulnerable
Jordan, you're
right
making all
now.
kinds of motions
They need
right
to
now.
win
One
hard
player does
right
go
now.
down for them, but they have fought all the way back to controlling center of the map, and that's 2 members down for Jackpot.
Don't call it a comeback. 30 seconds left. Unadon
Okay.
trying to steal a game here, force a game 3. Jackpot, though, you know they're going to cool her up here. Jackpot trying to make one more push. Another member goes down for
2
them.
go
2
down.
go down. Unadon in
Wow.
full control.
Hold on a minute.
That should be
Typhon
game for
needs to
Unadon.
stay up here.
I don't
Does go
see
down there.
Jackpot
Decided to try to take the member
coming
who was
back in
jumping
any way here.
Keep an eye in.
I don't
Shino
think 10
moves forward and
seconds
gets
is
the
enough for that.
direct shot there. Now moving forward and fighting again. 5 more seconds. They take out a crab tank as well. Now fire up towards the spawn. Jordan, I can't believe it.
Unadon, are they able to show that Goliath will be splatted if you ink them? Unadon, unbelievable. How about this turnaround? And all of a sudden,
Yeah.
Unadon puts the pressure on Jackpot. They're trying to force a
All right.
3-way tie.
got a game.
And that already is one of the early surprises of this tournament 9.
And folks, I don't care what map,
That
what
was-
mode, you don't beat Jackpot very easily.
No.
And with the way that,
I could see this being Jackpot being like, okay, guys, we gotta lock in. We gotta play this smarter. I could see that being kind of where they're at.
There were some fights, right? Some
But,
tricky
like,
fights to get out of.
Basically, I feel
where
like what's happening
Unadon
there
just
is
won them. They flatly won them.
Leafy
there.
and
That shot
Jared
on
are
dot
like
Q
getting a little
from
bit spread
Shino
too
there,
thin.
That was just
And
a bold move up.
Unadon
one
is
shot
working out
through it
how
all,
to
and
either
they
play
hit it.
around them
Is
and like go
that
after
how
their
Unadon
teammates,
was able to break
or
through?
to
Because it just
isolate
felt
them.
like Jackpot
It was what I was
renting
talking about them
space
potentially being
in
able to
their
do
spawn,
undertow.
had
Like on the
all
rollout where
time
they've got
in
the
the
whole
world,
team
all the
coordinated and
space in the
fighting as
world,
one,
they were
they're winning
chilling
all of
there.
those. What they're
How
not
does
winning is when
Unadon
the team spreads
overcome
out more.
that
I think
difficult
that's a
situation
mode of play
and
that
seize control of this
North
game?
American teams are just generally not going to be as good
if you
at.
are
Like,
splitting up the map. Let's
you
go back to
watch
that portion
some
of the game where
Koshien
we said,
matches,
all right, it's the
and
sandwich
like
you don't want to
there's
be part of. One
basically
side here, one
no
side here.
team
Eventually,
fighting.
if somebody jumps out or does get
It's
taken
like
out,
at most like
eventually
2v1s
you're
or
going to get
something.
your side of the map
Because
back
everyone's
there.
just
It's
trying
gonna
to
be
spread out
3
and paint as much of the
versus
map as
2
possible.
for at
And
least
I
a
think
little bit of time.
maybe
and
Jackpot's not used
it
to
had
playing
have
as
been the
independently.
members who were in the center of the map,
Like you
holding
need
that
to.
position and simply
Maybe that's
not
kinda what's going
down.
on.
Maybe they weren't getting a ton done from a fighting standpoint, but they weren't giving up the space either. And again, I give tremendous credit to the mental fortitude of Unadon. If you've
So-
been getting spawn camped for 90 seconds, it's easy to just want to put your controller down.
When you look at the issue for Unadon,
And this isn't the
trying
end of the
to
world at all
fight
if they
against
lose.
members of Jackpot on their spawn, members of Jackpot on the other side of
because
the map.
that just
it
means that
does
they go
feel like
into their
it might
their
create
harder match
situations where you're going to find some more 2v1s
tomorrow
because Jackpot,
warmed up.
in their aggressiveness, split themselves up a little bit.
Well, and that's the defining characteristic of Turf War here. It is the only mode in Splatoon where you play the entire length of the game every time. And it does introduce an interesting dynamic. In some of these other modes, you get the benefit of no matter how big your earliest push was, that is your score for the rest of the game until it ends here. But
So some
in Turf
serious
War,
faces.
You can be a little bit more patient. You can wait and try to bide out your time. And again, I'm just so impressed with Unadon being able to hold on. And we've just been told Eeltail Alley for this next game.
Eeltail.
We saw what Jackpot was able to do
So
here. They
that's a
looked
good
so
tent map.
confident. But I would say they looked confident on every map, and they still lost one.
They looked very
Not a
confident
great
at
tent map,
Hagglefish
but
Market
there's a
for
lot
the
of
first
like
90
corridors that can
seconds,
shut
and
down.
You sometimes hear this saying,
Crab Tank's
they
gonna
get a
go
little
crazy
loose with the
here,
game when a team has a
which
large
they've both
lead.
been running, if I remember
Is it
correctly.
fair to say sometimes it's hard to hold that focus for 3 minutes straight, doing the same exact strategy and trying to suppress the other team in the
This is going to
same
support
manner
Jackpot
without
in
maybe
the sense that I
breaking
think
down
they're going
in
to fight
strategy,
better here
breaking
because
down
they
in
can't split up
communication,
from each
and leaving
other
a hole
quite as
open
hard.
that Unadon was able to plow
And
through
it's
and
really
take
good
advantage
for
of.
like
Well, after their last set,
Zipcasts,
they were given
so-
some sleep emojis there,
Yes,
right there. And I
they
hope
got it.
you're
Oh,
awake
that's
right
right.
now
Oh,
because
yes.
one game away from being in a 3-way tie. They want no part of that last
no
slip to
crap
be living on in
for
infamy.
Unadon.
Can Unadon
Swapped out
wake
the
up
splash
Jackpot
for
and
a
steal a
reflex.
game here and take a
Which makes
point and
sense.
force a 3-way tie?
But
We'll
like
find out.
missiles plus
Eeltail
crab
Alley, both
on
teams making their
Jackpot,
way to the
I-
middle. No major action
like that
happening at
comp
this
better.
point, other than some Tenta missiles coming
I
out.
mean, it
so
goes without
duck and
saying that I
cover,
like the
get out
comp
the way,
better because
baby.
there's a
Well, they
Japanese
appear to
involved,
do
right?
just that right
look,
there.
it's the Dapples
Typhon
Nouveau
there,
getting outranged.
maybe getting a little bit too
Who would've
cute. I
predicted?
believe that the members of Jackpot knew where that player was there. Now Leafy moving forward and fighting. It's going to be the same general strategy here from Jackpot. And I will say, Jordan, on this map, because you can separate
Nice
it out
play from
so
Leafy.
efficiently there, and there's so
Playing
many of
super
these awkward
safe.
positions, I think that their strategy
Team
works
follows
even
this
better
up.
on
Ooh.
here, but
Good play
Typhon
there to
got
get in
two
on the,
players out there, the two frontliners, so
pencil.
they'll have
So
a
that'll
little
actually
avenue, a little bit of room to maneuver.
relieve a little bit of pressure.
But again, Jordan, it's the same beginning of the game that we saw in the last two.
Jared still has a
Jared
crab,
and
and
Leafy trading
he
positions.
crabs
Leafy
into
goes
this
down to that
try and catch
booyah
him off
bomb.
guard.
Jared has
That
to
angle,
retreat
though.
in the crab tank.
And it's just going to get
Sights
shredded.
are set on him. That torpedo was closing in. You see the Brella eating up a lot of turf in the middle. Jared now underneath has to give up the advantage up top to some members
make
of
sure that they
Unadon,
don't go
trying to fight through
aggro
Leafy,
too quickly.
trying to hop down. Leafy gets
That
splatted from
might
the
be going a little too aggro
Trizuka.
too
All of a
quickly.
sudden, Unadon marching forward.
And Shino moved up there on the center of the map. I wasn't
Like,
sure
now
how
they've
they were
got
going to
some,
take
you know,
this top
bridge
bridge area,
under
Jordan.
control.
How did I forget they
Thing
have
is,
a
if-
Tenterbrella
imagine
that
if
can
they
do
were able to put a
exactly
crab
that.
tank here now.
And now they have pushed
Right.
on to Jackpot's side of the map. Are they going to try to spawn camp Jackpot?
Here comes the Tentacooler as well. That's going to help out Jared move forward. Booyah bomb takes them out, though. And that is a member down for Jackpot.
They were able to trade it,
Now
so
Unadon,
as long as they get the
trying
10
to
here, it
advance
should be
forward.
fine.
Jackpot
Oh, but they don't
trying
get
to
the 10.
just stabilize at this point.
They just
They
trade.
take out a member of Unadon, but right now it's Unadon with the lead in this third and decisive game.
And incredible shots right there over the top of that. Folks, I
Oh.
cannot tell you how difficult and tricky that is. Falling away to take out the very top of that crab tank. That's big, but
That
give
pick is
Jackpot
big.
credit
That
there.
gets them
Even with
mid-control,
that one
basically,
player going
unless
down,
the
they
10s
took
can
out the
pull them
two
back
other
really hard.
members.
Oh, 10 plus
so for the
missiles, that
time
might
being
actually-
here,
those are
entering
well
the last
used.
minute of the game,
That was a good moment for
Jackpot
it.
on the back foot. Unadon has more control of the center of the map. What can they find?
Looks pretty balanced right now. 50 seconds left.
Yeah,
all
this is
8
dead even.
members on the
It
map.
all
will be
comes
the
down to this
first
fight here.
To secede a little
Crab
bit of
comes out
ground
early
here.
from
Leafy trying to march forward.
Jackpot.
Jared on the right-hand side. They are coolered up, and they get two
Got a
splats.
lot of
Now
resources
the
out, but
advantage is
Jackpot
for
comes out on
Jackpot.
top.
Yeah, but a big
As long as there are no
advantage that
trades
is
here.
because
Yeah,
the other member
Jackpot.
is jumping back here.
It's their game to
Keep
lose
an eye
now.
there. They're
They
going
need
to
to
start
not
moving
throw
forward and
by,
attacking
like,
at this
feeding.
point. I would wager
But they've
Jackpot
got
will
more
they
of the map under
opt to
control.
move forward? No, it appears that they've at least held back here in the center of the map.
Back
They're not moving forward to
went
try
in
to
and
fight it
traded
out.
the
As
reflux,
Typhon takes
so
one
it's
out,
fine.
they're coming
Trading
in from
everyone
this
else-
left
anyone
side
else
of the
would not have
map,
been worth,
looking for
but
one player, finds one player.
this
Can
is
they close it
Jackpot
out, or will
W
Jared win the
unless
fight?
something
Leafy
huge
moves over,
happens.
but that's two people over here. Keep an eye on the top. Two down,
Jackpot
now
W.
3 down, and
Wipe.
a wipeout at the
Oh.
end.
Okay.
Jackpot moves forward.
The surfboard
That
goes
was
flying as
definitely
Jackpot
winnable
will
for
eat up
Unadon, but they
so
needed to win
much
that
ground
fight
and
that
take
happened in
care of
45
business
seconds.
in that third game.
Because they came
They
out
get their
behind on
second
that,
W.
they just didn't have
get
any
the
resources
number one
anymore, and they
seed
got
out of
swarmed.
Group A, and it took a titanic effort down the stretch, but
All
a
right.
critical
So
wipeout
Jackpot
to blow the doors open.
cannot
and
feel
Jackpot,
good about
the
that.
winners of Group A.
Like,
they'll
you
get
can
that
see
number
on their
one seed
faces,
for
they're just
tomorrow.
like, eh.
Right there at the end, you saw
That's
that awkward moment
not what
where
we were
Shino was
expecting.
fighting Jared there, and Jared was almost
But,
out of ink there, had thrown a bomb at that Tenterbrella
did it.
shield. There was a moment
And
there
they've got
where I
data
thought,
for
if
next time,
Jared's
too.
down there and Shino gets that. That's the whole center of the map at that exact moment. Who else should come but Leafy to close that one out there? There's a
Yeah, they
lot
look
of
a little
moments
shaken up,
leading
honestly.
into that you can maybe point
I mean,
to.
they'll
but
be back on
Jackpot
top of it
always
for
finds a
tomorrow,
way
for sure,
to assist
but-
their teammates in those positions.
And that's what always stands out to me is when Jackpot can get those 2v1s, that's when they shine the most. When they got stuck in a lot of those one-on-one situations or even 1v2 at Hagglefish Market, that's when they lost. You noticed that. But in that situation, when they needed to get the win, they needed to get that splat, they got back to their fundamentals of 2v1s and getting themselves in advantageous situations.
Yeah, I mean, calling out, helping at the right spots, and knowing where the attacks are coming from, too. So, again, as we kind of look back at these games, after this first game, Jordan, I was a little bit worried. We said there at the end, Unadon made it a little interesting at the end, but mostly window dressing there. But they were in control, I would say, going into the last minute of that third game here. And
Might be a
I
little bit of
just cannot
streamception
continue to
real
reiterate
quick
how
on the audio,
impressed
but I'll
I
mute it
am.
as fast as I
Again,
can.
it can be turf
There we
war,
go.
it can be any type of mode. You still have to find ways to win fights against Jackpot, and Unadon proved that they could do exactly that.
Which makes it really interesting as you set the stage for tomorrow. You get to those Anarchy battle modes. It'll be fascinating. Now, Unadon, they'll go ahead and get the number 3 seed, which means the Greasy Goblins will get a number 2 seed for tomorrow. They'll take on the number 3 team from Group B. But Unadon showing that they are going to be a force to be reckoned with. They will not be an easy out for anybody that faces against them. Group B will get ready to roll here in just a little bit. But for Jackpot, I think it's a wake-up call as far as dominant as you were in North America. The competition steps up another level here. And for Unadon and Korea's first appearance in these World Championships over the last 4 times, they've got to be proud of themselves in this opening round. And they have a lot to feel confident about as you get set for all the action tomorrow.
And it just proves that you never know, right? Splatoon is a game of incredible danger, incredible volatility here. Things can be going so well for you so often, and then you lose 1 or 2 fights. And listen, there's only 4 of our fine-finted people on the map at any given time there. If one person accidentally falls on a bomb, somebody gets taken down by a stray Trizuka shot, that's 50% of your fighting force that is way, way out and has to, you know, swim on back or super jump on back into the middle of the map. But I say that to say that it can be easy for even a team like Jackpot to let a game get away from them if they're not careful, but you still have to be able to force those situations, and even for a team as experienced as them, got to be on point.
Jackpot picks up the #1 seed with 2 victories. Greasy Goblins, as we said, they were down 0-1. 2 terrific come-from-behind victories over Unadon to get that 2nd seed. And then Unadon will get the 3rd seed from Group A. But as we saw, all these teams very
Group
competitive.
B should be
The
starting
fact
soon,
that
I'm presuming.
Jackpot lost their only game to Unadon speaks volumes about the depth that we have at this championship. So now we get set for Group B here.
Who are
as the
Greasy
players
Goblins?
get
Greasy
ready
Goblins
to
are
get the
from
stage here
Australia and
just
New
a little
Zealand.
bit, and now you get a chance to see some of the other talent across the globe. We're going to be seeing Phantom Thief of the Heart from Japan, Kaiser from Europe, and
Latias,
Smart Roast
she's a
Chickens
Charger
that just
player.
qualified recently from
She's
Taiwan.
been a
and it's
content
gonna be really
creator for some
exciting.
time, so she's
Yeah,
probably the
this
one that
is-
most people know
I would
the
say,
best.
being from North America,
and then you got
might think
Nex,
that
who was
Group A is the one I
playing
would be interested in seeing
Reflux,
Jackpot play, but
was
I'll
playing
let you know,
Shot
Group
in
B, this is gonna be a
the
really
Anarchy
fun one
matches.
here. Phantom Thief
They had
of the
Ardino
Heart,
playing today
one
instead of
Koshin,
Link.
one of the
Link was a
most
bucket
stacked
name
Koshin events
who
that I
was
have
playing in their
ever
like
seen,
qualifier
beating some
match,
of
but
the
then
very
Ardino
best
is the
Japanese
squeezer.
players to do so. But
And
Kaiser had a
Raimi
huge
was
upset, beating the
playing
presumptive favorites
Splash
from Europe, the
in
French
both
team Alliance
Anarchy
Rogue,
and
who
Turf.
did represent Europe at the last World Championships. They beat them in a long and steady set. And then Smart Roast Chickens here from Taiwan, another scene that a lot of our viewers aren't going to be very familiar with. And if Unadon showed you just anything, it's because just because you're not familiar with that scene and they don't maybe come out to all of the community events doesn't mean
So,
they can't
Phantom
still keep
Thief.
pace with the big boys.
And you pointed out with
Oh,
Smart
they're just
Roast
playing Phantom
Chickens,
Thief Kaiser
a
round
very
one.
mechanical team.
Oh, serious.
They are a team you
Those
do
are the
not want
teams
to
that should
caught
be
in
making it out of
1v1s
here.
because
That's-
they will eat you alive.
All
And
right,
you
well,
look at
that's
Phantom Thief
high
of the Heart,
pressure.
A team that, even though they were down multiple
Neither of them are really
times,
gonna be that
they were
warmed
able
up.
to come back and get some narrow victories in what you said is arguably one of the most competitive tournaments in the entire world. And then, of course, the battle-tested team
Yeah, it's
of
some kind of
Kaiser.
sausage.
These are 3 teams that are going to feel very confident
It's
no matter
great.
who they go against.
Because
Yeah,
Kaiser is
and,
specifically a
you
German
can see
team.
right here on the team comps that'll kind of roll across your screen. You're going to see a lot of familiar compositions. Phantom Thief of the Heart, I would say, it probably runs a very Jackpot-esque style. They've got one player who's going to sit back and maybe turf a lot, and the other to go forward and fight. And they're going to continue to fight over and over. They are battle-tested against all of the best that Japan has had to offer them there. A very, very strong region, probably the biggest region purely for competitive Splatoon.
Wiener just means
but
from
I
Vienna.
think that Kaiser being the
Like-
chameleon, as I believe they were called in that earlier thing, is going to be the interesting piece.
Like
I
how
know
the hamburger
they're not
is
as
named for
confident in
Hamburg.
Turf War, but as I said earlier,
for
mechanics travel. And if you can win the fights
just
at
a
the
city
important times
in
of the
Germany.
game, it's kind of the flip side of
Frankfurter,
Turf War,
yes.
where, yes, you don't get to have the benefit of your biggest push, right? But at the same time, you always know when the important time to win your fight is, right? It's always going into that last 30 seconds. It's the 45 seconds to set up for that. So if they decide to
Please
win the
stop
fights
stealing
at that
food,
point,
America?
they
No,
can
we
steal a
will
game
steal
or two,
everything.
even off the best.
Well,
That's what we
Kaiser,
do.
one of the few
That's what
teams
we've
here,
always
if
done.
not the only team, that doesn't really have an anchor that they play with. And that's going to be fascinating because in Turf War, how much does it
I wish
matter
that
what
were-
we know when you get to those Anarchy battles?
I wish that were
You
less
do
true
want
than
that
it
more
was.
traditional team loadout. However, it's worked for them. They've found their way here, and sometimes if you really want to play the role of a Pachirisu, let's say, in this World Championship, yeah, right there, my friend, deep cut, you've got to do something different that other teams can't prepare for. Maybe this is the answer.
Sparkling
a team
hot
that
dog.
doesn't use that snipe rider that's going to maybe go in there and throw
Wait,
out
you mean
monkey
that
wrench and
the
stuff.
Vienna
it'll be
beef
interesting
brand
to note because the Snipe Rider is one
isn't
of those
authentic?
weapons where it's still used very, very heavily in Turf War. Don't get me wrong here, but if there was ever a mode that you could maybe experiment a little bit with and try things out, this would be the one. And I guess just to let you behind the curtain just a little bit here, I did speak with Kaiser
did you?
earlier. Yes,
Wow.
I did.
Are you friends with Kaiser?
Journalistic integrity
Wow, look
right
at this
here.
man right here.
Going through and talking with some of these teams, and they said that they were going to try some things out here in Turf War. They're still trying to find exactly what works for them on some of these map modes here. So they might shake it up a little bit even in specific sets.
Because the truth is, coming in, they didn't feel entirely confident about their
And a
Turf War
burger is indeed
capabilities.
cute.
They understood that, but this is the time to experiment, and you never know what you're going to learn. You might even pick up a little Nugget 9 that might help you when you get to the rank.
I don't know.
modes
I don't
that
know
you're
the
so familiar
about
with, and so it will
Sejun
be
Park's
fascinating
Pachirisu.
what these chameleons, the
That's not something
Kaiser
I know.
team, will do. But right now it'll be Phantom Thief of the Heart versus Kaiser. Traditional loadout versus
This is interesting.
untraditional loadout.
I genuinely
Thief of the
don't
Heart, the
know
home
where
team here in
Phantom Thief's
Japan.
power level is at right
They are
now.
going to
I
be
feel like I have a
very,
rough
very
sense of
exciting
where
to see
Kaiser's at,
because this is a
although
team, especially
I
in a
haven't been
mode
watching as much
like
EU stuff
Turf
as I've been
Wars,
watching
where we've
NA
already seen a lot
stuff.
of come from behind victories. That's where they shine.
But, like,
You
this
think
could
they're
definitely
done,
go
but
either
no,
way.
No, they rise up
In my
once
understanding of
again.
it.
Yeah, I mean, if Kaiser wins this against Phantom Thief of the Heart, let's play the hypothetical game right
Sure,
here.
I love the
If
hype.
Nova
You're
wins,
Kaiser and you feel like
there
on
was
your
a
worst
Nova
mode,
player
you managed to get a set
on-
victory over the team that
Yes,
should be
see
the
where you're
most
going.
confident in their turf
Shoot,
war.
wait, is YDD?
I mean, they said
Smart
earlier
wrist
Majin
chickens?
is the life of the party,
I
but I
think
think this
YDD
whole
is Smart
venue
wrist
might
chickens.
become the party here if Kaiser's able to pull this.
We
Um,
remember in 2018, Majin, when he was here with
So, he
Europe
played it on
representing them in
Inkblot
the World Championships. They had
one
defeated the
time.
defending world champions, North America, in the semifinals in one of the all-time great pop-offs that we've seen in
Whereas
this
Kaiser in
tournament.
comparison to
Great
AR,
to see
they beat
Majin
AR to
back
get here.
once again. And
Um,
a lot of these
I
players
think
that
that
have been
was
at the stage
generally
before, they
probably
unraveled by the
considered a little
moment
bit of an upset,
sitting on
but
the
like they're pretty
stage,
close.
right next to the other
Zerez is
four.
like a
This
veteran
is a moment
competitive
that they
player who's been
shine,
around
they
forever.
rise,
So is
they were
Majin.
ready to step their game up
I
to
don't know
another
as much
level.
about Fly
Let's see
Zero.
if
I know
Kaiser
that
can do it. A
Isik
team that has the most
has
unusual
been
loadout
a Zap
of all
one trick
6
for a
teams
long
here.
time.
We hear those bells chime.
So
which
they've been
means
around
it's
at
time
least.
to roll. Our first game, Phantom Thief of the Heart, trying to steal a victory versus
So
Kaiser.
it's like they're good
As we've
players.
said before, the chameleon.
I don't
amongst
know
all
how
6
much of a
these
team they
teams
are,
as we get set to get things going.
if that makes any sense.
Pause for dramatic affair. Here we go, coming in, making their way to the middle of the map. Looking at these loadouts here, Nine, anything stand out to you?
Well, the one
Double
thing to kind of
cooler
note here on this map
Phantom
in
Thief.
particular, where it's so big in the center of the map, is this is one map where you can get away
As much as
with
I hate to
this
say it,
very Japanese
I think
composition where you
that
have both
more
that Sniper Rider
people
5H
need to
as
start
well as the
experimenting with double
reflux.
cooler.
You can make that work
Like,
because it's such a long-range
I have
map.
been seeing
Songku backing
like as
up
soon
at
as I
this
saw
point.
it,
You see the tactical cooler came out early
whichever
for Phantom Thief
Japanese
of the
team
Heart,
it
and their
was that
mobility.
ran
That's
it
the one
against
thing that you
Jackpot
continue to talk about all the time
in-
about a lot of these teams
I
that go through
want to
coaching.
say it was
Their
the
movement is so
qualifiers.
fast, it's
Might have
inspired
been
other teams
Spot
around
World
the globe to
Championships
step their
instead,
game
but
up.
Well, I mean, you can't be
Anumami,
slow. You simply have to move forward and
they
sense
won
when
with
those
it there, and I
moments
was like,
are here.
oh wait.
You only find
think
that
this
out,
just
Jordan, by
works.
doing it over and over and over again. Maybe it wasn't the right time to do it, but now you know when the right time is going
And
to be.
I feel like
and look
that's-
at this again. They forced them
especially,
back
like, if we see
already.
a lot of it
now,
here
good
and
job
it ends
here
up
again.
working,
One player did go
it's
down there.
something
Kaiser
that
has
people
held
really
on,
need to
taking
consider.
another 2 out, so it's kind of a wash, and they're going to jump back because they were tacticalered. But as long as this player Hiraru is
And this
on
is
the
nasty
center of
having,
the
like,
map
the
and
pencil
has that
just
setup
holding
with
top
that
mid so
Sniper
that
Rider,
they can't
it's
get
gonna
back
be that
in.
much more difficult for Kaiser
And
without a backline weapon to push their way
Phantom
in.
Thief were
Now
able to
goes
just jump everyone
Tsukiyomi,
back in.
and now
This
it's
is a really
4-3
well-considered team
advantage
comp.
for
I'm
Phantom
impressed
Thief
so
as
far.
They continue to take control
I'm
of this
seeing like
first game.
every
They look
aspect
very
of it
comfortable. Songku
working
once again
the way that
backing up, just
it's
eking up
expected
an
to.
incredible amount of turf. Tsukiyomi moving forward at this point, going alongside the wall, and already Phantom Thief we've seen.
Okay, good
they
pick on
continue to just put the pressure on
that player
Kaiser.
there.
Yeah, and I gotta give
got
Kaiser
the cooler
credit
out
there.
now.
They
They
took
need
a
to
couple of hits
clear
there, but
mid.
didn't immediately dive on top of Tsukiyomi's
Like, if they
position.
don't
Instead,
get space
waiting
for this that they
Tsukiyomi
wouldn't
to
have
move
gotten
and then following them
otherwise,
slowly. Now they've done a really good job.
not worth.
Zeres moved all the way
Oof.
in the center of the map and pushed another member
These trades
out.
are not what they
But
need.
they've done such a good job then again of fighting.
And
Zeres now
Zeres
goes
just
down.
gets picked.
Everyone in
That's
the center of the map
crazy.
is down, and Jordan, it's
Just
back to Phantom
push
Thief.
delete.
And that's what you
Deleted.
pointed out, the fighting. We continue to see Phantom Thief with the advantage on the map. 4-3, 3-2. They are just picking up splat after
I
splat,
don't know
but finally Kaiser
why
able to take a momentary advantage. with
reflux
Phantom Thief
backed up
spawning
that
right
far.
back
I guess
into
maybe
the
they're
action.
trying to
Well,
get
again, it's going to be
missiles before
so
the last
difficult
fight.
for them to get a sustained
But they
push
kinda just
in the
lost
center
their,
because Rauru is there
release
with
for
that
that. Again,
Sniper Rider
cooler,
and going
so
to
not
be
a
able
huge deal,
to take
but-
pot shots at
Ooh, that
players
might
there.
be
But
a bigger
Zeres
deal,
closes
'cause
out
that's
a
no
really important
missiles
splat on that side
until they
before
spawn
going
again,
down. So now at
'cause
this
they had
point,
cooler.
keep an eye on the top of the
That's-
screen.
that's the thing, it's
When
just
will
like,
the tacticooler
they
come
will-
in? Will there be time to get a second
Single
tacticooler
cooler,
out?
you can expect
It's
to have
Phantom
it a
Thief
lot of
still
the
in great
time,
control
but
with
double
25
cooler,
seconds left.
you
They all pick up the drink.
will
Jordan.
always
They're
have
in
a
a great
cooler.
position here. A crab
you're
tank from
playing
this
that right.
popular perch on this side. They have set
You
it up
will
perfectly.
never lose
It's the
more
last
than
call.
3
They
seconds
get
of
one more sip
time.
of the
You will never
tactic
lose your
cooler.
special.
12 seconds left. Phantom Thief continuing to dominate the middle of this map, trying to pick up one more splat. Phantom Thief.
Yeah, Kaiser's just getting
Aggressive
outpaced.
debut for
This
them
is-
as they get another Splat against Kaiser, and that's going to be all Phantom
more
Thief.
dominant
start to
than
finish,
like
a dominant
Jackpot
performance from them.
versus.
Yeah, it was formulaic. They had
Goblins.
the right players going down to the
That was
bottom
not
of the
close.
screen, taking fights on the opponent's side of
Because
the
like what
map,
you got to
diving
understand
forward.
about
they
Scorched
knew that they
Gorge
had
is that
that steady anchor,
the
that
map is
Snipe Rider
absolute
5H,
dog
Jordan,
water.
the
It
most
is
popular weapon
one of the
in
worst
competitive
map
play right
modes
now
in the
because
entire
of
game, in
exactly
the entire
that.
franchise.
You go forward, you fight, you
The
have
only
someone
way
you can
ahead
immediately
into
jump
the
back
enemy
to that
spawn
you know is perfectly
is a great
safe, and
bridge
they've probably got another drink
that's
for you
visible
when
from
you're
everywhere.
And that was the thing. It just
You
constantly
can't
felt
swim,
like
you
Phantom
can't move
Thief was
fast. If you
never
want to get
really
off the bridge,
at a
you have to drop all the
disadvantage
way
in
down
that
to the
first game.
floor.
I said it
It's
before,
just awful.
4-3, 3-2, whatever you
And
wanted to call it.
to win
Kaiser
that
just had to continue to just spawn
61-37
and get back into the
on a
middle of
map
the
that just
action,
does not
and they
let you
were
push
always
forward, that
down
means you're
a
kind
player
of
or
dunking
two.
on them.
And that's why you talk about the Snipe Rider and why
So,
it's so important, because
I think
it
there needs
gives
to
your team that
if
opportunity
we're gonna
to get
call
right back
if we're gonna
into
in
the action.
Well, and
the
also, one shot from the Snipe Rider is not enough to take
in
an
this
inkling out there. It
storyline,
does
the
not
narrative,
reach that 100 damage
if we're gonna
threshold in one
call
shot, but it gets you awfully close.
Kaiser
You hit
the
that one
adaptable
shot and
ones,
then one slosh from
they
that
need to come up with like a
tri-slosh bow
completely
becomes
different game
enough.
plan
Suddenly,
right now.
Just a couple of shots from those dualies are enough. One Tentamissile,
Like, that was
even
just
the
too
very
slow.
tip of that damage hitbox is enough. So it makes things that much easier for everyone else on the team. Now, I will say, that last map, Scorch, very, very
Yeah,
good.
I would
with that
love to
exact
see the pencil
composition that
nerf.
they
I would love to
ran
see
in
them
that game.
finally
Now,
realize
we're going to
that pencil's
Unadon
kind of a
Spillway.
problem.
This gets a little bit more fight happy, and things can get away from
It
you
might
pretty
happen.
quickly.
And that's what's going to be really interesting about day 2. We'll talk
You have
more
any
about
advice
that
for
as we set
breakups?
the
I mean,
stage for it. But
I
every
actually
single
do.
mode and map is predetermined.
It's on the
You can
channel.
really scout what you
This
can
is
do as a
actually
team and what
this
loadouts you
is
wanna
exclusively
come
dating
prepared
advice.
with.
Is the name of the video. It was a
randomness
stream
of
that
the
I did a
map,
while
as you
back.
said before, Scorched
I actually
Gorge,
talk.
we don't have an
There's a
anchor.
section
That's
there
gonna
in the
put us at a
PowerPoint about
huge advantage
breakups.
if we're Kaiser. Now you
That's
get a
not
different
really
map,
what we're
and all of
talking
a
about
sudden
right now,
feeling a little
but-
bit better about your chances.
It's there.
Yeah, at the very least, you got what might be your worst map mode combination in this whole tournament out of the way there. And it went, about like you thought it might.
Pencil
But
weapon's kind of strong,
again,
huh? This
it
is
only
what
gets better
what
from
Nintendo's saying
So as they get set
as
for
they
game 2,
they look and
probably just one of those
and
games
see what
you
people are
flush,
running
not
and go,
worry about
huh?
it. Listen, bad luck at the
Oh,
draw.
so
We've got
so that's
Scorched Gorge,
why
they've got a Snipe Rider. We
7
don't.
of the 8
That was
teams
gonna
at
make things a
Koshin
little
ran
bit
this.
difficult for us. We already
So that's
acknowledge
why
this
that was at a
game
previous
mode, turf
Koshin.
war
It might not have been
is
the most
not our
recent Koshin,
strength
but
right here. What
that-
can we
that's
learn about
why
the ways other
they
teams
don't know
play
that
here? How
NA
we
is
use
running
this
it.
to
Let's
our
be real.
advantage to set the stage for tomorrow. I'm sure
They
those are
don't
some
know
of
what's
the
going on
thoughts
in the
going
NA
through the
meta
minds of
game
Kaiser.
until
Well, yeah,
NA
there's just a lot of
comes to
unfamiliarity with this
specifically
event,
a
too. The
Nintendo
members of
event.
Kaiser are probably familiar with Jackpot, but there's not a lot of players who are familiar with Phantom
Not even
Thief.
like Splat
You get
World
to experience
Championships, which would
what
be an
this
excellent time for them to
heart-stealing team
see
is
what we're
about.
doing.
Coming at
Oh,
you
competitive
in
setting,
a
but no.
quick succession.
Nicely done. Game 2, Phantom Thief trying to pick up this victory. They want to get the 2-0 sweep and pick up a critical point. Both teams heading towards the middle of the
So
map.
I had a
As
bunch
you
of people
said,
say,
this
"Oh,
one
hey,
is
I just
more
showed up. What's
friendly
going
for a
on?"
team that doesn't have an anchor.
Well,
This
so
is
interesting to
preliminaries.
note
These
here,
are
though, I
all for
want to point out that
seeding.
Radu has
There are
switched
no
to
eliminations
another
happening right
anchor
now,
weapon
but it's
that
best of 3
provides
turf
that
war,
tactical
and
alert, and it's
the
gonna be
top
the
seed gets a
heavy-edged
bye
splat
in the
loop.
bracket
This is
that'll
a
be day
weapon
2.
that's gotten a lot of love as of late because it's better at doing what we said, Jordan, better at fighting, moving around. The Splatling class, of course, much faster than the Chargers, and that can
Good
work
fight
on a map
from
like
Kaiser
this.
so far.
Down goes
Oh,
two
don't go down there
members
as-
of Phantom Thief to
we
start
lost
this off.
that
Kaiser
side,
loses
and
a
now
member.
they're
So
just gonna
far,
take right
a little
side
more
and-
even in the middle of this map, but a
Oh,
huge
this is gonna snowball
kickoff
quick.
right there. Unbelievable splat against Fly Zero.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
my sloshing machine heart
Oh.
is so full right now. Sanku, one of the best with that weapon class, got an incredible shot and then a couple partials in order to take another member out there.
Oh, they caught
Tsukiyomi
someone.
does go down to a bomb. It happens. But now Raru gets forced away by those
Still
Tenta missiles. I was
trading
about to talk
even. If
about
they can
this
get this
exact
stamper-
position
oh, they
of
don't know.
Tsukiyomi
They
is where
landed
they would
above.
love to sneak a
They're
couple of their
camping the
players.
cooler.
But right now, again, give
But
credit
it
to
was
Kaiser. They
after
know the
having
important
grabbed the
parts
cooler.
of the map,
What
and they
are
held them off
okay?
ever
They're
so slightly.
not. They're running
Zara is
coolerless.
just trying to advance forward, but having to fight through so much
No,
yellow
they-
ink, and
there's a
down
head,
goes
I'm
Fly
stupid.
Zero again. Toya, critical splat at this moment.
So single
Booyah
cooler.
bomb comes, and they
So they're not
come, as
gonna have
we
that pacing
mentioned before,
advantage,
Nine,
and this is
just so
gonna
quick
let-
as they swarm
we'll
into
see, like,
the map
how,
side of Kaiser.
Yeah, but
This
they,
ends up playing
again,
out in the
not
fights
going
now
too
that they're
far
just
in,
not
or well, I
outspeeding
say that and one
straight up.
immediately goes down. But I wanted to say they never
So
go
I feel
too
like
far
EU
either
is playing
without somebody
good
around
methodically,
or tacticalered up.
just
That's
like
generally
you
how it
can't
goes,
play
as
too
Isshin pulls out a
methodically
very nice shot
when
right there.
the other
It's
team
difficult as a shooter
has 3
to
second
deal
spawn
with
timers
that
and you have
weapon.
9 second spawn
Now
timers.
suddenly
like, you gotta
Kaiser, because
run in
they've
and
held
take a
back
risk at
so
some point.
diligently and haven't extended too far, I think Jordan, they have slowly just
Kaiser
pure
has a
attrition
chance here for
worked their way
sure.
back into the center of this map.
They really have. You see the Tenta missiles ready to go for Toya. Zera Zerez trying to use that zip caster
Good-
just to get behind
Good
the
movement
wall of the
just to
defense.
leave
Zerez trying to pick
and
up
let the
one
teammates
splat.
take the fight for you.
Flying all over the map is Zerez. Finally returns back to their side,
Oh,
but
but
it's
we lose
starting to get a
Majin
little
there.
bit even Phantom Thief with the slight
That
lead.
might be a
Under a minute
problem.
left. Both teams probably have
Oh,
time
no push
for
from,
one more
Phantom
push
Thief to
before
take
we get to
advantage,
critical
so-
moments.
Yep, and again,
They're actually
folks,
just
I'll
dead
have
even
you
now.
keep your eyes on the top of the screen here. Look for
lots
when
of
these
specials.
tacticalers come out. This
I
is
think
how
I see
Phantom
two
Thief stole so many
on
victories
Phantom
by
Thief.
such narrow margin. Was the timing of their specials there. Managing to survive just somehow is Toya, and they take out another member there
there
too.
cooler
That's
out?
going to take an awful
Oh,
lot of
there's no
turf.
cooler
Moving
on
back to
that.
their side of the map, waiting to fire these Tenta missiles until the exact right
Little
time to
yikes.
coordinate.
21 seconds
Thanks for the
left. Can
resub,
Phantom
AK.
Thief
Warwick,
hold
appreciate
on, or will Kaiser be the ones that steal a victory? They get a
Okay,
splat there.
okay.
Tenta missiles coming and just trying to stay alive.
Kaiser
they
gets
do. All
one,
four
and
members.
they
They
get
have a
one clean
4-3
in the
advantage.
last 15.
10 seconds left. Can Kaiser
There's
move
a
forward
shot.
and take this one?
They're in the
They
right
just need to
position to
paint a
do
lot
so. You
and
saw
not
Ishik
go
has moved
down
up
too
there
soon.
and is starting to turf the other side of the map.
Oh,
That's
I think
two
they might get
down.
this.
There's not enough time left. That was 3 down at the end for Phantom Thief.
They get that
Did they
if the
build enough
game
of the
lasts
lead?
like
Neither
5
team
more
was
seconds,
confident as
and they
you
get to
read
paint a
the
little
body
more. I
language.
don't
We'll
think they had
see
enough
what do
time.
the furry paws point to. It's a victory for Phantom Thief.
quite.
They hold on 50.4%, but Kaiser gave them
That one
run
was a lot
for money
closer.
down the stretch, but it was
And I
too
think
little,
part of that was
too late,
just
as they like to say.
Yep, and
double cooler
if that could
game
gone on
one,
for another
they
2
were not ready.
seconds. I mean, folks, you could take a lot of turf
Right.
very, very quickly there. And Ishik won a major fight on the
Phantom
bottom
Thief
of the
is
map
still
there to
a
take that.
high-level
And you
Japanese
saw
team, and that
they
has to
felt
be
like they
taken
could
very
have gotten
seriously.
that one. Look, they are smiling right now. They're like, man, we almost got that there, feeling all right about themselves.
It's almost the joy that comes with, wow, we surprised ourselves there. We did a little bit better than we thought, almost took a game, but I think what you saw is they
They were
finally felt
not in the
comfortable.
tournament. Yeah,
It took about
probably not
5.5
for turf war.
minutes of gameplay over the first 2
It's
games,
not
but they
a
finally felt
phenomenal
comfortable
turf war
where
weapon,
they could be
but
the
we'll
aggressors
probably
against
see
Phantom
it
Thief for the
in
heart, but as we said, just not enough
ranked
grains of
modes
sand
at some
left in that
point, the anarchy
hourglass,
modes.
and now that's a 2-0 sweep for Phantom Thief of the Heart. They'll take a rest here in just a moment, and now that means
Catching up
Kaiser
with
will face
with
off
chat
against
a
the
little bit here
smart
now that we're in between
roast
sets.
chickens. But looking back at some of these highlights, it started off in game 1, Phantom Thief dominating a Scorch Gorge.
Yeah, the term I used was formulaic, and Splatoon is a game of great alchemy and great danger, great volatility, as I noted, but sometimes you get a
Cross-referencing Nintendo.
composition
Oh, yeah.
on a specific
I
map,
had
on a
to call
specific
him out
mode
for
where you think, okay,
for
if everybody
not getting
does
the
their
facts
job
straight.
here, we should feel comfortable in
But
this.
then
And you saw how difficult it was.
turns
for
out there were
Kaiser
some
in
facts
this game
that
to find any footing.
I didn't
I
know
was so diligent about
that
staying in the middle
they-
of the map, making sure that
I got
power
one of my
was
corrections
all theirs
wrong.
to work
At
in
one
from.
point,
And
they
again,
they
did
swapped
exactly
out
what they needed to through the game.
Typhon
They won the
for
fights that
or
they
Puyo
needed
for
to, and
Typhon.
This is what we expected
At
from Phantom
first,
Thief.
and the
So
Japanese
Phantom Thief, very
translation,
impressive, a
Puyo
game
was
mode that
actually
they obviously
the
had
key
to
player.
dominate in Koshin
But
this year. They
then
surprised a lot of people with come from behind
they
victories.
realized, oh wait,
Didn't have to do it this time
Puyo
around. They get the win over
has
Kaiser
played
in the
Dapple
first
Doolies, and like we
set.
were used
So
to that
Kaiser
being
now
them,
trying to
but
pick up
actually
a
it's
victory
Typhon
here
who's
as they
been
face
playing the
off
Dapple
against
Doolies
Smart
for them
Roast Chickens.
recently.
Smart
And so they
Roast
swapped them
Chickens,
out.
They come in,
And like
well-prepared,
I knew someone
qualified
who was
recently from
familiar with the
Taiwan.
Korean scene
Their
and
team is
knew
gonna
that
feature
Puyo
one
had
of the
been
rare
playing
52
Dapples
gals that we're gonna
before,
see
and so they were
courtesy
like,
of
"Oh
Lynn.
yeah, that's totally
Yeah,
them
the
playing the
52
Dapples."
gal is. I make the joke every time.
But it
this
turns out
comes
no,
up.
they
And the people
were
who've
actually
watched all of
right
the
to
events
correct
you and I have done are
themselves
probably
for
tired of
the
me
NA
saying it, but the
translation.
52 gal always finds a way. Okay, a
So
weapon.
my
that
my
does
facts weren't perfect
52
either.
damage every shot.
But,
means that they're going to take out Inklings in 2 shots.
think
It
I also
fires
got the
quickly,
logistics
and it's
of
got
that
the
event
splash
wrong.
wall. This has been a force from the very, very beginning of this game. My first
But,
main in all of Splatoon
turns out it is
was
hard
the 52
to
gal in
collect
Splatoon 1
information
here
that
because
is
it's always going to have
in a mix
say.
of English,
And whenever you can
Korean,
move forward,
Japanese, and
whenever you're
Mandarin.
sharp with your shots, you're going to be able
would've
to
thought?
take out even the best of opposing players. So we'll see if Lin does opt to bring that out. It's not the most popular weapon in Turf War.
Why they keep doing
but
Turf War?
again,
That's
if you're
the
strong
format
with it,
that
if you can
Nintendo has
fight the
decided.
opponents and
Nintendo
let
likes to
other
highlight
people
Turf War
on your team turf it up. Might be a
because
good
that's
time.
the mode that
pointed
most
out
people
something.
play.
When
That's
you've got a
the
52
more casual
gal,
game
you
mode
wanna
that like
really
you
pay
start
attention
off
when
playing
someone
and that a
uses
lot
that
of people never
splash wall.
even
That says
go
a lot
past.
about their competency with the weapon.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
But these are not the
you see
matches
somebody's
that
jump
eliminate
shot,
teams.
You see someone
These
who-
are for seeding.
In any type
so
of sport that you play,
if
there's
you're gonna
always
put
something
Turf
where you
War
can
into to a tournament
those
format, I'd say this is the way to do
polished
it.
here.
To use it for,
I think when you put out your splash
the
wall,
kinds of
when
things
throw it
that
out,
you would
the
decide by a
timing that you
coin
throw
flip
it
in other
out
sports.
is,
Like, that's
I would say
not a
kind
bad
of-
way to do it
that
at all.
shows you the quality of the 52 gal player. Maybe they're really good at their aim, but if they put those splash walls out
And I mean,
at the right
there's the
time,
Kosheen
one of the
tournament, which
most
is Turf War
unique
exclusive, and that's one of the
sub-weapons
more
in all of
prestigious
Splatoon. You put that
Japanese
out, it
Splatoon
showers
tournaments,
down
period.
aim to provide one of the few shields.
That's
in
the one that
Splatoon.
Nintendo looks at the most for
So
balance
I think
adjustments.
that
Like
Lin
that's
has the
why
opportunity to
you saw
absolutely
things like
dominate different
reflux
portions of this
and
game
dually
if they get into
squelchers.
the right position.
I
But
think there was
you should
another one
also
that
note
was
here,
really
YDD,
odd
another
that they
player
nerfed that only makes
for
sense if you
Smart Rose
consider it in the
Chickens
context
that
of coaching.
When I watched the set that they won to get into this event, playing Range Blaster in Turf War there.
Made
it was
Dapples
just
for a
making
while,
life
decided
so
to pick up
difficult
Tetris
for
for
the
fun and
opponent.
popping
And
off a
that's
lot
why
more.
you love Splatoon 3.
Am I a
There's
bad
lot of
weapon? Is the
weapons
weapon
that can
carrying me?
potentially shine. You
Uh,
are,
is it-
of
you're-
course, going
you're-
to see a lot of the primary weapons that are at the top of the
So,
meta
like,
currently,
you're
but it
playing
is
better
really
on Tetris than you were on
refreshing to
Dapples?
see
Because
the
that's
range
probably to be
blaster.
expected
How will
in a
Kaiser
lot of cases.
respond
Like,
to that?
Dapples have
Now,
to
is it
play a lot
fair to
differently
say
because
with that
they're
52 gal with
crappier
that
range, but
blaster, Smart Roast Chickens, for as
in
talented
general,
as they are,
Tetris is just
maybe
going to have a
not
lot more
quite as
good
swift as far as
matchups
moving
because
across
of
the map
their
as Phantom
extra
Thief of the
range.
Heart.
Yeah, I'd certainly just
The
flatly
challenge with
based on the
Tetris is
tape
that you
we
have
had,
to
yes, I think you could absolutely say
get
that.
your
And that
aim
is-
on
that is no
very
slight to
reliably
Smart Roast Chickens
to do
here. It's
significant
just
damage.
out of the most competitive
Dapples, they do
region
damage
in all
quickly
of
enough that
competitive
sometimes you can
Splatoon
miss a few
3.
shots.
When you emerge on the top of all that, as
But it's
Phantom
also
Thief
not the
did,
easiest thing to aim.
you're
Like,
going to get
I think something
kudos in most of the
something that people don't
situations.
always
So,
understand about the really short range
certainly we will
weapons
see
is that
more of them as time goes
when
on
someone
here.
moves
But I think that this
relative
is
to
a
you,
hugely crucial set
that's more
here
like a 180 for
Kaiser,
you
because right
because
now, as
if
things
they're
are looking
moving
for them,
and they're
I
still in
think
range
they
of you,
want to be
well, they're probably
in
going to the other
pool
side
with
of you. And you're having to
Jackpot
turn
for
all the way.
tomorrow. I think that they
So like
desperately
Sploosh
want to
players
get
and
this
Dapples
win
players,
now. They don't want to
like
see
there's some
Phantom Thief of the
mechanics that
Heart
can
again
really unlock a
tomorrow.
high skill ceiling
We'll
on
see
those
what
simply
happens.
because
The
of the
Smart
aiming
Roast
task.
Chickens make their debut.
Okay, this should be a
Kaiser
stomp for
trying
Kaiser,
to get set for their
but
second round, trying to
we'll
pick
see. I
up
might
a
be surprised.
victory here against the representatives from Taiwan. Both teams rushing towards the middle of the map as they do in every
Double
single
cooler from
game
Smart
of
Roast
Splatoon.
Chickens again.
In the loadout series, you call
So,
it.
I mean, if
we do
something's
have a
gonna
Sniper along with that
catch
range
Kaiser off
blaster.
guard. Like we
Yep,
already
Leo
saw a double
was
cooler
their
work
backline
against them.
player and played a couple of different backlines on the other
on
side,
Scorch.
but it is the range blaster here, and when you're by yourself as that range blaster, things can get away from you in a hurry.
Yeah,
there.
that was just
Ishik diving on top of that
kinda
not so mobile
rough.
blaster.
I mean, you're a
but
range
you
blaster,
saw
can't
at the
really move
beginning
from
of the
there.
game, they had
I didn't
two
see how they got
players
into that
back in their
position.
spawn,
They keep moving to
sitting
someone when
back
they're
and
super
turfing
jumping,
that
and
around
it's
there. So
throwing
that
me
meant
off
that
so
the
hard.
one player who was in the center of the map was caught out in an awkward position there. So we'll see if that decision comes back to bite them.
Yeah, pretty good methodical play here
Sarah
from
is
the
using
EU.
the zip caster, finding a little
They're
bit of
just
position,
like getting an
able to
advantage
advance
and then
forward.
pressing
That's
it
what
until they don't have that
Stanford
advantage
is
anymore,
feeling
and then
very
they're
confident at
zoning
this point.
again.
Lynn
Trying to paint up.
trying to provide a little bit of support, but your Inzap playing the anchor role.
pretty good
Not
so far.
necessarily what you want at this moment. Wavebreaker comes out. YDD
And they have
just
missiles
being
ready
very
for the next
cautious and
push
careful with
attempt.
that range
They know where the
blaster.
range blaster
Doing a little
is.
bit of a tango at the moment with Zeres. Both members still dancing. Tacticooler comes out. They grab a can,
waited
and now
long
they
enough
can
that the
advance a
cooler
little bit
went out.
more.
Yeah,
But
you
once the
see,
cooler goes
really
out, you
not
see
sure
missiles
where they're
immediately.
going to
YDD
attack
has
from,
to
and
jump. They
thank
lose
goodness
another
for
player up
this
there.
quick super jump portion
Yeah.
of this there, because that was
That
the wrong choice
entire
of where
push
they
was
were going to
counterplayed
attack.
already by
And as
EU.
good as that
They
range
already had a game
blaster
plan.
is, as Zeres gets an unbelievable shot.
Have I mentioned that Zeres is really good at this game?
All Zeres right now
'cause if
here
I
with
haven't,
that zipcaster so
then
difficult to deal with. Go
remind
ahead and get
me
3
that
here.
I'm
Can you get
supposed to
4
do that
for
every,
us?
like, 5
Can we
minutes or
see
so.
a quad here
Just so
at
that
the
nobody
Splatoon 3
forgets.
World Championship 2024? It appears for the time now that Zeres has more important things in mind, like continuing to control the map.
Zeres cools off, but you saw it for a glimpse. Kaiser dominant.
I genuinely
right now.
think that Zeres is
1:15
like
left. All 4 members of Smart Roast
one of
Chickens
the
trying
best
to get
Stamper
out of the
players in
coop
the
at
world.
the moment. Kaiser,
I
though,
can't
has
give it to
really
him over
established
Horatio,
themselves well, but
but
a splat down
I
goes
have yet to
Zeres,
be
an
convinced
opportunity
that there's
for Smart
anybody
Roast
else.
Chickens.
And you saw that the other members of Kaiser really hadn't positioned themselves properly to play with the advantage that they had created for themselves. It's not enough to simply get
When
the
he plays
turn.
it, it just
you
looks
have to take
different.
the positions as well. Look how quickly Smart Roast Chickens moves back in here. If your position falls when one player gets taken out, you weren't positioned properly.
Now
This is
Smart
further
Roast
forward
Chickens
on the
just
map
need
than
turf
the
more their
Chickens
side
have
of the
been
map
able to
at
get
this
so
moment.
far.
They've got the positioning, but there's
And
a lot of purple behind
now
them.
this could be
As we
dangerous
now
for Kaiser
see
if
some of
more
the
of them go
players on their
down.
screen and the communication
This is
coming
not
out
when you want to be
quickly.
losing a fight.
And Smart Roast Chickens, 4-4, Wavebreaker comes out trying to identify a couple of targets.
Oh,
They pick up
no.
a splat against Majin. Here's an
Oh,
opportunity
no,
with
you-
30 seconds left.
And
You
again,
in
that's the
shambles
reflex
right
going going down there. That's the
This
big
is bad.
turfing weapon here for Kaiser. And now YDD is in a great position to maybe move and continue to fire up there all these pot shots. Zeris is going to try to open things up, and a lot of people turn around to look at Zeris right there. Great shot to take him down, and it went quickly too, but another one goes down. Hold on. There's a real opportunity for Kaiser to steal this one. That's a wipeout. Do they have
wait.
enough time to take enough
They
of the
probably
map?
have enough.
Jordan, I think they do.
Kaiser, a critical wipeout with under
That was a
5
robbery?
seconds left. Gave them a moment. The
That
window
was
was open
theft?
to ink some turf.
Please
now
arrest
it's up
them?
to Judd and Little Judd. What are their
Have them jailed
lines say?
violently,
Oh,
if
it's Kaiser
possible?
with a clear victory, 56.7%. to 40, and Kaiser's got to feel very good about that. You see the emotion, the jubilation. They are thrilled that they picked up that first victory.
And I want to point out there, yes, it was a highlight shot
man, Majin's
to
gonna
get
be
rid of
popping off
Xerath
from
after
that,
Xerath
yeah.
went into that Zipcaster. But I tell you folks at home, the best thing that Xerath could have gotten out of that was everybody turns to fire at Xerath, because in that moment,
See, I thought that the turf war
everybody else
moment was
gets
going
to
the
move
other
forward.
way.
If you can take
Because,
the
like,
eyes of the
Kaiser
opponent
was in the
and
lead
force them
for
one
2 full
direction,
minutes.
force them to
And
aim
then they
in that
lost
other
the fight with
direction.
45
It's going
seconds
to
left,
give
and I thought there was
just
no
enough
coming
time
back.
for everybody else to
But they
move
managed to
forward.
get in
And if
fast
they can
enough
get
to
in
have
those
another
fights,
fight
Kaiser
at
is
like
going
20
to find
seconds.
ways to win those,
And
they
they
take
won
a
from
turf
there.
war game. They look so happy with folks. These players
lot
have
of
beaten
those
the very
laughs-
best here, and they are that happy to win.
I'm a little nervous about
As you
those
said,
laughs,
if
because a
they
lot of those
drop
can
this
come
round,
from
That gives them
adrenaline.
a high probability.
A lot of that can come from
well, it does put them
getting
in
a
the
little
third
bit
place
too
spot
hyped
for
up
Group B,
and
which
just
means they'd be
barely
matching
like,
up
whew,
against
okay, that
Jackpot.
was a close one.
They want to delay
And,
that
like,
for as
your
long
hands
as
shake
possible.
because of
They're
that,
aware
like-
of how talented Jackpot is.
Oh my god, we got a
Give
raid.
yourself as
Thank you,
much time as
Cuber.
possible before you have to meet the heavy favorites in this tournament here.
'Cause,
So
like-
now, this is a big time game here. Can Kaiser pick up the second wing and pick up a
Adrenaline is not.
victory?
It does not have a good impact on you
Smart
for.
roast chicken.
Why did it say there were 2
Maybe
raids?
set for game 2.
Both from Cuber.
Yeah, and I think
That's
for
weird.
Smart Roast Chickens, they have to feel really happy with how that game ended
A lot of
up
the
going.
time,
Even though
like,
it got away from them at the end, you kinda see
Adrenaline
in those
just has a
player cams,
terrible
there were some
impact
nods of just
on
like,
gaming.
all right,
Like,
we're calm now. We
it
kept
takes
pace
the
with them
blood
in that
away
game.
from
We
your
won some fights
extremities
against the very best in
to
Europe, some
push it to your core,
competitors
right?
in the World
Because that's
Championship.
what you need
We're
to
here.
be able to
We
fight or
belong on
run
this
or
stage.
whatever
We fought
to
hard.
big muscle
That
groups.
game got away from us. We'll get
But
this
big
next
muscle
one.
groups are not what you
And that's
use
the
to
thing,
play
it's
the
hard
video game. You
sometimes
use your
to
fingers. You
step
use
onto
your
the stage
extremities.
cold when Kaiser's already played an entire set.
It also shuts
Yes,
down a
they're
lot
in
of the
rhythm.
decision-making
They've got the
processes in your
Pro
brain.
controllers warmed up at this point. And
So,
now
like,
they get a chance after taking that game. Kaiser
There-
feels
there-
very
there's a
confident
sense of
about themselves.
intensity
You
and
saw them even
urgency that can
smiling when
help
They lost game 2 against
if you're
Deep
like
for the
really
Heart, because I
intensely
think
focused and
they're
you're like
surprising
barking
themselves
at each
with how
other
well
and
they're
just
playing turf
everyone's
war at
moving
this
off of that and like
Yeah,
you're moving
and
quick and
they
efficiently.
should. In
That's
the very end
that's
of the
good.
game there,
That's
Xerath
good
moving
excitement.
forward and diving
But
in
like
with that
if you
Zipcaster,
get nervous, you're
everybody looked that
laughing.
way.
You're
Yes.
like,
When you don't
we
have
just
a traditional
won that,
anchor
and
weapon
like
there,
now
when
we're
you really aren't
invincible.
as
Like
familiar
any
with
of
it,
those kinds of things
just
can
use what works for
definitely
you on the other modes.
really negatively
Have one
impact
player
your
dive right in,
performance.
take all the eyes away, move forward, and attack everyone who's looking the wrong way. It'll work no matter where you're at. Let's just try
Taiwan
and see if
definitely
it works,
impressive
and for
here.
them
I
it
was
did.
not
They were
expecting them to
rewarded.
put up that much of a fight.
Game 2, Kaiser trying to pick up a victory and take a victory point in this Group B round
Got
robin.
turf ward in
trying to put
Worlds. When
themselves in
doesn't
the
someone
driver's
get turf
seat
ward in Worlds?
for the second
We've got the
overall
Anarchy
seed.
Nova. Who is
All
looking for
80
Anarchy?
players you see in the windows. How about
Who
the
is
grip
looking
for
for
Majin? It's little
a
bit
splatter
closer to
shot
the
Nova
heart
to be played
Well,
in Worlds?
listen,
You
there's
have it here
not
from
much you
YDD.
can say about that guy. He has done just about everything you can in the world of Splatoon, so he can hold his controller however he wants. But I want to point out a couple of weapons on the screen right now you're not going to see too often. The Anarchy Splatter Shot Nova coming out here from the Smart Roast
Yeah,
Chickens.
YDD,
On the other side, a Turf War favorite.
It's
the
crazy. They
custom
really
dually
do
squelchers
just want
for
to play
Kaiser.
one-shot weapons.
So a couple of
That's
changes from
what
both
they play.
teams, and when you don't know what the map
And
is going to be, it's a bold
the
decision.
Splatter
We'll see
Shot
if it pays
Nova
off. 30
is
seconds
not
into
a
this one
one-shot
so
weapon,
far. Both teams
but the
trading
Inkjet
sides,
is.
but down goes
And
the
this
grab.
Anarchy Splatter Shot
And now it's
Nova
a
exists
4-3
to get
advantage on the
Inkjets.
map for Kaiser.
That's
and
what
here
you
is
have it
Zera's
for.
once again with that Zipcaster trying to disrupt things.
So that's my read.
Moves
That's
forward,
my-
finds
that's-
the target
I think
there,
it's
and
just that
has to
simple.
recall
That's
before
why
he can
YDD
finish
plays
his
that.
meal on that side of the map there. Is you're now going to see the super jumps come out here from those custom dually squelchers. It's why it's so
I like
popular
super jumps
on
here,
Turf
honestly.
War. It's a
I think that,
mid-range
like,
shooter who
having
can take a lot of space without
all of
really
that,
risking
taking
too
away
much.
their
And whenever you
sharping
can fire
spots
those super jumps
in
around,
that
you
moment,
know you're going to have
won
a
them that
great
fight a
way
lot
to
more
turf the
cleanly
opposing
than it would
side
have
of the
otherwise.
YDD takes to the skies and a rare Inkjet covering up a couple of critical
Inkjet
spots.
was a
However,
little bit
Smart
too far
Roast
back with
Chickens
not enough
still
follow-up.
having
Like,
to
if you're going to
stay
do
a
an
little bit
Inkjet push,
deeper
you
in
got to
their own half of the map,
really
but
hard
it's starting
commit to it
even
and
out a
run
little
everyone
bit more
forward with it.
With 144 left
Didn't
here
really
now.
happen
Yeah,
there.
and they're feeling calm and collected there. Their reflex is still back on their side
Well
of the
played
map,
from you
turfing
here.
things around. They haven't felt like they
Pretty
needed to move
dominant,
forward
pretty
there,
dominant.
but that's two of their frontline fighters who were down. down. So I think that decision just got taken away from him.
Zera's doing an excellent job of that Zipcaster, getting deep into Smart Roast Chicken's territory. Cooler does
Chickens
come out, though.
need to not
For
let
Smart
EU
Roast
get up
Chickens,
onto their
Super
plat.
Chumps
If
dropping
that
down, they've got
happens,
to take care of those.
it's going to be bad.
They quickly do. YDD moving forward. Zera is trying to just provide a little bit of pressure at this moment.
Gotta
Bobbin
go all the way to mid at
weaving
this point.
between
Like,
that pole at the middle, and now here comes
not a
another
lot of
grab for
resources
Jared.
expended.
Yeah, and right now Kaiser's
Now
just playing
there's an
splat
inkjet,
zones
that
right here.
inkjet's
They're
going up,
holding
and they're
the
gonna start
exact
fighting
spots on
first.
this map that you would do
Maybe a
in
little bit
splat
slow to
zones.
get
So
something
the
started
joke
there,
I made
but
earlier about,
I don't
hey,
know.
take what you know from
They
the
can
other
back up.
modes
They
here.
have
If you
time
don't
to
feel
back up
confident in
and,
turf
like, let
war,
those resources
simply
get
hold
expended
this part
first,
of the map.
and then
But
go back in
hey, if this
themselves.
was splat zones, the opponent would have flipped it right here with 1 minute left.
Under a
trying
minute
to
left.
flank
Sarah's
on
in the
them right
middle,
now.
moving forward with Majin.
But
They
there's
pick
the
up 2
weakness of
splats,
the
and all of a
Anakin
sudden
Nova.
Kaiser a
You do not
4-1
have a kill time
advantage as we
if
are
you
getting
don't
close
have
to
your
the end of
inkjet.
game 2.
Yep, back
That's basically
all the
all they
way
had to
up
work
here
with.
and fire those Tenta missiles here. Try to find a little stability, and more than anything, Jordan, it's going to let
Like
them
all
see
these
where the
melee
attackers
weapons
from
in enemy
Kaiser are
base
coming
are gonna
from
be
here.
devastating.
They backed up and shuffled the deck ever so slightly,
Now,
so Kaiser
we're basically
is in
in
the position
desperation
to
mode.
take
Like,
the
the
fights
chickens
as
need
Smart Roast
something
Chickens
huge.
moves out here.
And they need it like
Smart Roast
right now.
Chickens, they've got all
They're
4
not
members
getting
on the
it.
map, but 2
I think this
specials
is
ready to
Kaiser
go
game.
for Kaiser. Under 20 seconds left. Here
Missiles
comes the
and
cooler. They're
chumps, so
juiced
much
up.
paint
Super
that's gonna
Jump
land on the
debuting
enemy
as well
side.
too. Inkjet trying to take out a couple of members. Gets one of Kaiser. Smart Roast Chickens. Can they do
They're
enough
one
work
down,
down the
but
stretch?
then they just get
Oh, a
pressured away.
critical splat with 5 seconds left.
Jared moves forward. Sorry,
Yeah, and 2
Zaris
down
moves
on,
forward
the
and takes
chickens.
2 members out there. That might have been enough. This is a mess here in the
This
center.
is,
but he moved forward at just the
I'm
right
gonna
time.
say Kaiser
Judd!
58 at least.
Kaiser, is it a sweep? Yes,
wow.
it is.
That's less than I
Kaiser gets the sweep over the Smart Roast Chickens. They're having chicken tonight for dinner, folks, as they get a critical point
Well done,
and
well done.
claim the first driver's seat spot here for that number
No
2
Anakin
seed, as we
finals
like to
now.
say,
That-
because now
there probably
it
wasn't
is
going to
gonna
be an
up
Anakin finals.
to
I'm sorry.
Phantom Thief of the Heart. If they can get the victory here
Unless
over
the
Smart Roast
American
Chickens,
Inkjetter.
Phantom Thief of the Heart will take the number 1 seed, but Kaiser doing all that they can to avoid
Man.
the number 3 seed.
Yeah, and
I
man,
bet Dot
Smart
Q
Roast
is
Chickens,
going to
you
get
had
sick of
both
that
those
so
games
fast
there.
of getting
I
called
would
the
say
American
that second
Inkjetter,
game maybe got
ironically.
away because it's something
I bet
that,
that's a thing that's just going to
Kaiser
get
is so very
overdone
familiar with. I made the joke
instantly.
earlier that they were simply playing splat zones on that map, but on a map like Hagglefish and Turf War, where it's so wide,
Yeah,
in
Kaiser's
the center
German.
in particular, that's where the
If the
largest
name didn't give
percentage
it away,
of that
I guess.
turfable ink in the center is. If you control that, you'll generally win a lot of your Turf War games. But
The
there is
EU
dove forward at
championship
the exact
between
right time, saw
Kaiser
where
and
the
Alliance
opposing
Rogue
tactical
essentially
was,
boils down to
made the
France
bet
versus
that,
Germany.
Hey, they're either right there or they're about to be. That was a good bet
And then
to
Spark
make.
was
Took 2
basically
players
England.
out, and everybody else
Or
did just
UK,
enough to hold
I
that
don't
game
actually.
for them.
I
And
think
checking
they're all
out some of
British,
the
but I'm not sure.
highlights, throughout the first 2 games, Zera's and that Zipcaster, the ability to get behind the Smart Roast Chickens front line and disrupt things, and the Tacticooler coming out. They had all the tools, all the weapons at their disposal to really step on the gas when they needed to at certain moments. And we saw
Happens if
Kaiser
it goes
do that.
1-1-1.
It almost felt like
because
9 with
they have a
Kaiser.
tiebreaker
After they
procedure
dropped
that
second
goes
game to Phantom Thief of
to
the Heart, you saw the smiles.
points
They loosened
turfed
up,
at a
they
certain
relaxed
point.
and realized, wait a minute.
Game
Sure,
wins
turf
and
war
game
might not
losses
be our
can factor in. I think
strongest
that was how it goes.
But we're still
And
pretty
then
good at it.
If
Let's
there's
go ahead
still
and display
ties,
something,
even on
and
like game wins
you
and
saw the
losses, that they go to
improvement from game
turfing.
to game from Kaiser.
Yep, every game I believe
if
they
that's
got
the same,
more
then
and more points from
good
from that
lord.
perspective. Certainly would help them out if we
What are the
do
odds?
come to a tiebreaker. But listen, these are skilled players, and you said it earlier.
Canadian
there,
Inkjetter
they're like,
reporting
hey,
for duty.
We might not be good at turf war, but we're still pretty good. Just period. Okay, like
The
we
Mounties
competed
are
with
here.
the very best that North America and Europe have to offer here. We've competed against top
We've
level
replaced the
Japanese
horses with
pickup teams
jetpacks.
here. Like, come on, we're Kaiser. We are the European champion.
It's interesting because you said once they shifted the mindset to don't think of this as turf war, think of this as splat zones. And hey, by the way, we got to pick up a little bit
What's
more turf to
the
build our
Rocky and
specials.
Bullwinkle villain's
You
name?
saw the
Snidely Whiplash, I
coordination
think.
really come into play, and that's when they
He's
looked like
doing
a
the Star Wars.
completely
They fly
different machine,
now.
Did Kaiser?
Yeah, and even if they didn't conscientiously make out that call, right? It's still something where you're going to fall back on your habits. And
How's it going?
Hagglefish Splat Zones is one of the most played map and mode
okay for
combinations
Jackpot.
in
I mean, they were
competitive
expected
Splatoon.
to win against
It
the
is
2 teams
universally
that
beloved, and these
they
players
played.
had hundreds and
They did
hundreds
drop
of
a game to
hours
Unadon.
on that specifically, so you know what parts
I think the
of
big
these maps are important to hold on to.
surprise
in these
for
critical
me
moments
has
there.
been
At that
how
point, it's a
strong
matter of moving
Unadon and
forward
Smart Roast
getting the
Chickens are.
fights you need in
I was
the right
expecting them
position,
to
and
go
they did
down
it
a
right
lot
there.
easier
We're
than they
rewarded
have.
in full.
So the excitement for Kaiser is that they pick up a win.
Then
and
Phantom
almost
Thief
guarantee themselves an
is a
opportunity to
little bit
not get
stronger
that
than I
number
was
3
expecting.
seed,
I was
which is gonna
expecting them to be
facing
pretty
off
good.
against the number 2 seed from Group A, and
They will
we saw the
definitely
Greasy Goblins
be
win
at least a
that number 2
challenge
seed from Group
for
A. So
Jackpot.
Now the bracket's going to start to formulate a little bit more.
I think
This is the
Jackpot's going to
final
need
piece
to
of
play
the
a
puzzle
little bit more
that needs to fit in.
disciplined
It's Phantom
tomorrow,
Thief
but
of
I
the
also
Heart,
think
the
that they
team
probably
really
will,
came from behind
because they
over their
probably
last
came
couple
into
of
these
victories in
matches like,
Goshen and really
okay,
shocked
these
the
ones
world
we're not too worried about.
versus Smart Roast Chickens, the representatives from Taiwan.
And they had to lock in a
Taiwan's
little
first
bit
ever
to beat
appearance
Unadon,
at
but
these
they did.
World Championships, and maybe they
Whereas
settled down after they had
Day
control control of
two,
a couple
I
of
think
games,
they're
and
going to be
now
like
they get a chance to keep the sticks
they're going to come
warm,
in
hop the
ready
chairs,
to
and
play
take
a
on the home team,
high-level
and beat to the
Japanese
heart.
team.
Well, they didn't even know, they being the smart roast chickens, they didn't even know if they were going to be competing in these world championships until the 11th there. They had to fight against the Hong Kong representative just for the right to be here. So you had to win your region's event, then you had to win another event, and then finally you get to be
someone
up
in
here,
chat
and you have
knows
to play
who
against the
Snidely
European
Whiplash
champion
is.
the first thing that you go up here. So
I know it's
I think,
Snidely.
again, in those games, they had that
Like
nod
making
after the
snide
first
remarks.
one. And I think that they know that that second game got away from them at the end, too. They don't feel starstruck here on this stage. They're like, okay, we had both of those games. They got away from us there. We need to make it happen.
Yeah, Snidely Whiplash is the villain that like
no,
ties women to
love
railroad
it.
tracks
So,
and stuff that
can Phantom
Dudley
Thief pick
Do
up a
Right,
second victory
the Mountie,
to
comes in and
clinch the first round bye
brings to justice.
Or will Smart Roast Chickens show you why they belong here? They had 2 opportunities against Kaiser. Kaiser came from behind.
Long will stream
the last
go?
moment
I don't want to
take
nuke my sleep
care
schedule,
of
but also
business.
Worlds.
But now we get set
This
for our third and
is
final
okay.
round
So we've
of this day
seen
1
Kaiser
of the Splatoon 3 World
versus
Championship
Phantom
2024.
Thief. Now we're seeing Phantom Thief
of the
versus
Heart
Smart Roast
versus
Chickens.
the Smart
Then,
Roast Chickens.
so
one more round of turf war.
after this
Ooh, and if you're the
set,
Smart Roast Chickens there, it's rough to immediately go back to the last stage that you played and got knocked out of that
Hold on.
last set in, but ready,
Did it
go.
go? Yeah,
Let's
Kaiser versus
get it
Smart Roast
going
Chickens
here.
finished.
As you're seeing Sanku switch
And then
over
this is the last
to
set.
the slosher.
this should be the
That is
last set
base
of
slosher,
day
my
one,
friend
I
there.
think.
It's very, very strong with
Maybe I'm
those
wrong.
triple
Maybe
ink
there's more.
strikes at taking very specific portions of the map and making things difficult for the opponent if you've already got them backed up.
Tsukiyomi just marching forward, dances out of the way of those Tenta missiles coming in. Sanko,
This would
with
be
the splat bomb, followed by some of the sloshing, picks
very
up the splatting
surprising
flint,
for
but down
Phantom
they
Thief to
go
lose, but
as Jared scoops him up. Toya backing
I
up,
mean,
has that
we've been a
tactical
little bit surprised by
tries to avoid the inkjet, and wisely
the other
Super comes back
teams
to spawn.
here.
And I love the way that Toya is
Already.
always moving up and active and fighting with the reflux there. That is
There's
a
always a
weapon
shot
that is
that's,
not one you'll see a
you'll
lot of
lose on a
players
given
move up
day,
and fight
so.
with their teammates, but they
Won't
just
count
do
'em
it
out
a
until
little
we see
bit
it.
differently there on the Phantom Thieves, moving up and fighting there and then jumping
Dang it,
back
why
to
do we
provide
have to talk
missiles,
about
whereas
food?
the
Now
other
you're
three
all-
members
y'all
of
are
the
making me
team
hungry.
continue to move up and fight.
Sanko,
Cut it
a
out.
trade there with Jared. That makes it 3-2 on the map. Advantage Phantom Thief. Starting to march forward just a little bit as the Smart Roast Chickens trying to regroup, trying to get a couple more members just to join them. That flock back on their side of the spawn. But now we're starting to see that push from Phantom Thief as
so
they
there's a
make their
pick.
way up the ramps.
Yep, and this is the
Can they
important
get
part.
any
They have
real map
just a moment's
control?
reprieve right now to push forward. They have a
This
special,
inkjet is
and they're
guessing
going to
at
try
where
to push
players
up
are.
with
They
it
have
being
no
that
idea where
inkjet.
anybody
The problem
is.
is that Tsukiyomi is already back, and now behind them takes out the landing
Oof.
spot of that, and Sanku won a fight as well. So that
Yeah, there's
small
just
window.
like,
Jordan
there was just like a
got
lack of
slam shot.
information there.
Tsukiyomi, down they go. Triple ink
that's gonna
strike
be a
ready
trade,
to go
and
for
there's
Sanku.
two
Has to find
specials.
an opportunity to use
Well,
it.
unless
Will
Sanku
there? Will
dies
they get
here, yeah,
splatted?
Sanku
They
overcommitted
do.
there.
Can't use the special. It gets burnt.
No,
So-
but they were tactical it up there. I know I keep saying that. Already back is Sanku, and now will throw those specials to cover
Oh my God,
as
that's
well. So,
much
even
in
with all
coverage.
of that, Smart Roast Chickens has just barely gotten their foot out the door. And Sanku
Sanku
once
just won a
again
1v2.
takes out
Come
another
on.
one of their members, that being the reflux there. Just not a lot of
You
stability
can't let
for
him
the
do
Smart
that
Roast
to you.
Chickens in this game.
Oh
Under
no.
a minute left, Phantom Thief looking
Oh,
very
man.
comfortable as they dominate mid.
Yeah, Phantom Thief
slowly
are
pushing
winning the fight
forward.
super
Sanku
hard.
and Tsukiyomi, you see fighting it
And
out.
they're like not
trying to
overcommitting either.
muck things up once again, and they take down 2 more members of Smart Roast Chickens.
Yep, the Smart Roast Chickens are trying to use some of their range to create crossfire there, where a couple of different members will be firing at the same member
When
each
was the last time that
the problem
Smart
is
Roast
that
Chickens
doesn't work. You're giving that
were
much more
in
space for
mid?
the opponent. Now
When
they
was the
saw
last
that
time that
Tsukiyomi
any
was
of
coming
them
in, but they couldn't get
had
away in time.
access
Now
to
Sanku
mid?
takes 2 out, 3 there for the slosher.
Almost a wipeout, as we know, is
Oh,
huge
man.
down the stretch here. Trying to just keep one member alive. Phantom Thief, they're retreating, letting some of the other members get back to mid.
That's pretty dominant.
Tsukiyomi doing all sorts of work with that Splatana, and now with 10 seconds left, you got to feel very good if you're Phantom Thief of the Heart.
Yep, just a few more there, and we'll take you all the way to the end here, folks. One moves forward to try to get it, but gets
appreciate how
taken out. They are
disciplined Phantom
storming
Thief
out
is.
to the center of the map
They
there.
don't
Jordan, they've
go
made
in
this
too deep
interesting.
and do something stupid.
We will see
Like,
if it was
they're
enough
always
for Smart Roast Chickens, an awful
dead
lot
set
of purple
locked
on
onto
the
the
map,
win
and that's gonna be
condition.
Phantom Thief, 63.4%. Smart Roast Chickens never really able to find their footing as Phantom Thief shows you why they cruise to the 2-0 sweep in their first game, and now just 1 game away from another sweep and another
Which one is
victory.
the other
Well, the
Jared?
waves of pressure that we talked
So there's a
about
Jared
from
on Jackpot, and then
Earlier
there's
we
a
said,
Jared here
hey,
on
you're going to see a lot
Smart
of the
Roast
same stuff
Chickens.
from Phantom Thief here, from a compositional standpoint, and from, I guess you could say, an idea, an approach to
How long do you
Splatoon,
reckon it
which
takes
is,
to reach
all
Worlds
right,
level?
you just want do it again. Do
Eh,
it.
they're
Do it
different
again. 'Cause
times for
eventually
different people.
Sanku is going to get behind you and take out 3 of you, and by the way,
The shortest
also
that I've
tactical
heard
now
someone
doing it.
reach like
And
high to
when you
top
can do
level
that
of
at the
play
very
to
end,
the
as
point
you
where
noted there, Jordan,
it
a
comes
wipeout
down
at
more
the very
to
end of
getting
the
on the
game,
right team and
even
developing
if a couple
synergy.
members went down there
The
from
the
Phantom
shortest
Thief, it
that
was
I've
simply not
heard
enough
of is
time to
like
take that turf back, and he
1,300
said
hours,
they
1,200
made it
hours, something like
interesting
that.
to the tune of 2/3 to 1.
Generally, you know,
And
most
that's
people
why
are going to take a
Phantom
bit
Thief of the
longer
Heart,
than
a
that.
team that really upset
But
a lot of heavy favorites.
A few thousand
in
hours,
Koshien to
and
earn
you
the
could
spot
get
to
there,
represent
but
the spot for Japan.
the greater
It's a team you
variable
don't wanna mess
is
around
how
with. So
smart
far,
your
they've been
practice
dominant
is,
on
what
Group B
who you're
side of the
practicing
bracket.
with,
Let's see if they can
who
pick
you're
up
learning
one more
from
game here to claim
on
that
your way
number
up.
1 overall seed and get that
Like, you got to
bye
make
into the
connections with the
semifinals
right
tomorrow.
people.
And for Smart Roast Chickens,
You've also got to care
that was
enough
one of those
about
games
it
that
to
got
want
away
to do
from
it,
you. Anything differently that they can maybe look at.
because it's the sort of thing where like
It's
you've got to be
unfortunate we've seen
playing
them on Hagglefish Market
hours
twice
per
here.
day.
They probably thought, man, we did so much
like
prep here. We've
Jackpot
got
are
so many
probably
things. How
playing like
can we
4
go
to
to the
5
same
hours
RNG
a
is
day
not
on
good
average.
right now.
No,
Speedrunners wouldn't appreciate
You gotta
it
be
at all.
willing to do
Clearly
that.
not. And it appears we're going to be going to Scorch Gorge next, so you get a different map, which is nice. Unfortunately,
Phantom
this
Thief-
was where Phantom Thief looked nearly
Okay,
unbeatable
you guys are
earlier
doing
here,
this on
so
purpose.
be careful what you wish for as the Inkling's paw
What
curls.
food do I have
But,
that I can easily make?
you know, I think we're going to see that range blaster come out again from YDD on this map. It's something that can do a great
you
job
know what,
of
I'm actually just
challenging
gonna put the
that
water on to
central
boil to
tower
start a
that
real
was
dinner.
so difficult for Kaiser to
But
challenge.
unfortunately, those
You do it
steps are
with
pretty
those
quick.
big damaging burst hitboxes.
So I'll be
but
back in like 30
I'll
seconds.
be honest, folks, it's going to be an uphill battle here. They're going to have to find a way to take that center and then stop the waves of pressure.
Phantom Thief of the Heart trying to pick up the second victory, as 9 pointed out, looked nearly unstoppable at Scorched Gorge in their first round matchup against Kaiser. Here they are, 3 minutes away from possibly 2 consecutive sweeps. That's something Jackpot didn't even do on their side of the bracket. Can they get it done? The home team, Phantom Thief of the Heart versus the Smart Roast Chickens from Taiwan, as we get set for game 2 here on Scorched Gorge.
YDD is bringing out that range blaster here, and it's very, very strong. This is probably the best time that you could see it used here on Turf War. If it gets up into the center, as you see YDD moving, it can force people out and
Missed
find
12
good shots. They're
seconds
not
of
able
it
to hit
because of the water
Sanku there, and
pressure in my
yeah,
seat.
suddenly that timer starts going off in your head, and you say, all right, they know where I'm at. I
Okay,
got to get
so
moving and make something happen. Some
this
nice
is
maneuverability there,
that,
but one weapon you
double cooler
cannot
comp
outrange
again.
there from Router.
And
From
YDD, you
Phantom
saw,
Thief.
had to retreat back,
Single
wanted to
cooler
sit on
on
top of that perch and
chickens.
apply some pressure. Does pick up the
Good
spot
pick.
against Toya, and that's going to open things up for the Smart
It's
Roast
not going
Chickens
to
momentarily.
actually get them a
Yeah,
lot
and
of
some
room because there's
stability
crab
finally.
here.
I mean, saying nothing else about the rest of the game, this is the first time they really look like they've got a presence in the center of the map here
But
in regulation. So
YDD
credit
does
to
have
them
a really
holding
good
it
weapon
on
to be
there, but when
contesting
you
mid
drop
there.
down,
Like,
you have to drop down safely.
that
Tsukuyomi
is something
moving
that's in
forward
the
there.
way.
3 down now for the Smart Roast Chickens, and whatever
Or
stability they found, I believe, it's just gotten
Phantom
ripped
Thief here.
away.
Yeah, the foundation has crumbled there as Phantom Thief had the 4-1 advantage for a moment. They've got 2 specials on deck, but 2 of their members go down 9, and now
2 down
4-2
is kinda
for
big.
Smart Roast Chickens.
Yeah, interesting there. That's going to at least get them back to the center of the map. The question is, will they find where Tsukuyomi and Sanku are hiding? For the time being, it appears so, but one jumps back, Jordan. They kind of gave away mid there. Because that
Oh,
fight
man.
was taking so far into their spawn, they never had the opportunity to get their footing.
And mid is totally
God,
in
this is
control
such
of
a
Phantom
smart
Thief
team
of the
comp
Heart
from
right
Phantom
now,
Thief.
and you see them spread out wide. You've got 2
It's
of them up
crazy,
top
like,
with the
how
advantage.
many
Just
elements
so
of
much
this just
pressure being
work.
put on by that Snipe Rider.
You've got
Smart
the
Roast Chickens are having
AoE
to scramble left
to
and
hit
right,
over
but
the
here
top
they
mid
come,
with
starting to claim a little
the
bit more turf.
Trinuvo.
Great
And
job
normally,
moving
you know,
forward
the
there with-
disadvantage of Trinuvo is
Oh
you
my
get
goodness,
fewer
never mind. I'm going to
coolers.
stop what I'm
But all
talking
you need
about
to
right
do
there.
is have a cooler
Toya's
every other time you
so
would want
eager
a cooler
to fight
cycle.
with this reflex
So it's fine.
main weapon there. Something that a lot of
So,
people
like,
don't
every part of
consider
that
something
weapon
so
that's
good
not
at
great
fighting, but
is accounted
when you
for by
hit
the
your
rest of the
shots with
team.
that weapon, it
You've
can
got
take
Pencil,
out
which is
anybody
just
very
insane for the
quickly.
top mid and has a lot of good
put
vantage
some
points.
pressure on the crab tank, though.
And then
1
you've got
minute left, 10
Doolies,
missiles
which can
come
go
out.
over the top
Smart Roast
grates, which is the
Chickens, they are getting
crappiest
back
part of this
into a little
map
bit of a
mode.
corner here as Phantom Thief wants
And
to
then a
try and
reflex,
close
because
this
you
out.
always
Keep
have a
an eye on
reflex.
mid,
Like,
'cause
everything
Rauru
here
right in the middle with that Snipe
is so
Rider,
good.
just dominating the sidelines.
I didn't even mention about how
Yeah,
Crab
and
is good on this
you
map.
see right here YDD very
Both for
diligently
lockout and
holding
for
onto this side, ready to
working
jump
your way
down
back
and take
out.
out anybody on a moment's notice. May
Oh,
finally
they got the
have
reflex
gotten
at
that
30
opportunity
seconds.
there. They move forward at the right time there, and that's a tactical
Crab
move
is
they
out
had to fight
too.
through to do it, Jordan. They have to the center here.
Oh
they
my
have
God,
a great
wait.
position entering the last 30 seconds here. If they can
This is
just
winnable.
keep up.
They got another one.
Crab
That's
retreats
crazy.
under
Wait.
30 seconds left. 4-3 advantage
Did
for the
Japan
Smart
just
Roast
lose?
Chicken, trying to force a game 3. Can't super jump in time. That's a critical splat for Phantom Thief. Now they have the advantage. They're coolered up.
Wait.
15 seconds
No,
left.
they
They
don't
get
have-
the splat against him.
Wow.
It's a wipeout.
That's
as Phantom Thief
crazy.
is going to slam the door shut on any come from behind
So
hopes for the
close,
Smart Roast
but
Chickens
they
and
just
the home
don't have
team.
bid anymore.
Phantom Thief Call it two sweeps in a row. They're going to get the #1 overall seed for Group B, a bye for tomorrow.
I think that's an impact of Cooler that, like,
stretch. There is no
now the fight in like 45 seconds
And I mean,
isn't the last fight in the game at all. It's not the deciding
Raru
one.
asks for tonight as
It's
a
the
snack,
one that
you better get it.
drains
Because
resources for the
Raru hit
final
you.
one.
I think he already ate 9.
Well,
The one that,
clearly, but how about a little
tests
bit
whether
more
you had your
there, or
cooler
reward,
output
something
right.
along those lines.
But
Raru
it's really
hit
the fight at,
two
like,
incredible
15 to
shots
20
there
seconds
at the end of that.
that's
That
winning these
game was
games.
getting away from them. Make no mistake about it there. With about 20 seconds, 25 seconds left in that game, the Smart Roast Chickens were in the exact position you need to be. But the one thing that we said about Scorch Gorge, if you all were taking notes at home, is that that Snipe Rider is going to be the strongest weapon if it's in the right position there. There's simply no challenging it without the use
You
of
hear how
those
9 is
tentacles.
trying to slip
Raru
in?
looks
Hey,
good on
the
that,
Snipe
hits
Rider is
those
the
shots,
strongest
and lets
weapon.
The rest of the team do the work
Nintendo,
perfect.
did you hear me?
And you saw game 1 on
You should,
Hagglefish Market, Smart Roast
should do
Chickens.
something
They
about the Snipe
really
Rider.
didn't get out of their spawn too often. Phantom Thief just did an excellent job of holding mid. They switched
Should
up
maybe,
a couple of their
you
weapons
know,
as well to apply some pressure. But then Smart
just
Roast
make it like
Chickens in game
270p,
2
then
had
it'll be
that
fine.
opportunity, but you've got to take care of that Snipe Rider. If that thing is on the map, as you said before, it's going to make the last 30 seconds.
There we go.
really,
We've got
really
Jordan
difficult
Kent
to try to
saying
keep
it too.
attention.
Well, it's so hard because it's the situation of, okay, we know we have to take care of it, but how? How do we do it? You can't approach that weapon where it can see you there because unlike some of the other chargers,
Nintendo
it can
pushing
score
for that-
up to those 5 shots. That means it's
that,
got a great opportunity to just
what
pop,
did that-
pop, pop, pop. and a couple of them
Ticonderoga
are eventually gonna
sponsorship.
hit and take you out there. So you have to try to find a different way approach from the side.
That's the
But
name
you
of the
can't do
pencil
that on
brand,
Scorch
right?
Gorge either.
I
So
didn't screw that joke
makes
up.
it that
Well,
much
now
more
I've screwed it up
difficult.
by
You hope
talking
that the
about it.
Snipe Rider isn't hitting their shots, and at the end of the game, Raru said exactly that.
Yeah, Raru pinpoint accuracy down the stretch. They script a victory with that Snipe Rider.
It must be the
And
sprinkler
Phantom
that
Thief
makes
is gonna be
Snipe
feeling very
Rider
confident
so-
heading into our Anarchy Battle modes
Yeah.
tomorrow. But that's going to be the
Oh
difference
my
in
God.
9. There was the randomness and the dice roll.
This
didn't
weapon
really
paints too
favor
much, so
some of
we
these
will
teams
nerf
like
its
Smart Roast
sub-weapon
Chickens.
that
You
helps
get
it paint more.
Hagglefish, you get Scorch Gorge. We didn't even see some of the other maps
Oh
that
my
were there.
God.
As far as 8 potential maps,
You're so right.
we saw a lot of repeats.
I hate
we
it.
didn't see any Marlin Airport. We didn't see Robo Ramen.
Thank you for the
That's gonna
bits,
be
Rissa.
fascinating
9 is
tomorrow
throwing the
because
most
these teams
diplomatic
have
shade. Yep.
seen the map and mode list for weeks now.
9
They have
is
been
not
well
above
prepared. I
that.
think it's gonna
He
be
is a man of the
fascinating to see
people.
How they come into each one of those matchups.
Yeah, this is a format where there are no excuses if you're unprepared, right? This has been known to the players for a while. They have been able
Beak
to
has
prep
Nintendo
for
in their pockets,
exactly
and
what sets
Nintendo
they are
has a
going to
beak
see,
in their
exactly what
pocket
map modes
protectors.
they are going to see, and you know, it's going to lead to some really interesting picks, I would think. Some of these teams, I know we saw Unadon earlier, really only ran one comp with maybe only a slight deviation in what type of Tenterella you're playing, but
I
a
have
lot of
had
these other teams
better
have some
pencils than
incredible versatility
Ticonderoga.
to
Because the
them,
thing
and
about a
that's one
Ticonderoga
of the reasons
pencil
I love these
is
championship
that
style formats is
the
you
eraser is
really get to
insanely
hone
good.
in and
Like, the eraser
refine what it
is
you're
God
attacking
tier,
with.
except
So
that
we have our quarterfinals
more of it
and
rubs off
semifinals
than rubs
set
off on a
here.
lot
We'll
of
show you the
other
bracket here in just
erasers.
a moment. Phantom
And
Thief,
there is a
this
sweet
week, very
spot
similar to what
on
we
some
saw
other
in
pencils
Group A as well,
where
too.
the
If they were
erasers
1,
last
2,
longer but
3,
are
no
still of the
ties
same quality
whatsoever.
as a
So Phantom
Ticonderoga,
Thief, they're feeling
and they
very
still sharpen as
confident
well.
they get a bye
I've
from
had
Group B
one of
for
those
Group
pencils before.
A. Jackpot
But I was never
gets
able to
the
figure out
bye,
what
but
brand
then
it
now
was
set the
because it
stage
literally
with
just had the number 2 on it
Goblins
and a red
facing
eraser.
off against the Smart Roast Chickens.
So I
the
don't know.
winner of that in the
I needed to-
quarterfinals will face off against
The
Phantom
problem
Thief.
with
And then
me as a
Kaiser
teacher
versus
in the
Unadon.
classrooms was
That
that most of
winner
the pencils
gets
that I had
Jackpot in
were
the
found on like
semifinals.
the
So
floor.
stage
Some
is
kid
set
forgot them. And
for
I was like,
day
well,
2 of the Splatoon 3
I mean,
World
I'll just
Championship
take it then.
2024, and
So I never
9,
actually
it was
knew
our
like
first chance to see these teams square off against one another. What
where
we
the
learned
kid
from
got
today.
it from
Well, I
because
think
I
we
didn't know
learned
which
that
kid
some of these
got it.
emerging regions
didn't
in
know
the world
who
of
it
competitive
belonged to.
Splatoon actually belong on this stage. They
Take a quick gander
emerging
at that
regions
bracket again.
against one another. What did we learn
Pause,
from
please.
today?
Thank you.
well, I think we learned that some of these emerging
Oh, so they did actually swap it. They did actually swap it. So the so Smart Roast Chickens were 2 seed, right? Because they beat no. Huh? Wait. Is this not the both of the 2 seeds? And then both of the 3 seeds? What? Why is it working like that? So wait, this would be 5, 6, 3, 4. Wouldn't you set up like 4-6-3-5 or 3-6-4-5. Unadon was 3. Oh, they lost to Goblins. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So this is okay.
Square off against.
They're doing it right. They're doing it right.
This Taiwanese representative and the Korean representative, a lot of people wondered.
So yeah,
okay, what are they gonna
that's
be able to bring to
that's
the
about how we
table
expect
here?
that to
Not
go.
because they
So-
underestimate those regions. It's just when a
Jeez.
new region is present at one of these events, going against the very best
Kaiser
of these other
Unadon.
regions,
I mean,
you
if
just
it's
wonder what you're
Unadon,
going to
then
be able to
Jackpot,
see.
you know, they have the
Today,
winning record and they have
Unadon
that
taking
confidence.
the
But they
game
did drop a
off of
game.
The presumptive favorite in turf
But
war,
Kaiser
and the Smart
Jackpot
Roast Chickens
is
really
potentially
having
a
two
little
games
spooky.
against the European champion. I know they got away from them there.
Water's
but
boiling. I'm gonna go
you
throw
love to
stuff
see
in
that.
and then I'll
That's
be back in
everything
like
that
30
you
seconds.
hope for when you invite these teams out, and
I
hope
can.
this continues to
I
grow.
hope
This
you can hear
wonderful
me
game.
yelling.
And don't forget, Unadon was up 1-0 against the Greasy Goblins. Greasy Goblins had to win 2 straight games coming from behind to finally win that set. And so you're seeing a lot of these new regions that can go tentacle to tentacle with some of these top teams. But it should be a lot of fun as we get set for all the action tomorrow. Looking at our top 2 teams, Jackpot and Phantom Thief of the Heart, what did you see from them? Because they came in as winning very difficult regions to be champions in. They came in and really didn't disappoint.
No, absolutely not. I mean, from Phantom Thief of the Heart, we saw business as usual here. Turf War, this was going to be where they were the strongest. They knew that. We knew that. I hope you all at home, after watching that wonderful video at the start, also knew that. The strongest Japanese Turf War teams, they are a different breed, my friend, in terms of how they play that mode. And for Jackpot,
There,
you saw
buddy.
how dominant they can be in portions of the
You
game.
wanna get up
They,
into my lap?
any concerns about jet lag, I hope
wanna
have been
come be a
alleviated here for our traveling teams there. The mechanics were very strong there.
on.
So I think we saw what we expected from those two teams. And now tomorrow, as we get into the prep, that's
He's
where
in
the real
his
questions are going to be answered.
rub his
And now
face on
things will
everything
change when you get
first
to the
before
Anarchy
he does
Battle modes,
anything.
because no longer do you have to do the entire 3 minutes.
Come on.
It's going to be
Get
splat
up here.
zones, which can be over very quickly. Rainmakers, you know, can end very quickly. Clam Blitz,
Silly
a completely
fuzzball.
different
Come on,
type
get
of
up
game
here.
than what you're used to in Turf War as well. And so it's going to change the way that a lot of these teams play.
Look
A
at-
lot of their
look at-
comps
this
have
is a
been
lap.
built
You can lie in
around
it
these
if you
Anarchy
would like
Battle
to.
modes, and now we'll see if they can really shine when you've had a chance to prepare, knowing what the mode
I
of the
can't
map
grab
is
him
gonna
because then
be.
he'll get out
That's
of my
gonna be
lap right
fascinating.
away.
And I think the
Then
other
I'm
thing to
doing
note
this
in these other modes, too, is
so that
if
you
you're
get maximum
unfamiliar
duration of
with
cat
the way
and
that
lap
these other modes play, I
stream.
talked about it earlier, but I'll reiterate. You get whatever your largest push
Okay, so what's
is
this
for the
ceremony
rest
they're
of the
doing
game.
now?
If you push it down to 99
They will
at
just
the
walk
very
and everybody-
beginning of
everybody
a
back
game
out?
of tower control, you get that for the rest of the duration of the game. So what that means in a functional way is if a game gets away from you, there's no pulling it back like you can in Turf War here. If the game gets away from you at the start, you have to deal with that for the entire rest, and you have to meet and beat that from your opponent. So some of these teams that started a little slow, that a game got away from them on, you're not going to get that luxury in some of these other modes, and that's why you see teams like Phantom Thief of the Heart, like Jackpot, pushing forward and
He's got a
attacking.
good
It is
smile.
in their DNA.
He's having a good time.
And it's so important to get off to a good start,
Yeah.
is what it boils down to. And we saw dominant starts from Jackpot, from Phantom Thief of the
Alright.
Heart.
Cat has
But
decided
Unadon
not
also
to get
had
in
some
lap.
excellent starts
Oh,
against
wait.
Greasy Goblins, and then those
thinking about
games
it?
slipped out of their hands because those goblins are oh so greasy. And then even Smart Roast Chickens against Kaiser looked pretty solid.
He's thinking.
And however, they had an opportunity to close out a couple of games, but it did not
I will continue
work
to
out
court
for
his
them.
favor.
And so now when you get into ranked modes, it'll be very fascinating.
Yeah, and again,
we don't get
it's
to
kind
hear
of
the
nice that
interviews.
these teams now have the chance to, I don't know, this game gets out of the way for, or this day gets out of the way for them. Now any nerves that they may have had are gone too. Now
There
they don't
he
have to worry
is.
about how are these setups going to feel. How is sitting in a chair that isn't your home chair with
Yes,
your
of
home air
course.
conditioning and
How's
your
the lumbar
home lighting?
support?
Yeah, well, these players I think are
Buddy.
maybe not as worried about that as you or I
Sure.
might be, but you know, playing on this big stage is different, right? And thankfully, these players have a lot of experience on stages like these, but if you're not used to playing in a spot that isn't your own with your own headset or things like that, there can be an adjustment period. And it's why I'm happy that this has been separated in the fashion that it has, is you get one day here, it determines seating for you,
Are you gonna
but
do a
tomorrow when
curl?
all the chips are on the table, you at least have had that
Or
practice.
are you just here to rub your face
How
on
much
things?
will the film from today
I hope he does a curl
impact the preparation for these teams? Because you can see tendencies, you can see what teams like to
gotta
do on
give him good
particular
footing,
maps.
though.
Is this
That's
something
the
that
trick.
they'll go back and digest as
If he
they get
doesn't
ready
have
for
good
tomorrow?
footing. You know what I should
think
have
for an
done
event
if
like
I wanted
this,
him to come up in
where
my lap?
you've
I
had
should
the
have got a
maps and
blanket.
modes and layout of it all
He likes the
available to
blanket.
you
It
for
kinda
some
smooths things
time
out a
here.
little
You've
bit, and it's
just
also
got
very
to
soft.
trust what you came in with here. These are versatile
Alright, there
teams,
he
and
goes.
versatility can sometimes be
we
a
got him at
weakness
any
in
rate.
and of itself. If you're always
was
looking
here.
back on the weapon select screen for the answers to your problems, sometimes that can maybe mask what you've actually been failing on, which could be some of the fundamental aspects of building up your special at the right time, taking good angles into your fight. So I think these teams have done the prep work already. What they saw today, maybe you'll give them an idea of how fast the opponent is playing, how they like to play, but whatever they came in with, I think is what they're going to leave with.
Right now you see the teams being interviewed, a little bit of feedback on how their day one performances went. And as we said
the
before,
cat's name
it's
is Romeo,
wonderful to see
for those
more
who were wondering.
representation. Team from Korea and Unadon, a team from Taiwan, Smart Roast Chickens.
He's
How
Romeo
about the Greasy
because
Goblins from Australia, New Zealand.
he was a
It's
stray,
typically been
and,
challenging for them in
oh,
these
wait,
World
does he need water?
Championships in
He might need
previous
water. I
years.
should check that
But
in a
they
second,
claim a
but
number
I'll
2
finish the
seed.
story.
They have an opportunity to make some
he was a
noise
stray,
tomorrow.
and
It's
he smelled
refreshing to
that
see.
some
You're
friends of
starting to
mine
see
had
just
cat
the
food in their
global
bedroom,
appeal
like
and how the
they kept it in
competitive
their
scene
dresser so the cats
continues
wouldn't get to it.
grow, and when it
He smelled that it
grows,
was there, though.
glimpse into some other play
And so he just woke him
styles,
up at like 4
and it's gonna
a.m.
make
because
for
he
a
was
lot of
hungry.
fun tomorrow.
Yeah,
And
it's,
they took him in. They were like,
it's going
"Hey,
to be fun to see these
we
teams
can't keep
fight
this
it out.
cat.
And because there's
Do
these
you want to
6
watch it
teams
for
and the
just
way
a
that the
day while
bracket
we
is
find a
arranged,
shelter to put it in?
it means that
So
you're
that
going to get
'cause
maybe an extra
they had a
set
bunch
to
of
get ready tomorrow
female
too,
cats. He wasn't
which is an
neutered. It
aspect
could have been a
that
problem.
hasn't really happened in previous
And,
versions
so
of this. So the second and third team in
We
each
took
side
him for a day,
are technically going to
and
get
then
another
we had him
set
for another day,
to get
and
ready.
the third
Whereas
day after
these
that,
top
and
seeds,
some more days.
yes, they advance automatically to the semifinals, but you have
But
one
he's
less
Romeo
set
because
to
he came
get
calling at
warm,
their
and for some of
balcony.
these momentum-based
That's where that
teams,
comes from.
it could become a talking
I'm gonna
point.
go
That's
see if
such
he
a
has
good
water.
point, the momentum. We saw that with Kaiser. They go down 0-2 to Phantom Thief of the Heart. They're smiling after that second loss. They just rode that momentum against Smart Roast Chickens and surprised themselves. And of all the teams that showed the most joy and passion as far as surprising themselves, it was clearly Kaiser. They're a team that came in and just thought,
He's good at asking
well,
for
listen,
water.
it's
He's kinda figured
surfboard's
that
not
part
our
out.
strongest. We'll get a chance to do whatever we can.
Nope.
They instead get the number 2 seed from Group B, and that's a team that's starting to feel pretty
So
confident.
I think
Jordan,
it's
if I
pretty much over at
recall,
this
in the
point.
World
I think
Championship
that's
back in 2018.
the
I believe it
prelims
was
and
the
everything. They've got the bracket all set for day
Yes.
2.
where a European
back it up to
representative
where that
from,
was on
from
screen.
Germany played against the presumptive.
Finals will face off against Phantom Thief.
Yeah, that's as far as it's gonna go. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. It says Group B second place and Group A third place, like, or third seed or whatever that word means. I should have known. But so there's the bracket. Winner of this is definitely a challenger for Jackpot for sure, which could be hard or it could be a good warm-up because it'll like wake them up and make sure they're not playing sloppy, so that if they do advance on to play against Phantom Thief, they're ready to go. So that could be good. But I mean, Unadon took a game. Kaiser, they're capable of beating Alliance Rogue. You know, they're no slouches. So that'll be exciting for sure. I think Phantom Thief are a much more certain lock for the finals, which, like, I mean, they're able to win Koshin. I think they've earned a little bit of that. I think it's hard to say where Jackpot's heads were at. I think there's a lot of like getting used to being on the stage that was going on today and getting used to locking in together. But I have faith. I think they'll be okay. Is it Alliance Rouge or Alliance Rogue? It's Alliance Rogue. They're not wearing makeup. Where's the tournament being held? It's in Japan. Yeah, like traveling is definitely going to make it a little more challenging. They have been over there for a few days at least, so hopefully they're not getting messed up by jet lag. But there are definitely a number of things that they could be struggling to adjust to. Why does Nintendo include Turf War as a tournament mode? Is they're thinking, well, it's part of the game? Well, it's simply that that's the mode that most people play. And for Nintendo, these kinds of events function as advertising for their games. They want people to see the game being played the way that a casual player is going to play it. And, like, there are also big tournaments for Turf War. Like, Koshin in Japan is very large, very big deal. If you can win Koshin, you're one of the best teams on Earth. So, that's... They've got a different culture around the game. But, I think that's probably the primary reason. But they do a good compromise of it here, because here Turf War matters, but not as much as the ranked modes will. The ranked modes are really what you're going to get eliminated on. Gonna be a world tourney every year? It's been inconsistent. I think they had one for a few years in a row, and then I think like the COVID years messed it up. And then this one was supposed to actually be for like 2023, but then it got delayed, so it ended up in 2024. So I don't know. A lot of weirdness. Jackpot lost a game to a meme comp? I wouldn't call it a meme comp. It's definitely the comp that they've played competitively and that they're familiar with. I personally wouldn't call it a good comp, but also I don't think that Jackpot losing to them necessarily shows Jackpot's like full power level. It might show that Jackpot is a little uneasy, or that they're still getting used to the stage, that maybe they were being a little sloppy and they were like, oh, we clear these guys, and then they slipped up. But I think that Jackpot's definitely the better team, and that they'll be able to clean it up for day 2. They'll also be a little more used to the environment that they're playing in and everything. So. Yeah. The other thing about Turf War is that there's a lot less you have to explain to someone to get them playing it. And I think that's a big advantage, especially for young kids, which is a part of the demographic they're trying to sell the game to. It's a lot easier to understand. Like, you can get a 6-year-old to put the roller down on the ground and run around because they know all they have to do is put paint on the ground. Like, you can get a kid to understand that. Harder to get a kid to understand how Clan Blitz works. I'm pretty sure their broadcast is probably done by now.
Tomorrow, and you can catch it here. We'll see everybody then.
Well, look at that timing. I don't think there was really any more information that they shared. Oh, here we go. This is probably useful. So this is for tomorrow, and it's basically the same exact time that we had tonight. So I'll be back on tomorrow and looking at all that. I'm happy to stick around for a little bit and answer some questions, because I mean, I'm just going to be eating food for the next little bit, so it's not like I have anywhere to go. But we can swap over to this. Wait, do you read YouTube comments? No, never. YouTube can suffer. Many stampers and very few pencils? I don't know if I agree with that assessment. I think there were plenty of pencils. Yeah. Top level competitive play is very interesting to watch. there were a couple of teams here that I wasn't expecting would be top level exactly, but turns out they're a lot closer to it than I thought, which is cool. Makes it feel like a lot more of a world finals, like we are really testing the regions against each other. Want to participate in what? Why you asked? Oh, you want to participate in Worlds? Yeah, I mean they do the qualifier tournaments online, so those are pretty easy to get into with your team. What I could see, tent worked really well on turf. On certain maps, yeah, it'll work really well. I think it's definitely weaker on other maps. Probably isn't something that I would pull for every situation, but too much Reef Slider being played, they're gonna nerf it. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, Nintendo does pay attention to their official competitive tournaments with regard to balance decisions, which we know because when Reflux and like CDS were dominating in Koshin, they just took those weapons and nerfed them. Even though in the ranked modes they are nowhere near at the same level. So they're watching it imperfectly. How long have you been playing Splatoon for? Since mid 2018. Tried to get an adult to understand how Clan Blitz works? Okay. I mean, sure. Interesting to see Japan do ranked, given that they only did turf to qualify. In Japan, like, Splat Zones only is a very popular competitive mode. A lot of tournaments run that. So it's not like there'll be slouches in like every map mode or anything like that. I think they do a bunch of like single mode only tournaments. So a lot of like Rainmaker only, a lot of tower control only, etc. Is cooler versus no cooler at this level really that bad as the no cooler team? Yes. I think a great example of that is the first engagement between Unadon and Jackpot on Undertow. Jackpot like gets an advantage and snowballs it, but then they just keep their players in, and even once they start getting into danger, Jackpot are still just able to like go down and jump people back in and keep their footing on the map. And that's mainly because of Cooler. I think that it is a bad idea not to run a Cooler right now. It's not to say that like nobody who doesn't have Cooler will ever beat a team with Cooler, but like they shouldn't if they're of equal skill level. There are ways to nerf the weapons that have it without nerfing the Cooler itself to make it okay. But how would you nerf Pencil if given the power? Make it paint a bit less. It gets way too much value out of just very passively painting. I just like make its ink splatter a little bit less free. What level are you in Splatoon 3? 174. I actually had to check. I wouldn't have known if I hadn't looked at the screen. Mentioned Adrenaline. Have you made a video talking about it? I think so. I've definitely mentioned that in a couple of streams at the very least. Night, Leslie. I don't think they'll base balance decisions just on the results of one tournament. Oh, I wish that were true, but I think that it is true. I think that that is something that they've done in the past. I think they will absolutely take this into account. Were there any Chargers that weren't penciled tonight? I don't think we saw any in Turf. I think we'll see a lot more of that sort of thing in Anarchy modes. Because the Turf just... it's too good on the pencil. It paints too much. Why is the rank up battle to S plus so much worse than all the other ones have been? S plus is a pretty big net to throw out there in terms of like skill levels you could be put up against. Like, S plus is the highest it goes. So there's a lot further that you can go beyond just the boundary from S rank to S plus. And you're probably going to get lobbied up against some of those players. Yeah, championships are over. Jackpot and Phantom Thief are the top 2 seeds. Then on Jackpot's side, Kaiser's going to have to play against Unadon. Winner plays Jackpot. Winner advances to finals. And then on Phantom Thief's side, Greasy Goblins versus Smart Roast Chickens. Winner plays Phantom Thief. Winner goes on to finals. That was all decided with best of 3 Turf 4 matches today. Want to get better with the weapons you're struggling with? Well, best of luck. In case you didn't know, my whole YouTube channel is about helping players get into competitive Splatoon, like learning the fundamentals of the game, what to practice, how to think about the game so that you're playing at the pace that you need to. So I hope there's something in there that can help you. I think they'll finally do something about pencil after watching Worlds. They better. It's going to hurt a lot of the NA players' activity if they don't. Do you say class dismissed when the stream ends? I usually say school's out. That's usually our raid message. Mid-season patch should be kind of soon. I think the last patch was like early March. So, yeah, we're coming up on 6 weeks. Should be pretty soon. I think that's usually like... they might have like an announcement about it. I don't know, but it's a mid-season patch, so it's not like a new season or anything. I feel like there's going to be some kind of reveal before finals, but I have no idea how big it's going to be, how much we're going to care about it. But if there's anything that they have to announce, like, that is absolutely the time for them to do it. Big differences between Western and Japanese metas. The way that FLC has described it is that Western players rely a lot more on their individual mechanical skill. That they want to win the game by beating the other player. More so than they want to win the game by accomplishing the objective in a macro level strategic kind of way. And so, like, Western players will optimize to win their fights and then expect to hold from there. Whereas, like, Japanese teams, they move very fast and they take fights very fast when they want to. But, again, this is FLC's take on it, not mine. But the idea is that, like, they tend to be more laser focused on objective and on, like, how do we win the game than on, we're just going to beat these guys and that's how we're going to win. Splat Zones is not me if it's close. Splat Zones is very back and forth and it's pretty exciting. Nintendo open a weighted, played one mode only? No, it's all held in private battles. You can set them however you want. Like, look, I just go to private battle right now. Great room. taking forever. There. I can just set whatever map mode I want. People aren't playing enough Ramen Rainmaker. There. We're playing Ramen Rainmaker now. The most off-meta comp you've seen? I mean, played seriously in tournaments? I saw a team play Quad Junior once. They beat us with it. That was intentional. Not in a S3, in S2. Cooler was universally nerfed. Should Pencil also... Okay, so Cooler is very meta-defining, but it's not necessarily bad for the meta. Not for the playability of the game, I guess. I don't know. It's annoying in solo queue because if there's Cooler advantage, then it's a problem. So I'd like it to be nerfed a little bit, but Pencil is disproportionately better than the other Cooler weapons right now. Everything else got nerfed except for Cooler on the last patch for no reason. Sorry, except for Pencil on the last patch. And, like, why? It was already the best of them, and now it's even more the best of them. It was so weird. Do you think they should nerf Cooler itself without making it become bad? There are so many ways they could do it that would all decrease its relative power by a similar amount. I don't care too much how they do it exactly, just that they do it. All right, Via. Yeah, if you're willing to put in those hours, like, it is absolutely possible to become a better player than I am. I'm what a competitive player would call mid-level at best. Just outside of, like, low ink level. There are definitely people who get up there. Even people who have been, you know, students of mine before. What kits do you want to see? I wouldn't want to be designing them because everyone who plays Bamboo or Ranger, Editor, Hydra would get mad at me. Why not nerf Cooler and nerf the weapons? Other than Pencil, nerf Pencil into the ground. Yeah, like nerf Pencil the weapon and then see where Cooler's at after that. Why did all the gear have no subs? Because that's a setting that Nintendo institutes as a way of, like, standardizing the game or something, which is, I guess maybe their thought process is that they want the tournament sets to take place on their equipment so that they can make sure that there's no cheating involved or whatever. But what that also means is that you can't bring in the gear that you've farmed. So you end up playing on their console, which means that the only way for them to have gear be fair, because you can't, like, grind for it or whatever, is to just take all the subs off. It's not a smart way to run things. It's not the way that any, like, Western tournament is going to get run, but that's what they do. And there's a setting in-game in private battles that you can actually use to turn that off, to practice for it. Smart roast chicken's a pun. I don't know. They're from Hong Kong. Like, it could be just something they thought was funny. It could be something that rhymes in Chinese. I don't know. But here, this X button for more settings, this is the more settings. This is the one more settings. That's all you got there. What's your opinion of the kit for custom E-Leader? Probably better than the vanilla E-Leader. It's the one that I see most E-Leader players using these days. Is there a video on why Cooler is so good? Just trying to understand the meta better. Cooler makes it so that the risk-reward is massively skewed in favor of the team that has Cooler. By that I mean, if you splat each other, a trade, which is a very common outcome in a fight in Splatoon, the player with the Cooler respawns in 3 seconds, and the player without the Cooler respawns in 10. So, the player with the cooler wins that so hard that they're incentivized to just run in and trade more. And, like, what it basically does is turn a fight from a 4v4 into a 6v4. Because by the time the first two players are splatted, and the third and fourth player are, like, in combat, the first and second players are jumping in again. So, it's harder to set up in, like, solo queue because they might not take your cooler. And you can't necessarily rely on your teammates as heavily. But in a coordinated setting, it's devastating. You just have to beat the other team more often than they have to beat you in that environment. How to get better with Zuka. There's a trick to aiming it where you have to know about the way that it arcs. Like, it will follow a parabolic arc, even though the aiming reticle looks like it's going straight forward. And so you need to understand when it's going to go up and over the top of someone, even though you aimed it straight at them. If it's really close to you, or if it's really far away from you at the very edge of its range, then it'll just hit at ground level. But any other time, you actually need to aim a little bit lower at the floor to get it to hit what you want. How's it going, DJam? DJam is a TO, tournament organizer. Pretty good pretty good tournament to jump into if you're relatively new to the scene. I'll let them plug it if they want to here. What kind of comp would you want to see become meta if they were to nerf cooler to the point it becomes unusable? There are probably a lot of things that they would want to nerf to make the game not lame anymore. The map design from Splatoon 3 works against it really hard, and cooler is something that kind of fixes that in a number of ways and makes a lot more things viable than would otherwise be viable. Like, I think we get a much more frustrating meta if cooler's not in it. Even though it is annoying that, like, someone is basically on cooler duty. At least it's not like, well, you're either playing Splash or you're playing Sloshing Machine. Maybe throw a Stamper in there occasionally. Like, that was what the game used to be. It's better now, for sure. Golden badges. Let's wander over to the computer. 20 pew pew with all of their bamboo comps. They know how to play those comps. I won't say that they're, like, optimal or anything, but I'd say it's definitely not the weirdest. There's my list. Why is Nintendo not allow gear subs? Did I feel like I explained that already. I feel like I already went all the way into that. Maybe it's just getting asked because it was so long ago and they were repeating the question. Percentage of the player base do you think are into comp? 5 to 10% tops. Like, actually have played in a tournament. I'll say played in more than one tournament, because a lot of people will just, like, play one Nintendo event and then be done. I'd say it's probably about that much. Most of it is in low level. Out of teams that have, like, won low ink, you're getting into fractions of 1%. Are there more options in the settings in 2? I don't think so. I think we've got everything that we had there. Oh, you had the ability to run, like, the Splatfest stages, so that's not there, but that's different. Now that you're reading chat, when I started comp in July 2022, your vids helped me a lot. I'm here upsetting +3 teams. Thanks for the help. Oh yeah, no problem. I'm glad you got value out of them. What were the results for today? Jackpot and Phantom Thief are the top 2 seeds, which is what we kind of expected. Jackpot plays winner of Kaiser and Unadon, and Phantom Thief plays winner of Greasy Goblins and Smart Roast Chickens in a single limb bracket, and that's day 2. First time watching your stream? Welcome, Mayo is here. I imagine a lot of these people are here because of time zone weirdness, because this is a very abnormal time for me to be streaming. Hashtag go about getting better at the self-reflecting on my mistakes. Seeing why I lost a match. It helps to have a lot of knowledge of like what kinds of things people typically struggle with, and to see if like any of those common mistakes are things that you are experiencing. That can come with experience, but ask other people if you're not sure. Find coaches or find, people who are talking about it. I make a lot of content on it, and that's part of why I'm recommending it. Just like, I have a YouTube channel that's all for helping people figure those kinds of things out for themselves. Started stream only 2 hours ago. Why the late start? Oh, because we were watching Worlds. Because World Championships were going on, and so I streamed for long enough to see that. Well, one thing that I have planned right now is to go and grab food, because the food is done and I need to eat. So I'll be back in a sec. For those wondering, food is tortellini. And I've got the food. Woo! It's everyone's favorite part of the stream, when the streamer eats. Hi, how do you get that banner in your splash tag? This one I think I just like rolled from the gacha. I was like, hey, that's neat. I like that one. So now I use it. Advice for changing your mindset for different roles. So like, you shouldn't be locked in one mindset ever. And you should just kind of play your weapon to like, what does the team need versus what can I do? And all of your decisions are kind of a combination of those two questions. It's like, say you're playing like an Explo right now, but your team has like 2 E-leaders on it because solo queue is dreadful. I don't know, I've never seen that kind of a comp, but like, if that's the case, an Explo doesn't want to be pushing forward, but you're better at doing it than the E-leaders are, so you take your opportunities that you get to go and do that. Random question, wondering if you're ever going to do a collab stream with Reborn. I mean, we have in the past. Reborn was a teammate of mine for a while. I think Reborn was on the very first Silly Comp Sunday. So, definitely recommend Reborn. Like, he's very smart. He's played at a top level in a lot of different video games. So, very good, patient, analytical mindset. Buen Prove. Is that good evening? Good advantage? Is that what we mean? Hold on. What does that phrase translate to? Maybe there's something. Enjoy. Okay. Huh. Interesting that that works that way. I wouldn't know how to parse it myself. Haven't played Splatoon 3 in 7 months. Should I start playing it again? If you want to! Yes, absolutely. It's a big enough game that, like, it's never gonna die until, you know, they introduce another one. What was the announcement for today? There was a special... I didn't notice an announcement on stream. It looked like they were just... they put up, like, the promo footage for... that we, you know, saw yesterday. Do you play Splatoon 1? I've played it for 2 hours, and then my cat... or someone else's cat, I don't know which, chewed through the power cord of my Wii U, and I never got it fixed before the servers went down. I have never had a really strong connection to it, other than through the other games. Scrims in mid-level plus very infrequent in NA2. Feels like as an EU player there aren't many teams active right now. Scrims against different teams feel hard to find. That area is pretty small. I think what happens is a lot of teams like win low ink and then lose motivation to go higher. And so they kind of drop off the face of the earth. So like once you get past about that point, you're kind of just shooting for high level. And like you need to find the best teams that you can to scrim. There is absolutely a way up. But you have to be good at networking. You have to make sure that, like, you're treating your scrim partners well so that you keep them. I mean, things are always going to go fine, Blue but Secret, when the team is winning. The real test of the team is how they deal with losing. And everybody tilts, but some people tilt differently than others, and some people manage tilt better than others. And that's something to consider. Gave me the munchies. Chat gave me the munchies first. Talking all about your smart roast chickens and your Vienna beef and hamburgers. Back, couldn't sleep. Maybe the sound of yapping will soothe me. If literally anybody else had said that, I'd be mad. But we have had the conversation about how yapping is underrated, so I'll give you a pass this time. Nah, you're good. Can I ask a question about X rank? Yeah, go for it. It's generally a better policy, at least for stream chat purposes, to ask the question straight up instead of, like, asking if you can ask a question. Should have said bon appetit. Oh, is that what you were trying for? Okay. I don't know Spanish. I just don't know very much Spanish at all. So you could have told me that what you said meant bon appetit, and I'd have believed you. What gear would you recommend if you can't use subs? The benefit of sub defense or intensify action worth using whole main. No, you optimize for what your gear needs the most. Like, the point of utility subs is that there's very low investment for relatively high payoff. But there's a lot of diminishing returns on any of that gear. Do you think tilt is harder to manage with something like ADHD? I don't know. I've never had ADHD. As far as I'm aware, anyway. I don't know how that affects one's emotions, other than, like, when it makes things difficult, obviously, then that's going to cause stress. So, you know, it could definitely exacerbate it. It could make it hard, but I couldn't tell you. I'd have to talk to people who have ADHD and, you know, get their takes on it. You'd probably get better advice just by asking, like, hey, chat, does someone have ADHD and can tell me? Opinion on Zinc Mini? If Bubble is ever meta, then it's one of the best weapons in the game, but it's not. I've got opinions on Zinc Mini. As a peak 3k XP mini player, I much prefer Vimy because it feels like Zimmy doesn't have a kit in this game. Yeah, there you go. Burst Bomb and Mini is really good. And then Hammer and Mini is very, very weird. It's not, like, useless. Like, Hammer's not a terrible special, but it's not a great fit either synergistically. When your first tryout straight up calls one of the team members' religions satanic? Oh my god. That's... There's a part of me that's like, that's funny. But then there's a part of me that's also like, that's very sad, and I'm sorry. What Splatfest team am I going with? Whatever the other folks for Silly Comp Sunday end up deciding on. Because I need to coordinate with them so that we can have that Sunday, that we can all be on the correct teams for that. Hi, AMAC. Unless your religion is literally Satanism. The thing is, I don't think that there are very many, like, actual Satanists. I think the people who call themselves Satanists are just atheists that are using that plausible deniability to troll people and pass, like, pro-First Amendment stuff. I think that's generally how Satanism is really treated these days. It's like, have y'all ever heard of the big satanic book of children's activities? It's a really, really funny story. I've told it on stream before, so some people probably have known that already, but... Just came back and we're talking about this. Welcome. Yeah, like, I take everyone that I've ever seen that's like claimed to be a Satanist, it's been more like they're Pastafarians. You know, they're people who have faith in his great noodly appendage, or whatever they say. Like, the big meatball monster. What do we think the Inkling culture would depict the devil as? I mean, they have, like, devil horns as the Halloween deer. So, I don't know, I think they're just, like, carrying on the torch of, like, this is a thing that's people believe in or whatever. Impostafarian among us. Oh god. Flying spaghetti monster, that's what it is. You're right, you're right. He boiled for our sins? Is that a thing? That's amazing. It sounds so intense, but then you realize that he's spaghetti and you're like, oh. Ew. I don't want to play any of these. Jumbo-sized curling bombs. This starts in 5 minutes. I feel like I try it once. We try it once. I feel like I'm just good enough to be in a team. How do I put myself out there to be on one? Go to Discord. There are a bunch of different public Discords. Splatoon Stronghold, Academy. I run one that will all have like places for free agents to post. There's also a Discord specifically for this called Splatoon Recruitment and Free Agency. All of those Discord servers will have people watching and looking for potential team members whenever they're looking, so that's a good place to go find them. But also play a bunch of Sendoku matches. If there's someone that you play incredibly well with, you're like, hey, want to exchange Discords, play more often, winky face, buy him a drink, you know, say some nice things. How to find local teams? It depends on you having a local scene. there are not that many places that have a local LAN scene that runs regularly, just because of the equipment requirements and how relatively small the scene is compared to other esports, how online the scene is. I know there's one in Philadelphia. I know that there has been one in Michigan. New York has a really good one. I don't know about too many others, but I don't know. If people have one, sound off for sure. Hi, Jem. I'm excited. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty well. Hope you're doing well too. You know, it's very late at night for me, so I'm a little bit lower energy, but I'm chilling. Side order expansion. Yeah, like, if they're going to announce something exciting, it's probably going to be before finals tomorrow, but I don't know what that would be. I want to be a good team player, but I'm inconsistent. The word inconsistent isn't really helpful for describing yourself. I've got an entire video about this. For the reason that it doesn't give you a path forward. It doesn't give you a goal. It doesn't tell you what to fix. You just gotta, like, work on the things that you need to fix. Nearing dating advice again? I mean, yeah. The dating advice meme originated with my video called Finding Your Team, because it's all about interpersonal relationships. Hello, Yaya. Probably dabble in comp a little, but feel like I couldn't manage it alongside doing my degree. Yeah, it's a time commitment for sure. So. The magic of Canada. Canada, it's a beautiful place. Nearly finished. I'm going to play the challenge a little bit, but I do need to get going pretty soon, because I've got to make a video still, and then do some amount of sleeping. Nice headphones, got the same ones. Yeah, they're pretty good. Where did that go? I've worn these kind of to death at this point. The cup, the cushion will just not stay on anymore. But Pokimane once wore these headphones. These were the headphones that HyperX gave out to everybody that they sponsored, which included us for a little bit. Yeah, Splatoon LANs are amazing. The problem is that they're too infrequent. Like, there's no local LAN, it's only big LANs. In the Smash scene, you have, like, weekly local LANs, and multiple of them that you can attend basically everywhere that the game is played. And that culture is a lot healthier, because you actually get to spend a certain amount of time with people and get to know them. I know about SoCali. I should have remembered that one. Controller with a finger on each trigger, or just index fingers for both. It depends on how big your hands are, how they wrap around the controller, and like what you need to use to balance the weight of the controller in a healthy way across your hands. I personally benefit more from just going back and forth with my pointer finger, because I'm never going to be throwing a bomb and firing the weapon at the same time. And even if I had to, I could actually press them both with the one finger, so it's not a big deal. But it also depends on, like, if you're booyahing for a booyah bomb, right? What finger fits best over the ZR button or the R button at that time? That's also kind of important, so it's kind of up to you and how your hands fit. Yeah, Brella's neat. It's very different from a lot of other weapons, so a lot of people don't get into it for that reason. How long till the event start? Oh, the day 1 is already over. Mogus Cheese Man. This is kind of a little like impromptu Q&A session that spawned afterward, but the results are already out there. If you want to go and find it, it was streamed on YouTube by the official Nintendo channel. You go to Nintendo of America's channel, and you will find the NA broadcast. Found a Smash group at a local library. Yeah, that's a great place. Almost joined. Then I remembered that I'm not any good at Smash. Well, then you can get good at Smash. If you want to do it, just go do it, right? And just be like, "Hi, help me. I'm a helpless noob. You can help me, teach me things." And then they'll be like, "Haha, I can teach them things." And they'll take you on as their student. And then you'll be like, "Thank you." It'll be great. Tip you can give to streaming Splatoon other than advertising that you're a top 500 player. So here's the way that streaming goes. If you're just trying to stream, and that's the way you're trying to get big, you either need to be damn near one of the best players on Earth at something. Not necessarily like best on Earth at the weapon you play, at winning the game, but like at least like the weapon you play, or, you know, so there's got to be some kind of distinction there. Or you've got to be one of the most charismatic people on Earth. One of those two has got to be there if you want to like make a living doing streaming. Streaming is not the fastest way to get big in content creation right now. You make a lot more money off YouTube ad revenue than you do off streaming generally. Like at my size right now, for example, it's way more of ad revenue than whatever I'm getting from both Twitch and YouTube streams combined. So one thing that like helped a lot a few years ago, and I'm not sure, you know, how much that this is really the meta these days, but was you would design the stream in a way that you could cut it up into YouTube content so that it was like way easier to edit because you already set up, as like Ludwig would say, a sense of stakes. There's something that you're working toward during that stream, or like, you know, some bet you've got with your buddies, or something that's like keeping people interested in like, what is the outcome of this going to be, and not just, I'm gonna play ranked again, I'm gonna play ranked again, I'm gonna play ranked again. And then if you can find a way to make that into something entertaining on YouTube, then you've got a good start. But if you're trying to get just big on streaming in general, it's hard to do that in Splatoon just because the viewer base is a little bit smaller. The very like biggest streams that you tend to see on a regular basis rarely even like break 100. If you break 100 viewers concurrent on Splatoon, you're doing pretty darn well for yourself. And that is not the kind of numbers that we're talking about if we're saying like League of Legends. Like, let me just go on Twitch right now and see how many people the top League of Legends streamer has. This is like 3 in the morning or something, so it's probably not like super huge, but so like, okay, this is the LCK, so we're not going to count the LCK, but they have 84k viewers for the record. The next highest is Kadril, who has 64k viewers. Then there's Ibai. Why is Ibai streaming League of Legends? But Ibai has 38.4k viewers. And then someone's got 28k. Then, like, you gotta scroll down pretty far. There's a German stream that has 10k. Like, that's just, there's so many more people watching that game that it's easier to hit the numbers that you need to really be making a living. Biggest pointer you can give for making sure comms are working well? There's a lot that goes into comms. Making sure that you don't have clutter on it, making sure that people aren't getting emotional, making sure that, like, you've got a game plan that you're basing it on. There's a lot. Okay, consistency with ADHD. Again, that's not something that I can super help with, just because I don't know enough about ADHD personally. But I do hope that you can find a place where, you know, you're getting the medication and the help that you need to feel a little bit more stable in that. What does NA even mean? North American? NA is North America, EU is Europe, AUNZ is Australia, New Zealand. Tips for someone who wants to get into ranked with Tri-Stringer. There are a couple of good Tri-Stringer players. There's, it starts with an E. I'm blanking on it. They were on Mickey Mart. They're a top player. You could probably go and watch finals of Genesis and see their bow play and, you know, try and follow them on social media for whatever they're willing to post. Is it Arito? I think that was it. I'm among the best on Earth at games that with like 100 daily players on Steam. Cool. It's like, I've got the world record speedrun for Barbie Horse Adventures. Like, good for you, buddy. I'm sure that's contested by like 2 other people. We're really proud of you. Do you enjoy World Championships? Hey, it was all turf war, so it's like, it's fine. There was a really cool comp that Phantom Thief were running on Scorched Turf War, which, like, I would love to compliment more, except that we saw Scorched Turf War, which no humans should be subjected to having to play. Does being an artist count as charisma? No. There are some very non-charismatic artists. You gotta get people to like you. You've gotta be entertaining, gotta have confidence, gotta be a little funny, but gotta be kind of friendly-like. It's not the kind of funny that makes you a jerk, it's the kind of funny that makes people want to hang out with you and buy you a beer. If that's legal. Asterisk. Team leader, how can I make my school's esports team more successful? It depends on what they're struggling with, I guess. As a team leader, like, you could work on them with game plan. It depends on, like, your understanding of the game. You know, obviously everyone's understanding of the game is going to be at a different place at a different time, but trying to get everyone on the same page, trying to get them to game plan, regular practice, getting scrim partners and coordinating with them. Yeah, like, I knew of Ibai as a variety streamer. I wasn't even aware that Ibai did stuff with League of Legends. It's like Ibai did that, like, keep the balloon in the air, like, competition. That's what I know Ibai from. You have the world record for Beyblade on GameCube 100%. I'm looking this up right now. I think you're a liar. Beyblade. Oh crap, there's so many Beyblade games. Why are there 3 Beyblade games that are listed at 2002? Who came up with 3 of those? There's V-Force Ultimate Blader Jam. There's Shoot Beyblade 2002 Bay Battle Tournament 2. And then there's Bakuten Shoot Beyblade 2002 Geki-sen Team Battle Koryu no Sho Daichi Hen. I don't even know. One sec. Beyblade GameCube. Beyblade Super Tournament Battle? Let's see. V-Force? Okay, let's just try Ultimate Blader Jam. GBA Shoot. Okay, wrong one. Bay Battle Tournament 2? PS1. Okay. So... it must be the other one with a very long name. GBA! I give up. I feel like you'd be a great fit for urban planning. Why? What makes you say that? That's very interesting, because, like, that was actually something my mom did for a time. What's the skill set that you see in that you think I have? Super Tournament Battle. Okay, okay. Super... Beyblade V-Force Super Tournament. There it is. That's the one that came up when I Googled it. Why is it not coming up with the word Beyblade? Okay, okay. 100%. You're the only run on the website. Literally the only person who has submitted a run to speedrun.com for Beyblade V-Force Super Tournament Battle 100%. On any platform. There's an emulated version, and nobody has submitted any runs for that. Oh my god. I wish there was a way to quantify how good I am at playing Sims. There are probably some kind of competitions. I know people speedrun. Like, people will speedrun, like, Woohoo or something. Although I think that's only, like, 2 minutes. I feel like that doesn't really test you too much. And it's pretty optimized already, so there's not that much routing to do. We're gonna view the bracket for this tournament. So it's... the matches have already played. I could bring up the bracket if you want to that they ended up on, but today was a round robin section that seeded them in the bracket. We're just chatting at this point. Yeah, I should play the challenge at some point. I just also have some food still. I follow a guy who was an urban planner for a while. I don't know if this is a relevant skill set, but he's also very patient and charming. Well, thank you. That's a very roundabout way of giving me a compliment. You remind me of an urban planner because I knew an urban planner that was really cool. Well, thank you. World record for sus percent with 8's palette. What is sus percent? I saw that on, I think, Guster Animations' page, but, like, what does that mean? Totally isn't the only run on the leaderboard. Okay, yeah. The curling bomb's one shot. Wait, on bump? Oh, yeah, I need to go and play that. But I need to take like one more bite of tortellini first. Oh, 2 more bites. 2 more bites. Oh, You'll have to type in something like Genesis Splatoon, or Genesis X Splatoon. Please tell me they've uploaded it by now. Oh my god, hold on, I'm looking this up. Oh no, they don't have it uploaded. Come on. Wait, maybe it's on Inkling Performance Labs. No, I don't think it was Dapple we were working with. I think it was IPL. Man. That's something we in this community need to be better about, just getting the VODs up in a timely fashion. I don't think we understand how important it is to have that archive. I used to work for a professional Smash TO, and we had a system where every match that got played on stream would be uploaded to YouTube with titles and thumbnails and everything in 20 to 25 minutes. Like, it's definitely doable if you just work on a system. Giant curling bombs, you can only use weapons that come with curling bomb, obviously, they'll be enlarged. Contact damage one-shots. Explosion size will be greatly increased. Only primary gear abilities will be enabled. Secondary abilities will have no effect. Okay. So. I have to think that we want some of this. Just a hunch. Double curling? Not with this build. I think it's possible in theory. What's the mode? Zones, Hammerhead, and Wahoo. Why Wahoo? Oh, wait, it's... Okay, no, Wahoo Zones makes sense. Wahoo Zones makes sense. Hagglefish would have been an absolute disaster in the best way. Okay. Revelation. Okay. Our comp is actually kind of goated. How big? Okay. That big. Oh my god, that's such a perfect bounce. So good at this game. Oh no. Ah! Ah! Holy crap. Wait, that's terrifying. Oh, I should have splashed down. That would have been so easy. Would have gotten out of it. We jump into this, and then we look backwards. Main weapon. Why am I using my main? Oh my god, I bounced off the wall. No, the hammer eats the bomb. Beautiful. Uh-oh. Ah, I rolled into it. Scaled up the size, but not the image quality, right? That makes it better. I am deliberately avoiding the screen for the sake of stream. I would normally just take that. Not gonna lie, I thought I would have hit that more times than I did. Man, I'm upset that they managed to trade when I played it so well. Should I drop for this? This wasn't worth it. I could have just held the zone. Would this be OP? Sometimes I'm not sure. Sometimes I don't know if this would be a problem. It would be a problem. But it'd be a fun problem. Where's my splashdown already? There we go. Oh no. I died on zone. The cardinal sin. Is that bouncing? Okay. That bouncing. Okay. Bank shot. Imagine a world where Curling Bomb Rush is still in the game. Now that would be broken. Oh yeah, I haven't tried to see what charging a bomb does. I should try that. Gender acceleration? No, I haven't. I'm gonna say it, Curling Bomb Rush was the only cool Bomb Rush. The other Bomb Rushes were fine. Like, I wouldn't mind having, like, Suction Bomb Rush back. But Curling Rush was just cool. I'm used to Tetradoolie's dodge rolls, so I always have to get used to how much further these go. I always, like, under-correct for it. Oh, hey, Cosmo. So I'll get out there quickly, but then I'm gonna try and cook a bomb and see what happens. Jesus, that's big. What? That's not okay. Oh my god. You know, the fact that they one-shot by bumping, though, makes it kind of worth to try and fling them out there. Man. That's one of those moments where if you have a coordinated team, they collapse on it and it's beautiful. But because you cannot call out that a fight is happening over there, you have to rely on them to be a better player than you to make the play work. Oh my god, I keep forgetting I can't just go through it. That was rough. Favorite challenge mode so far? Definitely the one that increases your jump height dramatically. Like, the ability to get into all those silly places made so many maps better. And it was also just, like, really funny to try and hit, like, airborne shots. Even though ultimately it's optimal to just stay on the ground as much as possible when you're playing this video game, it made it fun to go in the air at the very least. Hey, supposed to hit this one. Have a good night, some fucks. In this mode, yeah, because like the special deletes the bombs, and the bombs are like such a disproportionate threat. Somebody else is going to throw a bomb out here, so now I get to throw my bomb. The bombs do not cancel each other out. I must avoid them. Team is winning, though. Ah! No, I'm still camping this. take the trade, I guess. No, it's not great that we traded. Oh, but we win those. Hey, this makes it so you can finally camp a jump with Curling Ball. Oh, who's behind us? Stop that. Alright. Challenges and private battles would be wild. That would be so good. That would immediately buff the streaming game. $15-2. Let's go. What a silly thing to exist. It's a good idea, which is why they haven't done it. Correct take on Nintendo. Man. The thing about all these challenges is it's like, they're fun when nobody knows how to make them not fun. They're fun when nobody knows how to optimize them to the point where you abuse what's broken about them. An email campaign? Yeah, we'll have to get it translated to Japanese. Get anybody to listen to us. These are some team comps right here. This is the way the game was meant to be played. Shooters only, dualies if you feel like playing a low tier. That's it. That's how this game works. That's why the hammer's so good. You just get rid of all the bombs. You thought that I cared about that position. I actually care about the splat zone. What? That didn't hit them? I'm upset. Also, shoutouts to the... whatever it was that was smoke screening me from being able to see that bomb. Drop on me. Okay. Ah! Oh my god. I'm so good. Eh. Ah! Shoot. There we go. the shots. There we go. I should have won that straight up. What? Okay. I thought there would be someone behind me. Oh well. We capped the zone, it's fine. We got our penalty. Oh, that's less than 5. How did you hold that? It was a 1v3. That shouldn't have worked. Ah, rats. Nice, 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 nice. Good follow-up. This is fine. Who knows? Oh no, we died on the zone. We need to cap this, though. We really need to cap this. We're not gonna cap it. Oh no. Ah! Well. We tried. What time is it for me? 3:40 a.m. It'll be fine. I did see the name Wooloo, and I thought it might have been you. Gem in my time zone? Don't get used to it. This is just a world's thing. I was minty. I'm so sorry. Don't worry about it. We're playing silly game. It does not matter who wins. All that matters is that it's silly. I mean, these are overpowered. Like, this is not an okay way for the game to actually be. I stand up here because I cannot be hit by curling bombs from here. Slight elevation difference. Okay, that was poor awareness on my part. I figured that they had enough people to run after that they wouldn't go after me. Apparently we were all dead. So, we need to not all die, is the trick. That's the secret sauce. That's this one. Not everybody. There we go. It's just a class roster. We came through these. Nice. Oh, I did not think I was going to explode right there. It slowed down a lot more suddenly than I was expecting. That's upsetting. Alright, we kept it. You could jump over these, would the one shot be balanced? It feels uncomfy for sure. I don't know. I definitely see value in just giving it a massive buff. Seeing what that does. We're still 2 away. I just want to complete the ticket and then be done with it. I keep expecting them to be large when I do that. And then they're simply not. Okay, so here's the play. We don't throw a curling bomb early, and then we throw one when we're at the end of the line created by somebody else's curling bomb. Okay, nobody threw it in front of me, so I had to throw it myself. Oh my god. Well, it's a good thing we didn't go down there anyway. You can't touch me. I have slight elevation difference. Okay, what are you looking at? Oh my god. I'm bad at judging when they're about to explode. Like when they're gonna keep going fast and then slowing down. So hey, let's take the zone, huh? Why don't we snag that real quick. Fair enough, I did turn my back to that. Oh, they have a cooler, and we don't. That's gonna be an issue. What is my camera doing? Good job. Well, that player dies. Well, that's 2 down. And someone's inevitably watching this. Play this safe. That's the tactical difference. We splatted multiple people there and did not actually get advantage on the zone from it. There it is. Yeah, for the for those of you who want an illustration of why Cooler is so strong, I splatted 2 people. And then I had a third distracted. But the people who tried to come in to capitalize on that distraction were already getting shot at by people who had jumped in from when I splatted them earlier. It didn't matter that I splatted them. They got to keep the zone anyway. .1. This must be on the old system. On the good old Splatoon 2 ranking system upon which we used to rely. I had a good game there. Can squid roll out of a reef slider? No. You're not in squid form while you're reef sliding. Pork Smork is... I think they're like Div 2 or something like that. Support player. I've run into them a lot competitively. That was a really annoyingly well-played crab tank. Please don't go right next to us, Sean. All right. Well. How? How are we not winning this? Come on. I literally splatted 4 people. And it didn't make a difference. What is going on there? We were the ones with the cooler, too. Oh, good, Sean. I was like, oh god, I'm so worried for him. Everybody else is down. He's sitting in the one little patch of our color ink. We're gonna find him. I wish I knew the whole meme. Your woman too bad, your swag too different, something like that. Will kill you. Good morning, Sylphie. That's actually a very accurate thing to say, for once. Nintendo has given me an arbitrary objective to complete, and I'm here to complete it. I need my 5th win. Ah, they got the curling bomb out immediately. They've got the tech. They understand how this works. Alright, we got 3 down. Should get that. Another one down. That explosion radius is stupid. Nice! Clean the zone up. Clean the zone up. There we go. Oh, I can't believe I missed. Trying to keep his own here. Everyone else can fight. Oh, that explode, but I need to get away from the missiles. And that'll do it. My very own friend. That's nice. Is this 4th or 5th? Where am I on my ticket? Oh man, we got 5 points. That was 4th. Okay, we gotta keep going. Modified super screen challenge. Reaches out of the video game and ties a blindfold around you in real life. Puts electrodes on your brain so that you suffer phantom limb pain. someone standing on top of me too. Oh, that's rough. We lose lead for that for sure. Good patience. Nice, nice. Someone just went down. The fact that it's zones makes the splashdown so much better. I'm basically just playing paint support at the moment, because I just want to get lead here. Hi there. There we go. All right, we got our 5th. Yippee! What a goofy, silly thing that we have done here upon this day. A new high. Shell out token. Let us go see the fruits of our labor. Was it worth it? Oh boy. Here, let's use our cash first. Let's use our cash first. Got a couple of stickers with that one. But with the shell out token, we're gonna get I'm never going to use those. Well, let's get a raid going. Send you all off to somebody on Twitch. I'll drop the link to who we're raiding in the YouTube chat in case anybody's interested. Apparently something's going on at Dapple Productions. Works for me. I don't know what region this would be in, but let's go see. I'm gonna really quickly get this posted into the chat for those who want to follow along. And for those who would like to see more stuff that I do, hear me say more words, or play more video games, here are some links. You can click on them. I have a Patreon that keeps me able to do this more often. I've got Metafy if you want private lessons. There's a YouTube channel. There's a Discord server, a pretty big one, like 8,000 people. Got a whole bunch of squid kids. Lots of stuff. Go check that out. But first, go check out whatever Blue Ring Rumble is. I don't know who it is. Well, okay, it's Amy on the mic, so I'm guessing that's probably Australian time zone? Maybe? Anyway, D-Jam was in chat earlier, so we've got it now. Let's go raid. School's out, everybody!